Jade's Cowboy Crush. Witness Protection, Rancher Style. Gavin's Story. Sweet Montana Bride Series, Book 2. Written by Kimberly Crave. Narrated by Lesley Ann Fogel. Jade's Cowboy Crush. Witness Protection, Rancher Style. Gavin's Story. Sweet Montana Bride Series, Book 2. Written by Kimberly Crave. Narrated by Lesley Ann Fogel. Chapter 1. Jade's phone buzzed, causing a smile to tug at her lips. She huddled closer to the glowing screen, anxious to read the message.
"We've done enough texting. Time to talk face to face."
A quiet thrill rushed through her as she laughed out loud. "The nerve of this guy," she muttered, typing back to the unknown stranger. "Not going to happen. You could be psychotic for all I know."
"What did he say now?"
Leanne hovered over Jade's shoulder, blocking the afternoon sunlight with her spiky hair. "Nothing yet." Jade glanced at the time on her phone. "Crap, our break's almost over." She looked up to see Leanne checking behind her.
"I'm not even on break,"
her friend admitted, adjusting her apron.
"But I've got to see where this leads."
Jade twisted each one of the small silver studs in her left ear as she waited for an answer. Nothing said entertainment like flirting with a guy she'd never met. Or at least couldn't remember meeting. The guy swore he'd collected her number over a year ago, had marked it with 4 stars to ensure he wouldn't forget to call. Problem was, according to him, he'd had a girlfriend at the time. Her phone vibrated, the screen glowing with his response.
"You think you would give some psycho your number?"
No, but that was just it. Jade didn't give out her number, and she rarely went to clubs. She sighed, sensing an end to their little game, and typed out her message. "I've got to get back to work." The text earned a groan of disapproval from Leanne. Jade stared intently at the phone, vaguely noting the sounds of cats rummaging through the dumpster across the alley.
"Wait, I really think we should meet. Why won't you do it? What are you, scared?"
"Oh, he's trying to bait you," Leanne said. "Don't fall for it. You don't want to end up like Wanda with all those restraining orders." Jade rolled her eyes and typed out a reply. "Not scared, sane." "Who else does Wanda have a restraining order against?" Jade asked once she sent the text. "I thought it was only Red." Leanne flicked her blue-streaked bangs out of her face. "The other guy is from last year sometime, like her ex-boyfriend." "I wouldn't be surprised if 100 women had a restraining order against Red," Jade said. "I feel like I need one for talking Wanda into breaking up with him." Jade meant it as a joke, but felt a level of truth in the words as she'd spoken them.
"Me too,"
Leanne said.
"That guy terrifies me. Glad we don't have to see his face around here anymore."
The phone buzzed again, bringing Jade's attention back to the matter at hand.
"You may not remember me, but I definitely remember you. It's the reason I'm being so persistent."
Leanne laughed. "What a load of crap." "Totally." Jade was already texting back a reply. "Yeah, right. What number am I on your little list, friend? 10, 11? Or have you been rejected by an even dozen?" It may not have been nice, but Jade was done playing along. Chances were the two had never met at all, and he'd only stumbled onto her number by accident. Another text showed up on the small screen.
"Okay, your eyes are brown."
Jade fought back a smile. Lucky guess. The phone buzzed again.
"I thought your hair was blonde at first, but when we sat down at the table I realized it was red."
"Strawberry blonde," Jade mumbled, a bit of recollection mingling just beyond her grasp.
"When I finally got you to smile, I noticed the light freckles across your cheeks."
Jade felt herself blush. She hated those freckles.
"Maybe you two did meet,"
Leanne said, hunching closer to the phone as it buzzed once again.
"You were wearing green when we met, and for a reason I tried to drag out of you, you were sad that night."
"Whoa, this guy is good," Leanne said.
"Seriously, I'd meet up with him."
Jade's jaw dropped. 2 seconds ago, you were talking about restraining orders. Never mind the fact that Jade had goosebumps rising all over her skin and a pool of warm liquid sugar bathing her heart. His final text caused her to remember. She liked this guy, was interested in him, and disappointed when he hadn't called. Too bad she'd sworn off men since then. With a sad sort of resolve, Jade texted him back. Well, sorry to break it to you, but I'm married. In order to make her lie more convincing, she added to it, got hitched 3 months ago today. The small screen glared at her, daring her to hit send. What was stopping her? The image of the guy, the strong, ruggedly handsome, not your typical LA guy at the club, one who'd managed to cheer her up after a terrible day. There had been something about him that caused her to give out her number, an act she avoided at all costs.
Married,
Leanne shouted.
No, don't send that. Just meet the guy somewhere. For a drink, or a yoga class, the beach.
He had a girlfriend at the time, Leanne, and he was hitting on me that whole night. Her thumb hovered over the word send before pressing down on it. Leanne groaned.
Hitting on you? How? Did he try to make out with you?
No, Jade realized. He just didn't leave my side. He was sweet, actually, but still, a single mom shouldn't date.
Leanne came to a stand and pulled a pad of order slips from her apron pocket. You can't let the advice of some radio shrink run your entire life.
The flutter of pages flipping sounded as she thumbed the corner of the small pad. But she's right. Dr. Mauve's voice echoed within Jade's mind as she repeated the woman's famous phrase, "Kids don't need the drama of a dating mama. Luke deserves better than that." She watched for something to show on the screen, anything, and despite the conviction of her own words, a bitter sting of regret sunk into her chest, an ache for something that might have been.
Wait a minute. Was this the guy you said reminded you of a country boy?
Jade glanced up.
What?
Leanne nodded her head, a fresh spark of light in her crystal blue eyes. She hunched down as she spoke.
I remember. You came into work one day, high as a kite. It took me half a shift to drag it out of you, but you finally admitted that you'd met a guy.
She looked away for a blink before staring back at her.
He had some cowboy-sounding name. You liked him. I remember because you never liked anyone.
Jade backed away, glancing down at the lifeless phone once more. You'd better get in there before Angelo comes out. Tell him I'll be there in a sec. Leanne shook her head in disgust.
If you don't get past that doctor's advice, you're going to be alone forever.
As the sound of Leanne's footsteps grew softer, Jade couldn't help but wonder if that were true. Once the door had closed, she typed out one last text for the mysterious stranger. Just out of curiosity, what is your name? The heated thumps of her heart picked up a rapid pace as she watched the screen, waiting for any sign of life. At last it came. Just 2 words.
Gavin Emerson.
Chapter 2.
What's the matter, man? Someone just send you a death threat?
Gavin kept his gaze fixed on the phone in his hands, barely hearing the question. The lunch in his lap was all but forgotten, the sight of it blending with the background of unfinished floors and scattered sawdust.
Probably found out his ex-girlfriend's pregnant and wants to keep it.
Another voice added.
I bet it's one of the skanks he's been hooking up with. Like he'd be able to keep track of them.
The men chuckled.
What is it this time, Gavin? Gambling or girls?
One pushed Gavin in the shoulder, breaking him from his trance. Gavin looked up to glare at them, tucking the phone into his pocket.
Shut up, and let's get back to work.
He wrapped up his half-eaten burger and stuffed it into the sack with fries he hadn't touched. The dumpster stood beyond the bare wooden beams. Gavin chucked the uneaten food toward the thing, cursing under his breath when he missed.
Something's got your boxers in a bunch, that's for sure,
Andy said, wiping crumbs and sawdust off his jeans as he stood. He tossed his crumpled takeout bag over one shoulder, making the shot from behind.
You were in a good mood until 2 seconds ago. So what happened?
The other guys returned to their worksite areas while little Andy followed Gavin up the ladder and onto the unfinished roof. Once there, Gavin shimmied along the outer edge to the opposite side. A neatly stacked pile of beams waited for him, along with his tool belt.
Still waiting for that answer,
Andy nagged. Gavin balanced on the beams while strapping his belt in place.
I'd rather not talk about it. The heavy beam tipped him off balance as he lifted it, extending it toward Andy across the way. Andy secured the heads of a few nails between his teeth and mumbled around them.
Was it about a girl? Girl, yes. Pregnancy, no.
He could kill Mike for joking about that type of thing. Mike had made it clear that he didn't take his responsibilities seriously, having abandoned 2 children of his own, which made his stupid comment all the more irritating. They could say what they wanted about Gavin being a player, but he would never walk away from his own flesh and blood like that. In that moment, an image of the woman Gavin had been texting floated through his mind, taunting him the way a helium balloon hovers just beyond a child's reach. Gavin could hardly believe his bad luck. Married. He'd broken up with Carly months ago. If only he'd called Jade sooner. The pounding of Andy's hammering ceased, causing Gavin to glance over. The impatient kid, short and stout, pulled a face that made his big eyes bulge like boulders.
Are you going to pound that side in or just daydream all day?
Without a thought, Gavin reached into his tool belt, securing 3 long nails in one hand. He slipped the hammer from its place and sunk all 3 nails before positioning the next beam, nailing that into place as well. And though he continued to set the beams, pounding each into position one by one, Gavin was back at the club that night over a year ago, sitting across from one of the most stunning women he'd ever seen. He'd fallen hard for the pretty little thing, all in one night. How was it he'd missed his opportunity?
Hey, you ever patch things up with your old man?
Andy asked, pounding faithfully from his side of the roof. Gavin answered without looking over.
Nope.
Don't you want to?
Not really,
Gavin said.
Why do you ask?
Andy shrugged.
No reason.
The sun felt like flames on Gavin's arms and back, the heat seeping through his Levi's as well.
It's hot as hell out here,
he griped.
It's just that it seems like ranch life would be a whole lot easier than this junk,
Andy said. Gavin shook his head.
There's nothing easy about it. And since when is pounding nails more than you can take?
No, I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm glad you got me this job and all, but... Andy stopped hammering and stared off for a breath.
Don't you sometimes wish you didn't have to come to work every single day? Get up so early all the time? I mean, is that why you hated ranch work in Montana?
Gavin clenched his jaw tighter.
Hard work never bothered me. It was a personal problem with my father that got in the way. Yeah, but we've seen how easy it is to make a lot more dough than we'll ever get hammering nails.
Dark images of their old job rushed through Gavin's mind, memories he wished could have stayed in Vegas.
Andy, you either make an honest living or you don't,
he said, glaring across the way.
The best thing I ever did was get away from those sharks. I, for one, don't want any part of it.
Gavin shook his head, knowing Andy dreamed about going back to the syndicate, working as a henchman to those dirty dealers. He just didn't often admit it. Gavin suddenly wished he could swap jobs with Big John, anything to get away from pint-size Andy with his king-size mouth.
What can I say? Andy said. Once you learn how to make the fast buck, it's tough to go back to earning the hard way.
Gavin couldn't agree less, but was done talking about it. He often feared Andy would go back to his old ways, and while there wasn't much he could do to stop him, Gavin only hoped he'd leave him out of it. After using the last of the wood, Gavin propped himself between 2 sturdy beams, sinking low enough to drop to the floor. He headed to the freshly cut pile of boards, the fine grains from each beam clinging to his fingers as he hoisted them up to Andy one by one. The kid remained quiet as he stacked the wood along the outer wall frame. Gavin sunk deeper into his head. First with parts of his underground life in Vegas, dangerous chases for high dollars and quick rewards. But all too soon, Gavin was mentally back on the ranch, rehashing words that bit and stung, pieces of that final conversation. His father, rigid and cold. Gavin nearly begging for something that was rightfully his. The very blowout that sent Gavin heading to Vegas in the first place.
Just seems to me that you want to go back to your roots someday. Most people do.
For Andy, that meant criminal life. For Gavin, it meant life on the ranch.
Not me, Gavin assured. I'd never go back to being a henchman, and I sure as hell don't want to go back to the ranch.
Vegas may not have been for him, and L.A. had downsides of its own, but he would never return to life back home.
No, he said once again. There's no way I'm ever going back to Montana. Chapter 3. Take this to the dumpster on your way out, will you, hon? Angela extended a muscular arm toward Jade, gripping a bulging garbage bag. She sighed, checking the massive load for any snags or holes. Sure. And thanks for staying late tonight, Angelo added. We really needed you. And Jade really needed the money, which is why she'd agreed to do it. She hoisted the lumpy bag over one shoulder, grateful Leanne had offered to pick Luke up from daycare. The two were probably sprawled out on the couch at her place, watching Transformers and eating Funyuns. She could hardly wait to wrap her arms around him and press a kiss to his warm little cheek. Jade loved how Luke snuggled up to her, and though other moms swore he'd reject the act by his second year, Luke was still cuddly as a koala at 4 years old. Hey! Angelo hollered as Jade pushed open the back door. Jade glanced over her shoulder to see him adjusting the hairnet over his slick, dark hair. Yeah? If you see Wanda smoking out there, tell her to get her butt in here, will ya? She's late. Jade's brow furrowed as she squinted to see in the darkness. The bulb behind the restaurant was out, leaving one small fixture to light the alleyway. Tonight, as was often the case, the light was hidden by the open lid of the large dumpster, and though she knew her way in the dark well enough, Jade had the unshakable impression to walk slowly, quietly. She did, taking small steps, careful not to let the bag clank or bounce as she walked. She paused as she heard a sound, only this time Jade was certain it wasn't the stray cats rummaging through the trash. The noise sounded more human, like voices. Jade stopped in her tracks, eyed the parking area beyond the alley, and froze as she recognized Wanda's car parked alongside hers. Where had she gone? A good 10 yards separated her from the dumpster. Another dozen yards stood between the trash and the parking lot. Jade froze in place, listening for any clue of what lurked in the unseen shadows. A strained silence hummed in her ears as she waited, watching for the woman to come into view. Just as she was about to give up, a hint of movement caught her eye. It was from behind the dumpster. Quietly, she stepped closer to the building, pressing her cheek against the scratchy brick. There, in the small crack of light, she caught a dim view of Wanda. Her back was against the outside wall, her eyes wide with fear. She wasn't alone. The terror on her face made it clear. Jade's heart pounded as she reached one hand into her pocket, tugging at her cell phone. She silenced it before pressing out the numbers 911. As she brought the phone up to her ear with a trembling hand, Jade heard a deep male voice beyond the dumpster. He mumbled only 2 short words. You're dead. Wanda's hushed plea, "Please don't," carried on the breeze. Jade gasped, dropping the bag and darting toward the hidden scene, hoping to stop the guy in time. The air, warm and thick, coated her skin as she stepped over cracked pavement, scents of the greasy diner wafting through the wind. A tall, dark figure faced Wanda, his straightened arm between them. Jade opened her mouth to scream, but was silenced by a deafening blast that bounced off the ink-black street. Wanda slammed against the outer wall. Jade watched, horrified as the woman slumped to the ground, the strands of her long blonde hair clinging to the dry, bristled edges of brick. An ear-splitting pitch hummed in the night. "Is anyone there?" The small voice, coming from Jade's phone, spoke in her ear. She'd nearly forgotten all about it. Jade released a jagged breath, unwilling to speak. The woman on the cell phone continued. "Caller, if you can hear me, I need you to respond. Can you push a button on your phone?" With her eyes pasted on the scene, Jade pulled the cell from her ear and pressed a random number. The shooter stepped closer to Wanda, nudging her limp leg with one foot. "You're a stupid woman," the man spat. "I didn't want to do that, Wanda. It's your fault that I did, you piece of trash." Jade glanced back at her hiding place, eyeing the garbage bag slumped in the shadows a good distance away. Was it possible she'd gone unnoticed?
Slowly, she stretched one unsteady foot out behind her as far as her leg could reach, before taking a soundless step back. She eyed the ground, desperate to get out of the light's reach. If she could just make it into the blackness, perhaps the man wouldn't see her at all. A shaky breath passed through her lips as she repeated the motion, fear tightening each inch of her skin as she moved. The shooter backed away from Wanda, shaking his head in disgust. Jade slunk further into darkness with another backward step, freezing once the man was no longer in view, blocked by the large dumpster.
"Caller, are you still with me?"
The small voice on the phone asked. Jade remained locked in place, too afraid to speak or move or breathe. Suddenly she heard footsteps running toward her, the rhythmic sound distorted by the resounding ring in her ears. Closer and closer the footfalls came until, wham! It felt as if she'd been struck by a moving wall, the impact knocking the air from her lungs in one blow. As she crashed back onto the pavement, Jade sprawled her hands out behind her. Sharp bits of asphalt scraped against her palms as she skidded to a halt. Quiet fell on the night once more, with the exception of her labored attempts to breathe. Where had the man gone? Had he gotten away? She gulped, eyeing the darkness surrounding her, unable to see his face or hear his breathing. Her cell phone, it was gone. Frantically, Jade patted the pavement, her burning palms skimming over pits and cracks in the grainy blacktop as she searched for the phone, her connection to someone, anyone who might help. When the side of her hand met with resistance, Jade lifted it higher, patting at the surface, a swatch of rough denim beneath her fingers and the rounded shape of a leg. He was there. Her eyes widened as the man darted to his feet. When at his full height, the light grazed the top of his head. Short brown hair and a set of light blue eyes told Jade she might be looking at Wanda's ex-boyfriend, Rhett. But it was the 3 piercings along his left brow that made it official. Even in the low light, Jade wondered if the piercings on her ear did the same for Rhett. Had he seen them? Known it was her? Sirens rang in the distance, but Jade couldn't force herself to move. She only watched as Rhett hunched back down, frantically searching over the darkened ground as if looking for something. His gun! The thought put fire into Jade's legs. With a few swift moves, she bolted to her feet and ran toward the restaurant door. The stiff apron hugged her thighs, slowing her down as heat spread through her legs. Still she ran, away from the danger at her heels, away from the man who'd just shot Wanda. At any moment, another gunshot could sound, and Jade could be the one on the ground next. She prayed she'd make it to the door in time, and that Wanda, though she lay in a heap in the alley behind the diner, was somehow still alive. Chapter 4. Gavin stared at his phone, irritated at what was lit up on the screen. Betty and Grant. Great. His parents. He shook his head, silencing the call before tucking the phone back into his pocket. "Who's that?" Andy asked, like it was any of his business. "Nobody." Gavin ignored the muted buzzing of his phone as he walked through the worksite, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the framed house. He turned full circle once he re-entered the kitchen, scrutinizing every detail one last time. "Well, I think this place is ready for plumbing and electric," he said. Andy rubbed his hands together proudly. "We gonna call it a day?" Gavin's phone chimed, letting him know he'd received a voice message. "Oh, great," he mumbled under his breath. "Wish they'd just let me be." Andy smirked. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Players tired of the play?" Gavin shook his head, casting his gaze toward the sunset, an endless stretch of pale orange and gold. He'd wanted to start on the house across the lot, but it was getting late. Besides, Andy always grew more obnoxious toward the end of the day, and Gavin was in no mood for it. "Yeah," he said. "We're done for the day. Go on home." Andy let out a holler, darting over to the roughly finished stairs. He ran up the flight before racing back down, skipping the last few with one big jump. "We're meeting up for drinks in a couple hours. Big John, Marcus. I think Clint's coming too. You up for it?" "No thanks," Gavin said, picturing the bar scene. He should want to go, especially after being turned down by the pretty redhead the other day, but suddenly the scene held no more appeal than a warm flat soda on a hot summer day.
"You were right,"
he said, finally speaking as he loaded his tools.
"This player's all played out."
Gavin watched Andy pull away from the curb. As he picked up speed, scraps of trash flew from the flatbed of his junky truck, whirling with the dusty breeze. Just as he turned out of sight, Gavin's phone buzzed again, reigniting that flare of heat in his chest. A quick glance at the screen told him it wasn't his parents this time, but it was a Montana phone number by the look of the area code.
"What do you guys want?"
Gavin was half tempted to let voicemail take the call again. It was a wayward thought that caused him to pick up, the sinking feeling that perhaps something horrible had happened.
"Hello?"
he said, tapping the screen to put it on speaker.
"Gavin?"
Though his uncle's voice was marred with worry, Gavin recognized it with ease.
"Yeah, it's me."
Uncle Earl panted on the other line.
"Thank heavens you answered. We need your help, son." "What is it?"
The words, "Please don't say Dad died," replayed in Gavin's head as he waited for a reply.
"Well, I was hoping you'd pick up when your mother called, 'cause I think she could have done a hell of a better job at explaining." "Earl, just tell me what happened, would you?"
Gavin's heart thumped louder and harder as a wet sort of heat coated his palms. Visions of burying his old man hung over his head. Gavin, standing up to a graveside of freshly cut earth, wondering why he hadn't bothered to work out their differences before it was too late.
"I got a phone call regarding a woman who needs shelter. She's in significant danger and needs a place to hide away for a while."
Already, Gavin had begun to tune out his words.
"Wait, why are you telling me this?"
His uncle's silent response hovered in the heat.
"Well,"
he finally said, voice sounding rather defeated,
because she lives there in L.A., and we need your help getting her here."
Gavin shook his head.
"No. Just hear me out. The woman's just witnessed a murder. Was a co-worker of hers. She's lucky to be alive, really. The girl has to testify, but until then she doesn't feel safe. Truth be known, she isn't. The guy made bail within the same hour it was set, but there's not much we can do about it, besides hide her away." "Would I get paid for it?"
Gavin asked, eyeing the unfinished house across the lot. Uncle Earl coughed over his reply.
"Nothing more than expenses, Gavin. That's all they could afford. But you'd be providing a tremendous service, and we would pay you a decent wage for working on the ranch while you're here with us."
"Working on the ranch?"
"Hold up. You just said you needed help getting her out there, and now you're talking about me staying."
In an agitated huff, Gavin kicked at a pile of stray nails, sending them flying in random directions beneath the force of his work boot.
"Not at your folks' place. Here, with me."
He cleared his throat.
"I'm not exactly in the best shape right now with my back surgery and all, so it'd really help me out in more ways than one. I trust you to protect the girl. I trust you to help run the ranch, too." "What about Terrence? I thought he was your foreman."
Earl sighed.
"Well, I didn't want to tell you this over the phone, but Terrence left Ellie and the girls. He's been gone for several months now."
The news affected Gavin more than he wanted to admit. He shook his head. There were no words for what was going through Gavin's mind, none that were decent anyway. Uncle Earl continued to ramble.
"Is why I wanted your mother to talk to you about it all. I'm no good at explaining."
The urgency building in the man's voice was like a noose around Gavin's throat, tightening with each word.
"Why are you guys so obsessed with harboring these witnesses?"
he blurted, but didn't give him time to answer. Instead, Gavin cut through the rope around his neck with 4 sharp words.
"I'm not coming home,"
he said.
"and I sure as hell wouldn't tote some damsel in distress along with me if I was. The Emersons have done enough. They'll just have to find someone else to save the day this time."
Gavin clicked the phone, but not before he heard his uncle's disheartened reply.
"Trust me, Gavin, they've already tried."
Gavin didn't want to hear any more. He'd told Earl he wouldn't do it, and there was nothing more to say. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and spoke to the warm California breeze.
Sorry, Earl, but I've got enough troubles of my own.
After a long, hot shower and his fill of Beto's burritos, Gavin sunk into a recliner and grabbed the remote. Thoughts of his conversation with Earl had seeped into his mind like persistent streams of water pressing beyond the faulty shower door. They now sat stagnant, a pesky puddle at that hard-to-reach center of his brain. He turned up the volume on the baseball game, hoping to immerse himself in the action. Mere moments passed before his phone buzzed noisily from the kitchen counter. Gavin considered chucking it out the window, but snatched the remote instead and pressed on the volume until his ears hurt. Any minute he'd have old Mrs. Pingleton from across the way banging on his door, shouting that the TV was too loud. Not that he'd hear her if she did. Gavin chuckled and sunk deeper into his chair. There was no way he'd take another phone call from home today. Hours passed, and he kept that promise. Of course, he eventually turned down the volume on his game and shut his phone off completely. It wasn't until he settled into bed, the rickety ceiling fan whirring above him, that Gavin decided to turn his cell on once more. The thing nearly bounced off the nightstand as it buzzed with newly received messages. Gavin gave his pillow a few good punches before shoving his head onto it and closing his eyes, wishing he'd left the stupid phone off for the night. At least then he might be able to get some rest. Now he'd be tortured by the unknown messages awaiting him. The fan, that ancient piece of crap hanging on the ceiling, ticked louder. The sheets beneath him became scratchy and hot, and those messages, a combination of text and voicemails, nagged at his restless mind with a vengeance. What did they say? Did his family really think they could talk him into coming back? Bring some endangered species of a woman along for the ride? With a defeated groan, Gavin finally reached for the nightstand, handling the phone like a loaded gun. He surveyed the bright screen with one eye shut. One text message and 2 voicemails awaited him. Like 3 ugly messes he had to clean up before bed. He cursed under his breath, opting to tackle the single text first. It was from Blake. "Call Mom," is all it said. He moved on to the voicemails. Message number 1 was from his mother, Betty, and while he might have rolled his eyes at the panicked words she spoke, Gavin could not dismiss the worry he heard in the sweet woman's voice. He pictured her face as he listened, a foreign sense of guilt causing an ache in his chest. Gavin may have had his differences with his father, but he had no right to take it out on his mom, a woman who'd shown him nothing but love and kindness since the day he was born. Before the guilt could set in too deep, the second message started to play. This one left by his father, Grant. "Your mother's real upset about the gal in trouble out there, and, well..." The long pause made Gavin squirm and grit his teeth all at once. "Well, I want to make you a deal. I think we can make this worth your while." Gavin's heart thumped quicker. Was it possible that, stubborn as a mule, Grant was ready to cave after all this time? Years of being at an impasse, and the way might finally be made clear. He worked to squelch his excitement, but Gavin was almost certain he was about to get what he'd wanted all these years. He set his phone in the charger, a satisfied smile on his face. It'd be hard to step away from work, as busy as they were this time of year, but it would be worth it. Tomorrow he would call home and tell them that, if the offer was right, he'd do it. He'd whisk this troubled girl away from L.A. and take her to his old home in Montana. Chapter 5. Jade zipped up Luke's Buzz Lightyear suitcase, glancing around the small apartment. She shouldn't feel sorry for herself, not when Wanda was dead and she'd survived. But as she took in the sad look on her son's face, his brown eyes wide and worried, she couldn't help but wonder why she had to have gotten involved in the whole thing. With the suitcase in hand, Jade walked over to the window and slunk onto the couch next to him, squinting slightly from the bright morning sun. Her decision to take the extra shift that night had changed her life. One life-changing choice. Now she had some psycho after her and Luke, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Not until the trial went through. And who knew what would happen if he was found innocent after she'd risked everything to testify against him? Would Rhett still come after her, desperate to snuff out the breath of anyone who knew his secret? "You ready to go, Skywalker?" Luke replied with a slow nod, his gaze never leaving a fixed spot out the window. "What are you looking at?" she asked, noticing a father and son in the parking lot beyond the glass. "Nothing," he said. Jade ran her hand over the back of his head, the tips of his dark auburn hair tickling her palms. As she neared the gelled spikes on top, Luke pulled his head away from her hand. "Hey," she said softly, "don't be sad, okay? Change can be a good thing. And do you remember what I told you about the place we're visiting?" Another nod, only this time he glanced at her, a reluctant smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. "Has animals," he mumbled. "That's right. Cows, horses, might even be a few chickens with fluffy little chicks." That got the reaction she'd been going for. "I get to hold them?" His bad mood forgotten, Luke proceeded to convince Jade of how careful he'd be with those soft baby chicks. And soon they were out of the apartment and on their way to meet Jamie, the female cop who'd offered to assist them. Jade couldn't help but watch the rear view, her near-strangling paranoia in full bloom. "Let's play I Spy," she suggested, tilting the air vents toward her face. "The color we're looking for is green." "It's always green," Luke griped. Jade considered that as she checked the rear view once again. No sign of Rhett's classic Mustang in sight. Yet. "Well, let's mix it up and do blue and green. How does that sound?" "Just blue," Luke said with a sigh. She didn't argue, just told herself everything would be okay. They would be fine. A few miles more and they'd be at the safe spot, hopefully to never live in such fear again. Jade eased the death grip she had on the wheel and got some air on her sweaty palms. Luke continued to list all things blue. Even as Jade pulled up to the meeting spot, an old storage lot, the little guy was still going strong. Blue letters on a license plate, blue paint on the sign out front, and blue on the woman who stood at an open garage. Jamie. Jade rolled down the window. "Is this where I pull in?" she asked. Tall, curvy, and blonde, the officer looked more like a pin-up model than a cop, even dressed in full uniform. "Yes," Jamie said, lifting the sunglasses from her face. "Pull on forward and park, then you can unload your items." She shot Luke a smile. "Hey, buddy." "Hi," Luke replied, his small voice a bit timid. The word shy wouldn't normally be used to describe Luke, but beautiful women seemed to have that effect on him. The sunlight was doused out completely as Jade crept the car into the cement garage. She flipped on her headlights to better see, knowing she'd had more than her fair share of driver mishaps. "Mom, is my hair messed up?" Luke whispered from behind. Jade rolled her eyes. "Nope, it looks great." "But you didn't see it yet." He kicked his small legs against the seat. "Don't kick," she said sternly, trying to glance at him in the shadowed light. "I scratched my head and... After a few more ands, Jade helped him out. "Messed it up?" "Yeah." Luke nodded, concern evident on his face. She narrowed her eyes. "So what if it is messed up?" "I'd want you to fix it." Jade shook her head. "I mean, let's say it's messy all day long, and you see lots of people. Why does it really matter so much? Nobody cares if your hair isn't perfect." Luke looked at the ceiling to his right, and then to his left before sitting those big brown eyes right back on her. "I care." He continued to stare at her without so much as a blink. "Fine, your hair's not messed up," she said, opening the car door. "Now let's go." Jade popped the trunk and began pulling bags from it, setting them on the sunlit pavement behind the car. Just the feel of the heat on the back of her legs made Jade want to step back into the cool shadows. That or take a seat in the air-conditioned car once more. Jamie fiddled with her phone. "I haven't heard from our guy yet, but he should be here any minute." Jade nodded. She refused to let herself get carried into the world of questions that spun in her head like a deadly tornado. How did they know this man could be trusted? Did he know how to keep her and Luke safe? And why would he be willing to uproot his life here in L.A. for some stranger? The first 2 questions had been answered to her satisfaction more than once. The last, she'd been left guessing. Gavin squinted against the morning light as he approached the storage unit, one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding his cell phone.
I'm just saying that it'll be a while. How long is a while?
Annoyance clung to Andy's tone on the other end of the line. Gavin rolled his eyes.
Not sure. I've just got to deliver some...
He stopped there, rethinking the sentence.
Some cargo back to Montana, stay there for a while, and come back once things are settled. You don't sound too upset about it,
Andy said. Gavin smiled.
That's because my old man's finally going to set things right with me. When I come back to L.A., I'll be one happy man. Big John will probably get rid of me while you're gone. You know you're the only reason he keeps me on around here. Just show up to work and you'll be fine,
Gavin said.
What if I told you I got a second job?
Andy asked.
A side one. I'd ask if that's why you were flaking off last week.
When no response came, Gavin gritted his teeth, unwilling to ask about it further. It would only sour his mood.
Hey, don't tell anyone where I'm going, okay?
Why not? Andy asked.
It's just, I'm supposed to keep things under wrap.
There was an extended pause.
No problem,
Andy finally said.
See you when you get back. I hope things work out with your old man. Thanks. Me too.
Gavin felt unsettled as he disconnected the line. He'd known Andy since moving to Vegas, and he'd seen this pattern before. A restless sort of greed that had him desperate to make the quick buck at any cost. And while his friend had never turned on him in the past, Gavin couldn't quite shake the rising impression that Andy's desperation outweighed his loyalty in spades. He dismissed the wayward thought while slowing at the entrance. The tinted window rolled down seamlessly as he eyed the crusty-looking keypad. After patting at his pockets, Gavin spotted the tattered envelope on the passenger seat, 4 digits scribbled along top. One more sip of his Dr. Pepper, one last check of his hair, and he pressed out the numbers. The old iron fence clinked noisily as it retracted in both directions, clearing the path for him to enter. Gavin watched the rear view to ensure the thing didn't scratch his car. Also written on the envelope were a few instructions. Head straight, go left, left again. Gavin did just that, curious as he saw a small child in his path after the second left. A hot blonde stood leaning against the side of an open garage. The cop. Too bad. But who was his kid? And where was the woman he was supposed to be carting back to his own personal hell?
Luke, get out of the road right now.
The words were strict, the voice uptight, and coming from somewhere close to the ground. The little kid picked up a rock and straightened his arm high above him, still standing in the middle of the tarred road.
Get out of the street, Luke,
the female voice hollered. Gavin pulled up a little further as the boy obeyed. Just as he set the parking brake, a woman caught his eye. She'd been sitting on the ground and was dusting off the butt of her denim shorts. She was, hot is what she was. Light skin, red hair that fell to her shoulders, and a slender figure he wouldn't mind looking after for a while. Mr. Emerson. Blondie walked toward the car before he had a chance to get out. I'm Officer Dodd. This is Ms. Miller and her son, Luke. She motioned to the pair as they lifted suitcases and bags from the pavement.
Wait.
Gavin eyed the hand Blondie held out to him.
The boy's coming too?
The redhead spun around, glaring in his direction. Blondie covered a cough.
Yes, sir. Were you not made aware of the fact?
Gavin shook his head.
No, I sure as hell was not made aware of that.
He puzzled as he watched the woman shoo the small boy into a car parked in the open garage. He studied her as she gave the kid some handheld device, positioning a pair of headphones over his ears. Gavin took his hands off the wheel.
What's she doing?
The redhead stomped over to him, looking angry, furious. She nearly nudged the cop out of the way as she spoke. What I'm doing is getting my son out of earshot. I'm sorry if you weren't told I have a kid, and if we need to make different arrangements, that's fine. But I will not let my child listen to you going off about how annoyed you are that he's here. Gavin's brows furrowed. Was this chick serious? And hadn't he seen her before? He ran a slow gaze over her pretty face, her cheeks pink from the heat or from that temper. He wasn't sure which.
Listen, Freckles, I had no idea you had a kid. None. And if you...
The words he was about to say took flight, got lost on the heated wind as he met her eyes, brown, beautiful, and unforgettable.
Jade?
He breathed. She folded her arms, glancing over one shoulder before eyeing the cop, who looked hesitant to step in. What did you say?
We met at the club about a year ago. I called you, texted you, after you didn't answer. Remember?
The color seemed to drain from her face. We did? I mean, you did? She tucked a lock of hair behind one ear before blocking the sun with her hand to observe him. Gavin straightened up.
Yep.
So you're...
That's right, Freckles. I'm Gavin.
The cop eyed the two of them back and forth.
You two know each other.
The words know each other might be a little strong, but what the heck?
Yep,
he said. Jade answered with a loud no before peeking over her shoulder once more. I met this guy forever ago. I gave him my phone number, something I never do. She paused to glare at him, and he didn't call. If he didn't know better, Gavin might have thought she resented the fact.
I had a girlfriend, Honey Lips.
The cop and Jade turned toward one another, the look of disgust marring their faces. Mom? A small voice came. Jade spun around. There, lurking in the shadows of the deep garage, stood the little boy. Get back in the car, Luke. I'll come get you in a sec. Jade took a long time to turn her head back to Gavin, as if she was dreading the act. Gavin glanced at the boy again in time to see him inch 1 foot forward, followed by the next, stopping once the toe of his shoes hit the sunlight. Gavin set his eyes back on the woman. She licked those pretty lips of hers and wiped a hand over her forehead. So you're out now, because of my kid? He hid a smile.
I didn't say that.
Her eyes narrowed. A hand went to her hip.
Kid's not in diapers, is he?
Gavin asked. Jade sneered. He's 4 years old.
So, is he or isn't he?
In diapers? No. She looked insulted. Gavin shook his head, eyeing the boy as he stepped further away from the car and into the light, all the while squinting against the morning sun. He was small, skinny, and had only a hint of his mom's red hair among the dark strands.
He's not very obedient.
Are you kidding? Jade took one last look at the cop before tearing away toward her car. In seconds flat, she had the trunk open and was tossing bags and suitcases back into it. Blondie glared at him. Well, aren't you going to stop her? Gavin considered that. This was his shot, his chance to drive away, and it wouldn't even be his fault. He was here, willing. It was Miss Temper over there who was calling the whole thing off, loading up her son and her things in an angry huff. He thought of the offer his father had given him, wondering if it'd be worth all the trouble. Sure, he'd agreed to harbor the girl, and it had turned out to be the one he was interested in. But the boy? That was more than he'd bargained for. Chapter 6. Jade clenched the wheel of her parked car, eyeing the rear view. She would find a way to protect Luke herself before she went on the road with that jerk. Who cared if he was handsome? And if he'd somehow managed to lure her into giving out her number in some club over a year ago? Who cared that she hadn't, after all that time, fully forgotten his attractive face and charismatic smile? He was a jerk. And why hadn't someone told him she had a son? They'd told her all about him, and his family too, for that matter. They'd even suggested, for added safety, that she and this man pose as husband and wife, one happy family, and she'd agreed. Was he ignorant to that as well? Was she the only one invested in making this work? Jade had assumed that a grown, mature man would show up to take her and Luke to some secret hideaway. Instead, she'd ended up with an immature, kid-hating, woman-ogling dirtbag. Probably back there hitting on that cop. Yet as she glanced up to her rear view once more, puzzling as to why she couldn't see him, 2 loud thumps tapped at her window. She jerked back in response before rolling it down part way. What? She demanded, glaring at him. or rather, his chest. He was taller than she'd realized, and more muscled, too. And there were those tattoos, the near sleeve of them encasing one well-defined arm. She'd been drawn to that look back in the day. Not anymore. With a slow, relaxed movement, he hunched down to look at her.
"What are you doing?"
The slow drawl in his low, raspy voice made her blush and actually wondered just what the hell she was doing. His thick blonde hair bordered on unkempt in a way that might make a weaker woman swoon. But she was not a weak woman. Jade didn't fall for things like that. "I'm leaving," she announced.
"Oh, really?"
He folded his arms across his chest and leaned back against the cement wall, crossing one ankle over the other.
"Where to?"
She glanced back at Jamie, who wore a sad sort of look on her face. She shook her head as she approached the garage. "I'm sorry, Miss Miller, but we really don't have any other place for you to go. Now, you've already signed the paperwork outlining this agreement. Mr. Emerson has too. I suggest you bury your past and move forward." Jade set her eyes back on Gavin in time to see the slow lift of one dark blonde eyebrow. "When did he sign the agreement?" she asked, figuring it was before he'd known about Luke.
"Just now."
Jamie held up the paperwork in her hand. He'd signed it just now, had he? Jade sighed. Her brain was mush. The last few days had been more than a mere roller coaster. It felt as if she'd taken a ride in a mental food processor where her mind had been pureed into something foreign even to her. Living in fear was not her style, but neither was becoming a victim, and she refused to put Luke in harm's way. At last, Jade sucked in a breath of courage, swallowed her thinning pride, and opened her car door. "Come on, Luke. We're going." Luke's eyes were set on the screen of his DS.
"Huh?"
He pulled his headphones down. "We're leaving now, with my friend, Gavin." Gavin smiled.
"Friend?"
Luke plastered a grin on his round little face.
"In the black car?"
Jade nodded. "Yes."
"It's a Camaro,"
Gavin bragged.
"Awesome!"
Luke darted out of the car, the earphones hanging around his neck. He held the device in one hand, his booster seat in the other. "Look both ways!" Jade hollered as he bolted toward the sports car. "Oh, there won't be any cars in here today," the officer assured. Jade figured as much, but was more interested in teaching Luke good habits.
"Looks like your boy has nice taste in cars,"
Gavin said with a smile. He ran a hand over his muscular jaw, while Jade tried not to admire the dark 6 o'clock shadow, accenting the shape of his full lips. Wait, was he mumbling something? "What was that?" she asked.
"Kid's got good taste in cars, unlike his mom."
Jade opened the trunk and grabbed Luke's suitcase. "Wait a minute. You actually think that I, as a single mother paying all bills on my own without a scrap of child support, handpicked a dull green 1995 Geo Prism because it's my dream car? Is that what you're implying right now?" Gavin took Luke's case from her, took hold of the other bag she held as well, and started walking.
"No child support. Why would you need that? I thought you were married, right? 3 months and counting."
He chuckled snidely as he glanced over one shoulder. Jade rolled her eyes, striding back to the pile of luggage while Gavin loaded the others in the trunk. "I was trying to get you off my back," she hollered. "Obviously, I'm not married." Gavin had crossed the distance by the time she had her arms full with their remaining items. He stepped close to her, invasively close, before responding.
"You didn't have to lie, Freckles. Don't you know a thing about men?"
She held his wicked gaze, keeping silent as her lip twitched. Her heart picked up a rapid pace as he reached toward her. Jade watched in silence as he pried her fingers from the case she held. Once it was free, he tucked it under his arm and took the handbag from her, too. After securing the quilt under his arm, the attractive stranger took a few steps back. A trace of heat rose to her face as he looked her up and down.
"Should have just told me you had a kid,"
he said coldly.
"Would have never heard from me again."
He strode over to his car, placed the remainder of her things in the small trunk, and closed it. Jade stood there, empty-handed and seething. Jamie gave her a pity smile as if she might actually sit there and take the insult. Gavin sauntered back to her once more, a spark of triumph brewing in his deep green eyes. Once he stood just a few feet from her, he stopped walking and tucked his thumbs into the pockets of his jeans. Jade took one slow step toward him, followed by another. One last step had her standing directly in front of him, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath along her forehead. She glanced up through her lashes, refusing to be intimidated by his handsome face or impressive stature. "Gavin," she said, voice low and even. He smiled, a cruel, arrogant grin.
"Yes?"
"You might think comments like that bother me, but they don't." His smile stayed put, but an unmistakable trace of curiosity showed in the furrow of his brow. "In case you haven't gotten a hint, I don't want a man in my life, and it's comments like those that strengthen my resolve to stay far away from guys like you." Gavin shifted his weight from one foot to the next, the action somehow making him even taller than he'd been a second ago.
"Won't that be a little difficult, seeing that we're going to be posing as a married couple?"
She smiled this time. "Nope. I can act like I adore you, if it means keeping Luke safe."
"Then let's get on with it,"
he said. "Fine by me." Jade moved to walk around him, but was stopped as he stepped in front of her.
"Whoa, you're not doing a very good job so far."
She tilted her head. "At what?" Gavin's gaze held hers as an amused grin tugged at his lips once more.
"Pretending you adore me, honey lips."
Jade couldn't hold in the laugh that snuck up the back of her throat. He persisted.
"I mean, at some point you're going to have to get a little closer to me."
He leaned down, brought his mouth to her ear.
"We might even have to touch."
Short, coarse hairs from his scruff grazed her ear, raising goosebumps on her arms. She cleared her throat, unnerved by the unwanted feelings stirring within her. It had been a long time since she'd let a man get so close to her, and she wasn't used to the sensations that accompanied it. "Give me a break," she said, willing herself to recover. The masculine scent of his cologne lingered as she walked around to the passenger side of his car. Where did that quilt go? She was certain she'd pulled it from her car already.
"The blanket?" Gavin asked. "I put it in the trunk."
Jade nodded, feeling agitated and confused. "Well, I wanted to keep it out. Luke will sleep throughout part of the drive." Gavin strode back to the trunk and popped it open. After retrieving the quilt, he held it up and raised his brows in question. "Yeah, that's it. Thanks." She watched as he opened the door on his side, offering the blanket to Luke with one outstretched arm. "Thanks, Gavin," Luke said, voice soft and kind.
"Sure thing, little man."
A flitter of fear rushed through Jade's body at the friendly exchange. She worried over the bond Luke may form with Gavin during their time spent in hiding. Everything she worked so hard to avoid was now pouring into her life like a mean flash flood. Jade only hoped she could fix the damage once it was all said and done. For now, she and Luke just needed to stay alive. Jade sighed as she took one last look at her car, a deep sadness accompanying the hurt in her heart. "It'll be safe here," Jamie said, breaking her silence. "Thanks." Jade opened the passenger door to the Camaro. As she heard the roar of the garage door closing behind her, Jade pulled in one last breath of her old life, wondering what things would be like in the days ahead. Chapter 7. He'd done it now, set fire to that girl's flaring temper in the worst possible way. Served her right for turning him down, lying to him as she'd done. Besides, he'd only spoken the truth. There was no faster way to rid herself of unwanted pursuers than to mention she held an entirely different title, Mommy. Turn-off number 1. Sitting right at the top of the list of all turn-offs. Smelly diapers, screaming kids, stressed out, worn out, and too tired to put out. No thank you. After a long stretch of silence, Gavin reached for the radio and tapped up the volume. Soon they were beyond the set of iron gates and heading down the wide-open road, the promise of what lay ahead pushing him forward. Forget about the fact that he had to play happy father to the kid in back, or adoring husband to the uptight man-hater beside him. When this was all said and done, His father would finally give him what he should have handed over years ago, the value of his property there on Emerson Ranch. A pair of flip-flops hit the car floor, and Jade lifted her legs to where her heels rested on the dash. He opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by the curve of her leg. Couldn't complain about a view like that. He eyed her feet, satisfied when he saw they were clean, and decided to keep his mouth shut. Besides, there was no guarantee the girl would listen to him anyway, not when he'd already ticked her off. The song ended, a commercial blared, and Gavin turned down the sound. He should probably try to get to know this girl who had made such an impression on him when they'd first met, hear what her story was. Clearly there was no expectation for romance now, on either side, but it wouldn't hurt to be friendly, would it? "So you have any family in L.A.?" he asked. Jade kept her gaze set on the scene beyond her window. "My mother," she said. "She lives in East L.A." He glanced over at her, surprised. "East? Is that where you grew up?" She turned back to him. "Yes." The way she'd answered seemed final somehow, so he dropped that topic and went on to the next. Light talk mostly, the basics. Where she worked, how long she'd been working there, who he worked for and what he did. A quarter of the way through the trip, or 5 hours later, they pulled up to a Wendy's to order food.
"Is this lunch?"
Luke asked from the back seat. Jade glanced at the clock on the dashboard. More like dinner.
I hate when we do dinner."
Gavin quirked a brow. "What's dinner?" Jade spoke up. "Like brunch, only it's a mix between lunch and dinner." Luke groaned.
"Yeah, so we only eat once and not twice."
Gavin gave that some thought, eyeing the kid through the rear view. "Well, then I hate dinner, too." He glanced over in time to catch a heated glare from Jade. "But we've got another 5 hours on the road before we get to the hotel, so how about this? We eat 2 meals at one time. Pig out, The little guy clapped his hands.
"Yeah!"
"So what'll it be? 5 cheeseburgers? 10? With 4 milkshakes and 50 chicken nuggets?" Luke laughed.
100 chicken nuggets."
100? Gavin smiled over at Jade. "Is that what your mom usually gets?" Jade smacked him on the arm before spinning around to look at the kid. "Really, Skywalker, you want a kid's meal?" He nodded. "The nuggets?" she asked.
"And a cheeseburger, too. I'm eating 2 meals, remember?"
Gavin only smiled as she looked at him pointedly. "Okay," she said. "Chocolate milk?"
"Yeah."
Gavin remained quiet, intrigued by the exchange between them. Jade pulled a few bills from her wallet. "I'm going to get 2 spicy chickens with a large fry and an ice water." He listed off the order, adding his to the mix, and pulled up to get the food. "1 kid's meal," he said, handing it to Luke. "Ice water for you, Dr. Pepper for me. And here's our food." He handed the steaming sack to Jade. "How about we go over to that park?" she said. "Luke's got to run around for a bit, or he's going to get grouchy." A trip to the park. Was she serious? We have another 15 hours to drive before we get to the ranch," he said. "And like you mentioned, another 5 before we even get to the hotel in Salt Lake. I think we should just keep going." Hell, they'd already pulled over twice to let the boy take a whiz. Luke started to plead with him from the back seat, but Jade silenced him. "Listen, I can drive if you're getting tired. I don't mind." "I would never let a woman drive my car," Gavin said, appalled at the mere thought. Jade glared at him. "I'm not dying to drive your precious car, Gramps, but you're acting like an extra half hour is going to kill you. Luke's been great so far. If you want the rest of the trip to be pleasant, pull up to the park, let him play for a while, and he'll be good as new." Gramps? What was she trying to say? He reached a hand up, ran it over the short, coarse scruff along his jaw. "Why'd you call me that?" A smile pulled at her lips, reached all the way to those warm brown eyes of hers. A small blaze lit up in his belly at the sight. Had he seen her smile yet? Yes, at the club. It was nice, even better than he remembered. "Because you sound like a grumpy old man." She coughed low in her throat, channeling some deep voice within her, and continued. "I would never let no woman drive my car." She broke into honest laughter. I've never met anyone your age who talks that way. It's something else, that's for sure. Something else? He watched as she glanced over one shoulder. Hey, Luke, man, you ready to play at the park? She asked. Yeah, the kid cheered. Was she kidding? Gavin eyed the boy through the rear view, shocked by the way Jade had mentioned it to him before he'd agreed to it. The boy's smile was as big as his face. Gavin sighed. Truth was, though he didn't want to admit it after the whole Gramps comment, Gavin's legs were starting to cramp. A pit stop might not be so bad. Plus, it looked as if the park had restrooms. May as well kill two birds with one stone. Luke somehow managed to dance while strapped into his little seat as Gavin headed down the road and toward the park. Once there, he shut off the engine, grabbed his drink, and strode toward the picnic benches in the shade. Luke bolted out of the car, hollering with excitement. Here's the food, Jade said, coming up alongside him. She proceeded to pull out napkins, setting them on the table along with the food, making the area look like some organized picnic. Let's let him get some of that energy out of his system before he eats, she suggested. Luke landed at the bottom of the slide with a thump before racing up the ladder once more.
Seems like a pretty good kid,
Gavin admitted.
Doesn't whine much.
Jade retrieved a small bottle from her purse and began twisting the lid off. He's a great kid, she said. A dream compared to some. While inspecting the bottle further, Gavin realized what it was.
Tabasco sauce?
He blurted. She shook a few squirts of the sauce onto the corner of her sandwich wrapper. You want some? It took a moment to respond.
You actually keep that stuff in your purse?
Well, not everybody carries it, and I got tired of asking people all the time.
Huh.
He watched as she dipped her chicken sandwich before taking a bite. She went to dunk it a second time, but paused as she looked up at him. Are you going to stare at me the whole time, or eat? Gavin cleared his throat.
Maybe I'll do both, sweet cheeks,
he said, smiling as she rolled her eyes. He liked teasing Jade. She was intriguing. Obviously not dating material with the kid and all, but he wouldn't mind spending time with her in the days ahead.
So how much does your son know about everything going on?
Gavin asked before biting into his cheeseburger. Well, Jade said, I had a talk with him about staying in another place for a while. He knows a woman at my work was killed and that I witnessed it, but I didn't tell him we were in danger. I just said that we had to go away for a while until they put the guy in jail. Gavin nodded for a moment, considering.
Does he understand that we're going to be posing as a family? That he should call me Dad?
He can call you Gavin, Jade snapped. Stepchildren do that all the time.
Okay, fine. But does he know it's supposed to look like we're married?
She paused in chewing and gulped.
Listen,
Gavin said.
In a few hours, we'll arrive at a hotel. A hotel where we'll be checking into one room, not two.
I think we'd be fine to go in separately and get our own rooms. We'll be 10 hours away.
That's right. Exactly 10 hours. Easy to calculate. If this guy has enough money to make that kind of bail so quickly, he's got connections.
He waited for her to argue. When she didn't, he worked to gain more ground.
Now, you've agreed to let me protect you. I can't do that if you insist on separating from me at crucial points like that.
Her gaze had shifted over to Luke, a sullen expression on her face. Okay, I'll tell him. I'll let him know that, in case the guy's looking for us. We're going to act like a family. Gavin was half tempted to get after her for not having done so in the first place, but he could tell this wasn't easy for her. Jade didn't seem the type of woman to back down easily. He'd consider it a victory and leave it at that. As he took another bite, Gavin turned his attention to the kid where he sat in the sand, letting handfuls of it sift between his small fingers. He tried not to think about how much of that sand would end up in his back seat.
Can't imagine taking care of a kid,
he said, more to himself than Jade.
Making sure he has everything he needs all the time? Keeping him happy?
He glanced at her as she dunked her fries into a small cup of ranch dressing.
You must really have your act together.
She shrugged. Only when it comes to Luke. I can't organize my own life worth of crap. 4-year-olds are less complicated. She let her eyes drift back to the playground, a hint of a smile playing on her pale pink lips. He ran a slow gaze over her face, accented by light ivory skin and the natural blush of her cheeks. That hair of hers, caught somewhere between blonde and red, swirled gently along her shoulders with the breeze. He could hardly believe this was really her, the woman he'd fallen for at the club. A memory of their conversation that night sparked anew, along with the yearning he'd felt for her. He wondered if her sadness that evening had anything to do with Luke's dad.
"You want to talk about his father?"
he asked. It was a gutsy question, but he may as well get it out in the open. "Not really," Jade said. She let out a laugh as she dipped more fries. "It's not a great topic for me. He's, egotistical, selfish, wants nothing to do with Luke."
"Why don't you seek child support?"
"Because I want nothing to do with him. Anyway, we've been doing all right. I mean, we might not live in the best part of town, but we make it work. And life's been good. Until recently." That brought up another question. The shooting. The murder she'd witnessed. Yet just as Gavin worked up the nerve to ask her, Jade's hand gripped his arm, tense and shaky. "That car," she murmured, eyeing the distant lot. In seconds flat, she darted off the bench, running toward the play area. A beat of panic burst through him as he reached for the holster at his back, securing his handgun as the car approached. The feel of the cool metal against his palm, combined with the adrenaline surging through his form, caused visions of his Vegas life to flash through his mind. He squinted to look through the windshield. A harmless-looking bunch, mother and kids, filled the green Mustang. Thank heavens he'd kept the gun hidden behind his back. He glanced over one shoulder. Sand flew beneath Jade's feet as she tore through the playground, wrapping her arms around her boy and nearly dragging him to the climbing wall. The doors on the car flung open. The kids piled out, followed by a tired-looking mother. Gavin tucked his gun back in place, shaking his head as he walked toward the play area, the soft sand sinking beneath his shoes. Jade had squatted low to the ground, her back pasted flat against the wall. She held Luke against her, gripping him tightly. He cleared his throat, and Jade looked up.
"You found us,"
Luke said with a smile. Gavin held Jade's gaze, realizing she'd managed to hide her fear from the kid. Her eyes pleaded with him to play along.
"Yep, I found you guys. This was a good hiding spot,"
he added.
"Our turn. We count this time."
Luke struggled to get free from his mother's grip. Jade held firm. "Who was in the Mustang?" she whispered, eyes wide and frightened.
"Some kids with their mother."
"Are you sure?" The group of children came up from behind, hollering loudly as they came. He nodded at her, then hunched down and ran a finger over Luke's nose.
"Let's play hide and seek later. You still have to eat your 2 meals in one, remember? Your food's getting cold up there."
Jade loosened her grip on Luke, the tension seeming to fall from her limbs in an instant. She looked over at the car as she stood, and then eyed the people who'd just arrived with a satisfied nod. As they made their way back to the picnic table, Jade tagging slightly behind, Gavin noticed that her body shook with residual fear. He wasn't sure what to make of the whole ordeal. Didn't know if he was qualified to do or say anything that might help this woman after what she'd been through. It was obvious that Jade didn't want to frighten Luke, but if she kept acting so paranoid, she'd ruin the kid for life. He might not know a thing about being a parent, but he was pretty sure folks needed to be more upfront with their kids than she'd been. Still, there was no need to ruffle those pretty little feathers of hers by saying so. After all, it was only day number 1. There'd be plenty of time for that later. Chapter 8. Jade was humiliated. Even hours later, she could not get over the way she'd freaked out of the park in front of Gavin and Luke. At least Luke hadn't really noticed her anxiety, thanks mostly to Gavin. For someone as clueless as he was about kids, Gavin sure had come to her rescue in that moment. Perhaps he had a redeeming quality after all. A wide stretch of mountain stood tall beyond the freeway as they approached the midpoint of their trip. The darkening blue sky accented several trees lining the interstate, some rich with plum-colored leaves, others green with hints of gold and orange scattered throughout. In all the chaos, she'd almost forgotten autumn was fast approaching. Luke was supposed to start preschool with some of his daycare buddies in a few short weeks. Guess that would have to wait. "So how much further until we get to the hotel?" Jade asked. Gavin covered a yawn.
"Think we're almost there. Looks like Luke is out,"
he added after checking the rearview mirror. In response to Gavin's reply, a bit of warmth seeped into Jade's heart. It took her a moment to figure out why. It was just that, for the first time, Gavin had referred to Luke by using his name. Apparently, some sad, desperate part of her liked it, and for no good reason. No, she decided, it was because she wanted Luke to feel important, and she knew Gavin's attention would do just that, perhaps in a way that she couldn't. The thought fanned at a worrying ember within her, concern of her going back on everything she'd built over the last year. Jade had steered clear of relationships, men in general, really. She'd gone to great efforts to keep all the dating drama out of her life. But what now? How confused would Luke be with her and Gavin pretending they were married, only to have it all ripped out from under him once the danger passed? Yet that was just it. They were in danger. Luke needed to be protected, no matter the cost. Emotional wounds would heal with love and time. The same couldn't be said if Rhett got his hands on them. Jade continued to muse on her concerns as Gavin checked in, and while they hauled select pieces of luggage up to their room. Luke had awoken with enough energy to have Jade fearing he might have slept too much throughout the day. Hopefully he wouldn't be up all night. They still had another 10 hours to go, and she and Gavin desperately needed sleep. 2 queen-sized beds, covered in matching rust-colored quilts, took up most of the room. Abstract paintings hung on the walls, one next to the light fixture, the other beside the large open window. Jade pulled her luggage into a corner next to the far bed, claiming it as hers and Luke's. After grabbing something to sleep in, a light pair of shorts and a t-shirt, she headed for the bathroom. Behind the closed door, she mused on the awkward situation. Stuck in a single room with this guy. Of course, it was bigger than the car, but she barely knew Gavin, and now she had to walk out in her nightwear, get Luke changed and ready for bed, and sleep in the same room with him. What if she said something embarrassing in her sleep? Or if Luke had nightmares and kept Gavin awake? Similar concerns plagued her as she changed her clothes in record time, anxious to get Luke out of Gavin's hair and ready for bed. With her clothes wadded in one hand, Jade swung open the door to see a sight she had to pause to fully take in. Gavin lay peacefully on his bed, one arm supporting his head, the other resting across his chest. On the other bed lay Luke, mimicking Gavin's exact position down to the placement of his hands. Both had their shoes off and resting at the foot of the bed. A few quiet steps brought her closer to Luke. His eyes pried open, just enough for him to observe Gavin further, as if checking to see if he hadn't moved a muscle. "You ready to brush your teeth?" Jade asked, dipping into the suitcase once more. Luke stayed in place.
Nah, I'm puckered out.
Puckered?
"Tuckered,"
Gavin mumbled.
"He's just too tuckered out to move. Like me."
Jade eyed the two of them back and forth before replying. "Well, too bad. He has to brush his teeth. Come on," she said, lifting Luke from the bed. Jade wasn't sure why she was so annoyed, only knew that she was. Yet as she and Luke brushed their teeth and got ready for bed, Jade only hoped Gavin was as tired as he said. Perhaps when they stepped back into the room, it would be dark already. Maybe if they took long enough, Gavin would fall asleep, and they could do the same, avoiding the discomfort of being cramped into a hotel room with a near stranger. The distant sound of a TV blaring beyond the door made her realize that wouldn't be the case. Luke twisted the knob and burst into the room. In moments flat, he'd taken position on the opposite bed, copying Gavin's tired-looking slouch at the foot of it.
"Thought I'd check the news for a bit,"
Gavin said pointedly, looking at Jade. "That's a good idea." Jade turned to Luke. "You want to play with your cards?"
Yeah.
Luke said, eyes wide with excitement. Jade plunked a small case onto the bed, unzipped the front pouch, and retrieved the deck. At once, Luke started spreading the cards onto the surface of the bed. He frowned as Jade took a seat on her side of it.
Mom, that's messing it up.
She eyed the cards sliding toward her. Just put them further toward the edge, she suggested.
Or she could come sit over here.
Gavin patted his bed. The covers were still pulled over the surface. Only a few minor wrinkles showed from where he'd been laying moments ago.
No, that's okay,
Jade said. Luke pushed her arm.
Go, Mom. He wants you to.
Gavin smiled at her playfully.
Yeah, Jade, I want you to.
Jade sighed. If Luke noticed her resistance to get close to Gavin, he may not trust him. She needed to show that she felt he was a safe friend, a protector to them both. Okay. She took slow steps around her bed, paused once she stood in front of his, and plopped down on the far corner with an inward groan. Gavin leaned far over, mumbling under his breath.
There, Freckles. That wasn't so hard, was it?
She shrugged.
Nice shirt, by the way,
he added. Jade looked down to see her worn-out t-shirt. A dark skull with crossbones took up the front. She eyed him warily.
Thanks.
For the next half hour, she kept her eyes on the news, but her mind was someplace else. Why did Luke suddenly want to mimic Gavin? He'd copied him at their picnic earlier, dipping his fries in ketchup for the first time in his life. Forget about the fact that Jade had been trying to get him to try it since he had teeth. And then on the bed, positioning himself as he had. Gavin hadn't done anything to earn his admiration, yet he seemed to own it all the same. The thought annoyed Jade more than she wanted to admit.
Guess no news is good news,
Gavin said, coming to a stand. He shut off the TV and looked at Jade.
Oh yes, you're right.
Although she wasn't exactly sure what he'd been watching for. Nearby murders, once close to their current location, or perhaps something that would indicate he'd gone after the others at the diner, something Jade herself feared. Either way, she'd been too distracted to focus.
I'm going to hit the shower,
Gavin announced, stretching his arms over his head.
Don't worry about leaving the lights on for me. I'll find my way easily enough.
And with that, he grabbed his bag and headed into the bathroom. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as the door shut. Luke, lazily propped by one elbow, lay hunched over his cards, some slipping beneath his weight as he dozed.
Come on, Skywalker,
she said, gathering his cards.
Let's get under the covers.
But I'm not tired yet,
he protested.
She laughed. Yes, you are. Now hurry. We need to be asleep before Gavin comes out of his shower.
Why?
He rubbed his eyes as he climbed off the bed. Jade tucked the cards back into his case, realizing she didn't have an answer. Why did she want to be asleep before Gavin came out? Because she wasn't sure what he'd be wearing? Or wouldn't be wearing, for that matter? Certainly he'd be appropriately covered, but just picturing him stepping out of the bathroom, bare-chested and damp, had her wishing they'd been handed over to some old man instead. She didn't need the distraction of some too handsome for his own good stranger messing with her mind on top of everything else. Once Luke was tucked beneath the covers, Jade stepped over to her side and climbed in.
Will you do crisscross on my back?
Luke asked. He flattened his tummy against the bed, sprawling his arms out to either side of his head in preparation.
Sure,
Jade said. A small lamp by the door cast a sliver of light into the room. She sat up, scooted closer to him, and ran her finger over his back.
Criss-cross applesauce.
The rivets of his thin tank top caught in places beneath her fingertips as she moved them along his back, reciting the length of the poem. Luke giggled and squirmed along the way, laughing out loud toward the end.
And now you've got the chills,
she said, satisfied to see goosebumps rising on his arms. A sharp blast of light pierced through the shadowed space as the bathroom door flung open.
Oops, sorry,
Gavin said, and the light went out. A loud thump ensued, followed by a near-silent curse.
You okay?
Jade asked through a laugh.
Fine, he grumbled.
Jade eyed him in the dim light, her heart thumping faster as she saw what she imagined she might. Though Gavin wore what looked like a pair of boxer shorts, his broad chest was bare and chiseled to perfection.
I left a light on for you,
she managed. He didn't answer, only climbed into bed with a groan.
Do his back now,
Luke prompted.
What? No.
Still flustered by the appearance of Gavin's muscled chest, Jade had reacted to Luke's comment with more objection than natural.
Please,
Luke whined.
I want to see if he gets the chills.
He won't. Jade pulled the covers over Luke's back. Good night.
I won't what?
Gavin asked. From the corner of her eye, Jade could see that he lay flat on his back as he had earlier, that tattooed arm supporting his head, the other resting on his chest. Nothing, Jade answered. Luke popped up like a jack-in-the-box, pushing the covers off in an instant.
She does this thing to your back. It gives you chills.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Luke said with a nod.
Well, I'm game,
Gavin said.
Let's have it.
As she eyed the daring look on Gavin's face, a moment of weakness snuck in, and Jade found herself wanting to be close to him, rubbing the tips of her fingers over his wonderfully sculpted back, seeing if perhaps she could cause him to break out in goosebumps.
I'm waiting,
Gavin crooned.
You're not scared of me, are you, Freckles?
Jade had already hopped off the bed, surprising herself with a bold act. Nope, she fibbed, surveying his bed as if it were a foreign object. You've got to, lay on your stomach, though.
Okay.
He dug one elbow into the bed as he turned over, and there he lay, directly in the center, leaving her plenty of room on either side. With the slow exhale of a pent-up breath, Jade climbed onto the bed, a mess of butterflies warring within her stomach. Okay, she said, gently resting the tip of her finger on his large, muscled shoulder. His skin, warm and smooth, emitted a current of heated tension that surged through her body, played tricks with her mind. She cleared her throat and began. It goes like this. Criss-cross. She made a giant X over the impressive span of his back, admiring the sculpted contours as she went. With all of her fingers, she trickled circular shapes up the length as she continued, drawing the next word out slowly. Applesauce. He flinched slightly beneath her touch, revealing a ticklish spot on one side. She smiled, gently pressing the tips of her fingernails against his flesh in a climbing motion toward the top. Spiders crawling up your back. Bite, bite. Blood rushing down. After pinching his neck in a few places, Jade ran her fingers lazily down his back. A rash of chills surfaced on his tan skin. Jade smiled as she leaned over him to finish. Cool breeze. She blew on his neck. Tight squeeze, Jade added, grabbing the back of his neck with one hand. And now, you've got the chills. She ran one hand up the back of his head, the other down the length of his back. Gavin groaned, the sound slightly muffled by the mattress beneath him.
That gave me chills in places I didn't think possible.
Jade laughed, moving to slide off the bed.
Hold up, honey lips,
Gavin said.
It's your turn now.
The comment took her by surprise. What? But Gavin was already sitting up.
You heard me. I want to give this thing a try, see if I can give you the chills.
And for some reason she couldn't possibly dissect, Jade wanted him to give it a try, too. On her, and only her.
Come on,
he coaxed.
Onto your stomach.
All right, she agreed. You get one shot. As Jade lowered herself onto her stomach, she spied Luke lying on his side of the bed. Her heart quickened as she realized he'd already fallen asleep, which left her alone with Gavin on his bed. What was she doing? This was a bad idea.
What do you say first?
He asked, resting a large hand along her back. And there was that energy again, surging through her skin at his touch, his entirely affecting, probably shouldn't be legal touch. It starts with crisscross? The sound of her jittery voice echoed in the small gap between the mattress and her face. She gulped, prepared to key into every move.
Oh, yeah.
He made a large X across her back.
You tell me what to say, and I'll try and remember what to do for each part.
She hoped he wouldn't see the goosebumps that had already formed along her arms. It had been ages since she'd had someone other than Luke rub her back, and in that moment, she couldn't help but welcome Gavin's attentions.
What comes next?
Jade cleared her throat. It's applesauce. And then the spiders. He seemed to make up his own actions for that part, but she'd be lying if she said it didn't feel good. The solid tips of his large fingers moved over the sides of her back before he pinched at her neck several times. Blood rushing down, she managed, her voice small and shaky. That's right. He moved his hands over the length of her back as he repeated the words, allowing the heat from his palms to penetrate her thin t-shirt. I know the rest, he said, and it sounded like a warning. Jade tensed up in response, feeling too affected as it was. She smiled as he lowered himself over her, flattening his hands on the pillow at either side of her head. Her heart sped up even more as her body melted into a warm, delighted mass on the bed. She could swear she felt his lips move over her neck as he whispered, "Cool breeze." The feel of his breath caused a second ripple of goosebumps to rise along her arms and legs. Tight squeeze. She squealed as he wrapped one large hand around the back of her neck, lightly squeezing into her flesh. And now you have the chills. The sound of his voice was a tease all its own, rugged, low, alluring. Jade shrunk into the pillow as his hand slid through her hair and along the back of her scalp. She giggled slightly as his other hand traced down her back, slower than it should, gently, longingly. In the pause that followed, Jade had the sudden urge to roll onto her back, look into Gavin's deep green eyes, and pull him in for a long, passionate kiss. "Well, good night," she blurted, terrified at where her mind had wandered. How desperate was she anyway? She didn't even like this guy. The weight of him around her vanished as he moved back to his side of the bed while clearing his throat. "Good night, Jade." This was why she couldn't be trusted. Night one, and she'd already let down her guard. Forget about let down. She'd tossed it across the room and hopped into bed with the guy. Not intending to do anything, of course, but still. Her breath was shaky as she slunk beneath the covers next to Luke, an undefined longing in her heart. She trusted that Gavin could offer protection, that he was a decent guy who'd do what he could to keep her and Luke safe. Beyond that, she needed to stay in check. Gavin didn't want a woman with a kid. Luke didn't need a distracted mother, and Jade couldn't take another broken heart. Chapter 9. Familiar sights of his old hometown had Gavin anxious and irritable all at once. It didn't help that Luke had thrown tantrums off and on throughout the long drive. The kid may have taken the first day of traveling like a champ, but day 2 was throwing him into a tailspin, reminding Gavin of how glad he was that nothing had happened between him and Jade the night before. It wasn't due to lack of interest on his part. Hell, it felt as if the entire bed had been lit on fire when Jade sunk close to his side, and the desire that coursed through his veins at the feel of her touch had him aching for more. It was the reason he'd been so set on returning the favor. No sense in her getting him all hot and bothered and then wandering off to a good night's sleep of her own. He'd considered it his personal duty to ensure she'd been just as flustered as he was. Only it had backfired. Touching her the way he had, the slender length of her back, the silky curve of her neck, the entire thing had him dying to spin her around and press a kiss to those full, pouty lips. It had him remembering the night he'd met her at the club, the undeniable sparks that had flickered between them. Good thing he hadn't affected Jade the way she had him. He was grateful to her for stopping things. He'd just have to keep a clear mind from here on out. That was all. "So you mentioned that your family lives out here, too," Jade said. "Are we going to stop by and see them first?" Her question may have been innocent enough, but it still unleashed a rash of pent-up anger he could hardly squelch. "Nope." "No?" She looked over at him pointedly. "Why not?" Gavin shook his head in response, unwilling to open that ugly can of worms with Luke in the car. Kids weren't meant to hear the words going through his head right then. "The landscape here is amazing," she said, turning her attention out the window. "Isn't it, Luke?" "Huh?" the little guy asked from the back. Jade turned in her seat. "Don't you think it's pretty here? Do you like the mountains and the pretty leaves and stuff? And look how blue the sky is." Luke only nodded. "I mean, the air here must be so clean," she said with a laugh. "There's, no smog or fumes." Gavin shrugged, wondering why Jade had become so talkative all of a sudden. It was exhausting. The thoughts in his head were spinning so fast and so random he could barely keep up. It might be just 5 in the afternoon, but he'd been driving for 10 hours straight and was desperate to lay in bed and tune out the world.
"We're on their property now," he said. "About 3 or 4 miles and we'll be there."
"Oh, I think I see the house. Wait, are there 2? Jade squinted as she peered through the windshield.
"One's the house, the other's the barn. Earl said the ranch hands will be in the basement another month or so. They've got their own kitchen down there and everything."
"And we'll be upstairs with your aunt and uncle?" she asked.
"Yep. They've got 3 extra rooms up there, so even you and Luke will have your own separate bedroom."
She nodded. "That's nice."
"Thing is,"
Gavin said,
"we'll need to be careful around the ranch hands, make sure it looks like we're together. It's a small world, and you never know what kind of connections people have. In fact, Earl says one of the hands is from California, close to L.A., from what I understand, so we've really got to keep our story straight."
Just thinking about it made Gavin's head hurt. True. Jade leaned closer to him as if warming up to the part. "We did meet a year ago," she said. "We could just say it all started there. That from that night, we became an item, got married."
3 months ago?
Gavin chimed in. She gave him a snide grin. Sure, 3 months ago. Why did that smile affect him so much, he wondered, working to force his eyes back on the road. Jade continued. "It's close to August 15th now, so I guess we could say we got married the 15th of May. It took a moment for Gavin to remember what they were talking about.
"Yeah, May 15th sounds good."
"What about rings?" Jade asked. "I mean, I'm not very traditional when it comes to all that, but we definitely need rings." She eyed her hands briefly before tugging a silver band off one of the fingers from her right hand. Gavin glanced over in time to see her place the ring onto her left ring finger. "Fits okay," she said. "Might not ever get it off again, but at least it won't come loose and get lost, I guess."
"Never get it off?"
He lifted a brow.
"You'll be bound to me forever."
She rolled her eyes. "What about you? Got any rings we might use?" A vision of his ex-girlfriend came to mind.
"Look in my glove box,"
he said.
"My ex bought me a ring."
"The one you were seeing when we met?" She opened the glove box before her.
"Yeah, name's Carly. I tried to give it back to her, but she wanted me to keep it. I've been meaning to pawn it for a while."
Jade looked at it, thoughtful. She finally murmured. "Here, is it meant for that finger? Like a wedding ring?" He nodded as he took the ring, sliding it onto his finger. "Did she want to get married and you didn't?" Jade sounded horrified. Gavin nodded a second time. "How awful for her," she said. "I hope she moved on and married someone amazing." Gavin remained quiet. Truth was, he wanted the same thing for Carly. It wasn't her fault he hadn't been ready to settle down. A man has to come to that in his own time, although Gavin wondered if that time would ever come for him. Doubted he'd ever liked a woman enough to commit to spending the rest of his life with her. "Good thing yours is silver, too," Jade said. "They match, at least." Gavin glanced at the ring on his finger, realizing that folks in town would believe he had finally settled down. Word would spread quickly, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Now his possibility for romance on the side would be out of the question. Not that he should be thinking about that anyway. He just needed to focus on sticking to his duties, playing happy family man and managing the ranch, 2 things he'd fought against doing for the last several years of his life. With a deep sigh, he reminded himself that things would be over before long. Soon, Gavin would have everything he wanted, a check for his property in his pocket, a world of single living in his future, and ranch life forever in his past. Jade's brows furrowed as they approached the home. Several vehicles were parked around the house, many lined up down the road as well. "These guys collect cars?" she asked. When Gavin failed to answer, she looked over to see the death grip he had on the wheel.
"Son of a..."
He let the sentence die as he eyed the rear view. Jade checked the back seat, guessing at what or who had stopped Gavin from finishing his sentence. Luke sat silently taking in the view from his window. A red brick house with a porch that looked bigger than the home itself. 2 young boys chased a large yellow lab around the yard, and though she couldn't exactly see into the yard, hints of a large gathering were evident in the long shadows stretching in the sunlight.
Why the hell did they have to bust out the darn welcome committee?
Gavin griped. Jade shrugged. Probably to make it look more real. If you were really bringing home your new wife and stepson, wouldn't there be a lot of people who'd want to welcome you?
Yeah, but everyone knows I don't get along with my family.
You don't? She asked, surprised. Gavin only shook his head.
I'll tell you about it later. Can't we just get this over with? All I wanted was a hot shower and a warm bed. Now I have to play newlywed and stepdad and tell everyone how thrilled I am to be back home. The last place on earth I want to be. Doing the one thing I've fought against my entire life.
The angry echo of his voice was swallowed up by a sudden silence. She glanced back at Luke once more, wishing he hadn't heard the mean, bitter words. A sad furrow of concern gripped hold of his small, round face.
Gavin doesn't like it here?
He asked her. Gavin looked as if he was about to snap. Without another word, he tore open the door and slammed it behind him. Angry strides took him back down the dirt road where he kicked random rocks as if they'd caused his grief. He probably just needs a nap, she said to Luke. But inside, her thoughts weren't nearly so forgiving. What a jerk! Jade wanted to run after him, shove him hard with both hands, and send him flat to the ground. Why had he hidden his resentment until then? That moment? Why'd he have to explode the second they pulled up to a house full of people she and Luke had never met? The sound of the rear door opening pulled Jade from her musings. The 2 blonde-haired boys she'd seen a moment ago now stood at the open door, wide smiles on their faces. Jade stepped out of the car. "Hi, boys," she said. "What are your names?"
I'm Jonah, and this is Jackson,
one of the boys said. She smiled. "Are you guys twins?" The 2 nodded, and the one named Jackson spoke up.
Can he come and play?
A quick glance into the car told her Luke liked the idea. He'd already undone his seatbelt and was shrugging out of it.
How old are you guys?
He asked them.
We're 5.
The boys answered.
I'm 5 too,
Luke said, climbing out of the car. Almost 5, Jade corrected. Jonah patted his back.
That means we're older, but that's okay.
The comment would have made Jade smile had she not been so angry with Gavin. "Stay close," she told Luke. "I'm going to talk with Gavin for a minute while your new friends show you around."
Where's new cousins?
The one named Jonah said. Luke looked at Jade, confusion etched on his small face. "That's right," she said, and then looked at Luke pointedly. "Remember what we talked about." The boys dragged him away before he responded. She knew Luke could easily blow their cover, as confusing as the situation was, but she hoped any inconsistencies would be chalked up to his young age. After watching the boys disappear off to the side of the home, Jade spun around to face the man who'd brought them here. He'd walked a ways down the road and was now headed back. In her mind, the situation was already loaded. This only added a whole new level of complication. Still, she knew better than to make it about herself. Obviously, Gavin had some troubles in his past, and since he'd come back to help out her and Luke, Jade would have to do what she could to help him in return. Besides, they needed to work together to pull this off. She folded her arms as he neared. "So, do you want to talk about it?" "Nope." He tried walking around her, but she reached out to stop him. "Wait, you can't walk back there without me." "Watch me." Again, he stepped around her, but Jade grabbed onto his hand. She knew he had the strength to shake her off like a pesky fly, but he didn't. "Listen, Gavin, I've never met these people. I don't know who thinks we're married or who knows we're not. I don't know who's family or friend or ranch help. I need you to do this. You have to carry this through because..." A beat of panic surged through her heart, pulsed into her limbs until they felt tight and rigid. She let the words fall from her lips, words she'd rather spit on than swallow. "Because I need you to watch out for us, like you said you would." Gavin's fist loosened within her hand as he let out a few burdened breaths, and suddenly his warm palm was flat against hers. A sense of compassion owned him then, the endless green of his eyes softening somehow. At last he nodded. "All right," he said in a whisper. His hand was large and strong, yet the manner in which he cradled hers was incredibly gentle, as he escorted her to the back of the house. Jade's thoughts were scattered in every direction. Perhaps Gavin was capable of this after all. She'd readied herself for battle only moments ago, certain Gavin would give her hell about putting on a show for the visitors there. But he hadn't. For now, he was stepping up, doing what he'd agreed to, though, as he'd made painstakingly clear, it was the last thing on earth he wanted to do. Chapter 10. Gavin gave Jade's hand a comforting squeeze as they stepped around the house. She was grateful for it, glad to know there would be at least one familiar face in the crowd. He cleared his throat as they rounded the corner, and a million eyes turned on them. The chatter quieted to a whisper. In the silent moment, Jade searched for the boys, relieved when she saw them playing horseshoes on a large stretch of sand in the corner of the yard. As her eyes wandered a bit more, she noticed an assortment of food placed on several tables lining one side. Old picnic tables and mismatched chairs were spread throughout the large area as well, each covered with a tablecloth of some sort. Suddenly, an older woman stepped forward, tall, thin, and beautiful. "My boy," the woman said, letting Jade know she was Gavin's mother. She stretched her arms out, wrapping both Jade and Gavin in a tight embrace. "I'm so glad to see you. Forgive the intrusion, will you? Best way to put something to rest is to tell it to the world. Do that, and word dies with the sunset. It's those close-guarded secrets that spread like wildfire in a windstorm. Jade, this is my mom, Betty." Gavin's words were muffled by the arms tightened around him. Finally, Betty, as he called her, loosened her grasp, pulling back to look at him while tears welled in her pretty eyes. "Ma," Gavin continued, "this is my beautiful wife, Jade." The way he'd said it, proud and certain, for all ears to hear, made Jade's shoulders rise with confidence. The game was on, and Gavin had shown he knew just how to play. Beautiful is right. Betty's hands had been resting on Gavin's handsome face, yet upon speaking, the exuberant woman moved them onto Jade's shoulders, revealing her perfect smile. Turquoise jewelry adorned several rings on her hands, matched by dangling earrings and a studded belt. Her form-fitting jeans were tucked inside a pair of cowgirl boots. "I always wanted red hair like this," she said, running her fingers through the end of Jade's hair. "In fact, I dyed it once, trying to look just like Miss Kitty from Gunsmoke." Jade chuckled, feeling an instant connection with the woman. "I love that show. I used to watch old reruns with my dad," she said. Betty smiled. "Red hair on me was an outright travesty, I'll tell you that. But on you? Oh, and these big brown eyes. They're incredible, aren't they?" She gave Gavin a nudge. "That they are," he agreed. "And my personal favorite," Gavin added, rubbing a thumb over her upper cheek, "are these. And that's why I call her Freckles." He winked at her, and she felt her face warm. As much as Jade hated having attention drawn to those freckles, or any part of herself really, she was grateful Gavin could find it in him to play the role of adoring husband, even if it was for his own mother, a woman who knew exactly why they were really there. The thought caused her to eye the others scattered throughout the yard and wonder how many of them really believed the two were married. As distracted as she was, Jade almost missed a comment Betty whispered just then to Gavin. In fact, it wasn't until the woman had already walked away that it fully registered. "Your father's not here, in case you're wondering," she had said. He gave no response, only turned his attention to the line of folks who'd gathered behind Betty. Suddenly, Jade felt as if she stood at her own formal reception, where guests line up to congratulate the bride and groom. Hiding behind Betty at the front of the line was an older man in a wheelchair. His square-shaped face was strong and proud, and accented by the silver hair showing from beneath his cowboy hat. "Hello there, Jade," the man said. "I'm Gavin's Uncle Earl." "Nice to meet you," she returned, "and thanks for having us in your home." Earl waved a dismissive hand. "Just glad you were able to come out here so Gavin could help me run the ranch." He patted the arm of his wheelchair.
I don't normally need this thing, you know. Just can't get around real well after the surgery is all. Might slow me down a bit, but I'll be out on the land in no time.
Jade smiled, intrigued by the man in an instant. He motioned for her to lean down to him, then pointed to a spot on the large covered porch where 2 card tables stood. Unlike the others, these looked bare from a distance. No frilly lace or patterned tablecloths.
You want some late-night activity? Come out to the gazebo. Got 6 puzzles over there. You can help me piece them together. Ain't no better way to rid your mind of worry.
Well, thank you. I'll have to take you up on that sometime. A pair of wide blue eyes met hers as the woman standing beside Earl stepped around him.
How do you do?
She asked before grumbling for Earl to go move into the shade.
I'm glad we could get a hold of you anyway, seeing that your son already ran off with those twins without so much as a hello.
Jade's defenses kicked up. Yeah, 4-year-olds are funny that way. Introducing themselves to a group full of strangers isn't exactly their forte. The woman blinked several times, her eyes bulging beneath her thin lids.
Yes, well, I'm Auntie Lily, darling. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. I appreciate you having us in your home. Jade watched as Earl wheeled himself onto the porch toward the card tables. Do you like puzzles as well? She asked, hoping to ease the awkward tension in the air.
Heavens, no,
Lily said.
My brain is far too busy to work on such a menial task.
As the woman rambled about the many things she found worthy of her time, Jade became distracted by the conversation next to her. 2 men, each resembling Gavin in one way or another, had thrown their arms around him in a welcoming hug. His brothers, Jade decided. Though their hair color varied between each son, the 3 men all shared the same strong jaw and chiseled features. Together, they made an intimidating team. The women there must be crazy for the Emerson brothers.
When I first took a look at you,
Lily continued as Jade tuned back in,
I was trying to count just how many piercings you've got there in your ear. I finally just lost track.
This woman could not be real. Gavin's Aunt Lily was as bad as the sour old gossips from the westerns she used to watch. 6, Jade interrupted. The woman put a hand over her heart.
What was that?
That's how many piercings there are. 6.
My.
Lily shook her head.
Gavin with all his tattoos, you with all your piercings? Perhaps you 2 belong together.
Jade laughed out loud. Yeah, you never know, I guess.
Well, I'm sure Gavin's anxious to introduce you to his brothers, but I want you to meet my daughter, Ellie, if you don't mind.
I'd love to, Jade said. Lily motioned to a woman nearby, shooing her towards them. As her daughter neared, Lily blocked the view of her mouth on one side, whispering to Jade.
She's a divorced mother, too, with 2 teenage girls, no less.
Jade glanced back to Lily. Oh, I'm not divorced, she clarified. I was never married to Luke's father. And as Lily pressed a hand to her heart in what had to be feigned shock, Jade shook Allie's hand. Nice to meet you. Allie smiled and pulled Jade in for a hug. I'm thrilled to meet you, she said. Jade smiled back at Allie, taking a moment to appreciate her difficult position. The divorced mother was raising 2 girls on her own. 2 teenage girls. Chestnut hair framed the woman's tanned face, while a set of deep blue eyes held a level of wisdom Jade knew she could trust. I'm crazy about Gavin, Allie said. I used to babysit him and his brothers when they were little. I swear that kid got into more mischief than I knew how to handle, she said with a laugh. But he always charmed his way right out of it. She paused to glance at the small group of brothers, causing Jade's gaze to veer as well. She could only imagine just how true that was. You should have heard the uproar among the women here about Gavin Emerson coming back, and their disappointment to hear that he has settled down once and for all. Allie chuckled, eyes still pasted on Gavin. He plays the bad boy well enough, but trust me, he's as harmless and loyal as they come. Jade tore her gaze off the attractive sight just as he broke from his conversation. Hey there, Allie, Gavin said, accepting his cousin's embrace. Freckles. He reached for Jade next, placing a hand at the small of her back. I want you to meet my brothers. This is Shane and Blake. Hi, Jade said. The one named Shane shook her hand first, a nice firm handshake.
"Sorry you got stuck with this schmuck,"
he said, jabbing Gavin with his elbow.
"If you want to make a swap, I'd be open to it."
The kid's handsome grin spread across his face. Jade smiled in return.
"I'll keep that in mind,"
she said. Gavin reached out a hand, knocking Shane's hat off his head with a flick of his fingers.
"Get out of here, dog breath. She wants the good-looking one of the bunch."
The oldest brother stepped forward as Shane retrieved his hat.
"Then that'd be me. Sadly, I'm already married."
The man's deep brown eyes met hers as he allowed for a genuine smile.
"Welcome to the family,"
he said.
"My wife, Reese, is up there running circles around herself."
Jade glanced up to where he motioned, catching sight of a tall blonde holding a large metal bull.
"Wasn't too long ago that she came to Emerson Ranch in need of protection herself."
Jade glanced back at Blake.
Really?
"Yeah,"
Blake said.
"That's how we met."
Jade glanced back at Reese once more, surprised by the news. Gavin hadn't mentioned that, only that she was from Texas, and she looked the part. With her denim jeans and cowgirl boots, Reese was, like Betty, the perfect picture of country. The woman's face lit up when their eyes met, and Jade bit at her lip. As nice as Ellie and Reese appeared to be, Jade was hesitant about forming close friendships while she was there. Not only did she prefer keeping to herself, it would only make it harder to leave when the time came. Still, she smiled at her in return before setting her attention back on Blake. Though Gavin's older brother kept his hair longer, the dark length of it showing from beneath his hat, he looked more mature. The years showing somewhere between the small lines forming around his eyes as he smiled, and the honest concern she saw on his face as he looked at his brother.
"Gavin's thrilled to be back here,"
Jade said dryly, hoping to get a feel for what they thought of it. Blake glanced at Gavin as he answered.
"I bet he is. You know,"
he said, turning back to Jade once more,
"you're welcome to call over to the house if you need anything. Reese can tell you about the best places to shop. You can get the boys together to play."
Jade thanked Blake in return, and Shane stepped in to introduce the ranch hands one by one. Some worked for Betty and Grant, others worked for Earl, but all were kind and entertaining in their own way. And while Jade eased into a comfortable groove, talking with the rowdy bunch, she noticed a woman approach Gavin just a few feet away. Long brown hair, a tiny little waist, and boobs that went up to her chin. Her hands stroked Gavin's arm as they spoke, and Jade set her gaze on them. She watched as the woman's fingers wandered over his shoulder before landing flat on his chest, where she gave him a playful push. A trill of laughter sounded from her Barbie-pink lips.
"Excuse me,"
Jade said to the group, backing away from the circle. 3 long strides took her to the secluded little nook the couple had found beneath the tree. Jade didn't know who this chick thought she was, but if this was supposed to be some sort of reception for a newly married couple, she wasn't about to let the woman make her look like a fool. Jade nudged up to Gavin, resting one hand on his back, the other on his chest, the action bumping both of the woman's hands off him completely. She brought her mouth to his ear.
"Hi,"
she said.
"I'm feeling a little lonely over there without you."
A wry smile crept over his face, and she could swear she saw goosebumps rising along his arms.
"Sorry about that, honey lips. This is an old friend of mine, Natasha. Natasha, this is my wife, Jade."
Jade could hardly ignore the burst of satisfaction that surged through her at Gavin's words.
"So glad to meet you, Jay,"
the woman said.
"Jade,"
she corrected. Natasha eyed her up and down with a sneer on her face.
"I never thought this one would settle down,"
she said, resting that pesky hand of hers back on Gavin's arm. She smiled at him, giggling suggestively. A dark chuckle sounded from deep in Gavin's throat. "Guess you were wrong," Jade said. She moved her hand up to his neck, wrapping it around the front as if ready to choke him. "We should get back to our guests," she said. "Oh, and Natasha, you're here with Gavin's brother, right?" The woman shrugged, an unrepentant grin on her lips. Jade glanced over at Shane, then back to Natasha. "You'd better get back to him." For the remainder of the evening, Jade shook several hands, faked countless smiles, and engaged in more small talk than she had in nearly a dozen years of waitressing. And though she despised being in the spotlight and hated family gatherings as a whole, Jade had to admit there was a certain charm to the people on Lily and Earl's ranch. They were good people, and Jade would do her best to embrace the opportunity she'd been given to be a part of their lives, if not for herself, then for Luke. And in some small way, she'd find joy in it for her father's sake as well. Perhaps see if life on the ranch was worth dreaming of. Chapter 11. Gavin had thought the night would never end. Meaningless chatter and drawn-out conversations, stuff he avoided at all costs, had been forced on him at the worst possible time. It was a good thing his father hadn't come. The man might not be too wise on how to keep a family together, but at least he knew when he wasn't wanted. But his mother, boy, it was nice to see her, looking young as ever and as kind as she always was, showing Jade around, warning her about Aunt Lily and her passion for gossip, and making sure Jade understood that she could call her any time. Gavin knew he should jump in the shower, catch the shut-eye while he could, but his body wouldn't let him. He couldn't exactly account for the strange surges of anxiety shooting through his chest in heated waves, or the restless gnawing at his brain. He only knew that, for whatever reason, talking to Jade would help. The restroom was just down from him. Beyond that lay Lily and Earl's room. Jade and Luke, however, were across the hall, each in their own separate rooms. Unwilling to get Aunt Lily all in fits over their late-night encounter, Gavin stepped gently across the hallway until he stood at the closed door. Great. He would have to knock. With the lightest possible effort, he tapped his knuckles against her bedroom door. Yeah? He was sure her reply was loud enough for even the ranch hands downstairs to hear. He resisted the urge to shush her.
It's me,
he said, hoping that would be enough. Uh-huh. Gavin shifted his weight from one foot to the next.
Can you open the door?
The nearing sound of the creaking floor told him she'd heard. The door popped open. Jade looked at him expectantly.
Can I come in?
He asked, trying to keep his voice low. Jade shrugged. Yeah, that's fine. He shuffled through the gap, inhaling the scent of her as he passed. Warm, sweet, and clean. Soap, maybe? Lotion? Whatever it was, it smelled good on her. Once inside, Gavin circled the small space, welcoming the memories of playing marbles with his brothers and cousins on the hardwood floor. You can sit if you want, Jade said, motioning to the rocking chair in the corner. Gavin stepped over to it, took a seat on the edge, and rested his elbows on his knees.
How are you holding up?
Even his breath was jagged and loud. He tried to silence it as he waited for her reply. Jade shrugged. Fine. He studied her for a bit. She looked fine, like nothing about the last few hours or even days had ruffled her in the slightest. An ounce of tension drained from his body.
Is Luke asleep?
He asked. Jade nodded. Yes, he finally crashed. Can't believe he had all that energy to play with Jackson and Jonah after the long car ride, she said. I was starting to wonder if he'd ever slow down. Gavin nodded, the tightening in his shoulders easing a bit.
What'd you think of everyone?
He asked, unsure as to why he cared. They were great. Jade took a seat on the bed. She looked out of place in the room somehow. The space filled with antique furniture and old lace curtains. She tucked her hair behind one ear, revealing the series of earrings lining her ear. Her cheeks held a warm shade of pink, matching the color of her smooth-looking lips. Your mother is awesome, she continued. And I really liked Ellie and Reese, too. Jamie, the officer, had mentioned something about your family doing the protection thing a few times, but I didn't realize that's how your sister-in-law met your brother. That's so cool. Lowering his voice, Gavin leaned toward her.
What about my aunt and uncle? What'd you think of them?
She considered that. Your uncle's cool. I think I scared your aunt, though. The tension that had been oozing off his body only moments ago gripped onto him once more.
What do you mean?
Jade shrugged. I mean, it's not her fault. She's grown up in this small town where people talk and know everybody's business. She paused, as if calculating her words. I'm sure she thinks I'm, scandalous. Single mother, a bunch of piercings. I could be wrong, but it seemed like she'd have rather hid me in the cellar than introduce me to people she knew. Jade broke into laughter, sighing as she shook her head. Poor lady. She's probably worried you'll do the same thing Blake did. You know, fall for the damsel in distress. Gavin's heart pumped faster, the conversation's twist striking a wrong chord. His aunt thought Jade was scandalous? And what was this whole business about her worrying he might do what Blake had done? Like he'd fall for Jade and suddenly want to marry her for real? He could ease his aunt off that worry right away. But it was the fact that it was a worry at all that bothered him. If, in fact, Jade was correct about that. If his aunt had half a brain, she'd be praying for Gavin to settle down with Jade. She had her priorities straight, unlike a lot of women out there. He was the one to steer clear of. Everything all right? The low, sultry tone of Jade's voice caused him to look up before he'd registered her words. Yeah, I'm just thinking about what you said. She nodded, looking around the room before glancing back at him. Admit it, she said. You really came in here because you wanted me to do that thing on your back. A playful glint lingered in the warm brown depth of her eyes. Gavin straightened up, trying to think of something witty to say in return, frustrated when nothing came to him. Actually, he spoke, unsure as to what words would follow. I figured you needed a back rub. Gavin could barely believe his own mouth. You've been through a lot, getting Luke all packed up, moving him partway across the country, meeting my noisy family. Heck, my Aunt Lily can work knots into your back with the sound of her voice alone. A wry smile spread over Jade's face in the shadowed light. Well, she said, you're the one who did all the driving, and most of the lifting, too, seeing that you carried our things in. I'm sure you could use a nice rub down. Was it just him, or did Jade suddenly look nervous, too? Here, she said, I'll start. Why don't you lay on the floor? Whoa, lay? On the floor? That didn't sound like a bad idea. It was a good idea, in fact, keeping off the bed and everything. Not that it was big enough for two. Okay, he said, hunkering down from the wood chair and onto the soft plush rug. Once flat on his stomach, his eyes comfortably closed, Gavin felt the warmth of Jade's legs nudge up beside him on one side. The feel of her, so close by, set his belly to blazing, and as her fingers stretched over his back, pressing into the tight muscles beneath his shoulders, the heat spread throughout his body in a flash. He groaned in response, feeling as if he could fuse into the fibers below. Jade worked over the length of his back in silence at first, pressing at either side of his spine, moving her way back up before focusing on his shoulder blades. Yet suddenly, she let out a short giggle, a small, feminine sound. What? Gavin asked. Nothing, Jade said. I was just remembering something Porter said tonight. It really cracks me up. Gavin's eyes shot open as he lifted his face off the floor. Porter? Jade must have taken the action as a sign he was done. Yeah, she said, taking her hands off him. He sat up. The ranch hand? Uh-huh. You met him, didn't you? She positioned herself onto the floor, motioning for him to scoot so she could lay where he had. I'm sure I did, Gavin said, trying to remember which one Porter was. He wasn't sure if he was the football-looking guy or the tall and thin one. Jade nudged closer and yawned. He is hilarious. Gavin nodded. As he looked down, he noticed that his indent in the rug extended beyond her in every direction, making her seem even smaller than before. He wasn't sure how to sit or what to do with his legs. Finally, he settled into a kneeling position and rested his hands across the span of her back, liking the feel of her beneath his fingers. He did what she had done, pressed into the area beneath her shoulders first, smiling when she moaned in response. We keep this up and the guys downstairs will really think we're together, he whispered. She laughed. Guess we'd better make it a nightly ritual then. Gavin liked that idea. After a quiet moment, Jade spoke up. You know, there's a certain charm to this place, she said. The ride here had me thinking about this game my dad and I used to play. We called it My Way. It was actually a sly method he used to get me to open up when I was frustrated. She let out a wry chuckle. I would clam up. My mom would get angry, but my dad got creative. He'd lure me into telling him how things would be in a perfect world. I had to start my sentence out by saying, if things were my way, and then I describe it in great detail sometimes. Cotton candy whenever I wanted it, endless sleepovers with my friends.
Would you feel better after that?
Jade shrugged. Not right away, but once I get done, I'd make him do it next. Tell me what things would be like in his perfect world. Gavin smiled as he imagined it.
Would he play along?
Always. And it was the same every time. He'd say if things were his way, he'd own a ranch where he could ride his horse each day, take care of the cattle, and live out in the country. With my mom and me, of course.
Gavin stopped rubbing. Really? That's what he wanted?
Yeah. He's a total cowboy at heart, she said, her voice sounding wistful. Seems like after listening to him, knowing that even parents didn't have everything they wanted, I sort of stopped personalizing all of it and just dealt. Plus, it was nice to hear how simple his requests were. He never got greedy, and that helped shape the way I saw things after a while. He resumed a slow rub over her back.
Did you say he owned a horse?
He asked, his mind still going over what she'd told him.
Mm-hmm.
For a little while. He let that sink in, realizing, with a bit of satisfaction, that Jade was opening up to him. Gavin slid his hands up to press along her shoulder blades, surprised at the fragile feel of them beneath his fingers.
So why didn't he ever do it? Become a rancher, I mean.
A few reasons. He lost a fairly long battle to cancer when I was 10. Gavin's hands froze at the news. He pulled in a stunned breath.
I'm sorry,
he said. Yeah, I gave Luke his name. I thought that since he'd never get to meet his grandfather, he may as well have something of his, you know? Gavin nodded wordlessly in response. But long before that, my mom just never liked the idea of ranch life. I mean, she was good to my dad and really loved him, but she just figured it was a silly, impossible dream. Gavin found himself rubbing her softer as she spoke, longing to comfort her somehow. Anyway, being here just really has me thinking of him, you know? Of how much he would have loved it. The land, the people, all of it. Gavin couldn't get himself to say more. Only knew the conversation had taken an uncomfortable turn. An odd knot of misplaced guilt began forming in his gut, and though he was sure it had something to do with the distance between him and his dad, Gavin refused to dwell on it.
That's a nice memory to have,
he said,
playing that game with him, and his reasons for doing it.
Yeah, my dad was never one for drama. I take after him that way. I mean, I don't let people walk on me or anything, but I don't make things about myself when they're not either. I'm more of the let's squash it and move on type. Life's too short to be any other way. He considered that.
I'd say I'm more like that, too. I mean, and don't take offense, but I think men are more that way by nature.
They are, she agreed. Gavin rubbed for a while longer, wondering if she'd open up even more. She didn't, only sighed as he pressed his hands into the sides of her lower back. Focusing on the action, Gavin slid up the length to where he brushed over the warm, smooth contours of her delicate-looking neck. And there it was, the tempting buzz that often surged between them. A heated current shot straight to his belly as his fingers traced over the tiny hairs at the nape of her neck, barely grazing her skin with the slightest touch. Visions of kissing her came to mind, torturing him with a sudden desire to taste her lips. What would she do, he wondered, if he worked up the nerve to plant one small kiss there at the upper center of her back, or the spot just below her earlobe? With a touch like a whisper, he let his fingers travel toward her ear, pleased as he saw goosebumps rise on the surface of her upper arms. One kiss wouldn't hurt anything. Not on the lips, just a gentle kiss to say he was sorry for her loss. That would be a normal way to comfort a woman, wouldn't it? An excited energy stirred within him as he dared himself to lean down, determined to kiss the slender slope at the curve of her neck. With her warm skin just inches away, the smell of her driving him mad, he moistened his lips. Just as he settled on a particularly tempting spot, a small tap sounded at the door. Jade lifted her head, glancing at Gavin before speaking.
"Who is it?"
"Aunt Lily, can I come in?"
Gavin went to move, but Jade stayed him by resting one hand on his knee.
"It's fine," she whispered.
"Yes, come on in."
Jade proceeded to lie back down on the floor expectantly.
"We're just giving one another massages," she said.
"After the long ride and everything?"
Jade had made it sound so innocent, so natural. Perhaps he was the only one affected by the moment, tempted to take things places he shouldn't.
"Oh!"
Lily said, covering her eyes.
"No need to do that, Aunt Lily,"
Gavin assured.
"We're both dressed and all."
The woman looked as if she just interrupted them while in the act. She kept her gaze toward the hallway.
"I was just on my way for a glass of milk and noticed your light on. I wanted to make sure you didn't need anything."
Yeah, right. She'd most likely noticed that Gavin's room was empty. He should have closed his bedroom door behind him when he stepped out. Next time he'd know better.
"No, I don't need anything,"
Jade said.
"Thanks, though."
When Gavin glanced up once more, Lily caught his gaze, motioning for him to get out with a jerk of her head. Gavin had witnessed the woman embarrass her own kids more times than he could count, and suddenly he felt like a juvenile again, willing to do just about anything to save himself the humiliation.
"I'm going to hit the sack,"
he said, coming to a stand. Within seconds, he was at the doorway, turning back to glance at Jade. She'd propped herself onto her elbows, a wry smile on her face. Damn, that smile was pretty, even if it wasn't taunting.
"Good night, you two,"
she said, and then plunked back onto the floor. As Gavin headed to his room under his aunt's scrutinizing gaze, he considered the way Jade had remained on the floor. Was she trying to say something? Like she expected him to come back once the coast was clear? The thought made him laugh inwardly. It was like he was back in his teens, sneaking behind his parents' back to make out with his girlfriend. Only Jade wasn't his girlfriend at all, or anything close to it. So why was it the sparks between them burned hotter than fireworks on the 4th of July? He listened to sounds of Aunt Lil, getting what had to be more than a simple glass of milk from the kitchen. Had he not been so worked up over the idea that Jade might be waiting for him in the other room, he'd have fallen asleep. It was the promise of what might lay ahead that had him listening carefully as the sounds in the kitchen died down, and watching as the sliver of light beneath his door went out. He heard a final door open and close. At last, the coast was clear. Jade had gotten a kick out of the way Gavin exited the room like a scolded child. She and Gavin weren't children at all, and were in no way doing a thing wrong. So why'd Gavin look so guilty? The answer brought a storm of excitement to flitter over her skin in one lively motion. He'd been feeling something for her in those moments, when his touch had turned to the soft, wispy caress of his slightly calloused fingers. The vibes that pushed through her were nothing short of electric, though she hadn't been sure Gavin had felt the same thing. In fact, she was certain he hadn't until she'd considered it further. She couldn't care less what Lily thought of her. Gavin's aunt already had her mind made up. One midnight massage on the floor wasn't going to damage her impression any further. And who cared if it did? Not Jade. In fact, she figured that Gavin would sneak back in once the woman had gone back to bed. But after dozing off in the center of her floor, Jade had lazily climbed into bed, willing herself to fall back to sleep. The ceiling above came into view as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The thin lines and bumpy texture created shapes along the surface. Just as she spotted the outline of what looked like a horse, Jade heard the doorknob twist. She glanced over to see it was Gavin who'd entered the room. Quickly, she closed her eyes, hoping to appear as if she was sleeping. He stepped further into the room and whispered her name. Still, Jade didn't budge. She wasn't sure why she wanted him to think she was asleep, perhaps to appear as if she hadn't been waiting for him. Besides, he'd done his job, finished massaging her back, and what they both needed was a good night's sleep. Nothing more.
Yet as Gavin sunk onto the edge of her bed, ran a feathery light finger over her arm, Jade wanted something more than a simple night's sleep. She froze in place, stunned as she felt him lean over her, the bed slightly creaking beneath his weight. Her heart skipped at least 2 beats while she waited, working to keep her breath slow and even. It wasn't until she felt his warm breath on her face that she realized just how close he'd gotten. Did he plan to kiss her in her sleep? Like Sleeping Beauty? The idea caused a sudden streak of tingling anticipation to skitter over her flesh. If his lips touched hers, would she kiss him back? She imagined wrapping her hand around the back of his neck, indulging in the moment. Suddenly, it seemed as if her heart was working to make up for the lost beats, pounding in excess to a near-painful degree. "Please, Gavin," she pled inwardly. "Please just kiss me." Jade knew it wouldn't lead anyplace, that the kiss would be nothing more than momentary pleasure, but that's just what she was hoping for. An innocent taste of passion to tide her over throughout the years to come. Somehow she sensed that Gavin would give her exactly that, a kiss worth remembering. The energy sparking between them attested to it. Without a conscious thought, she let her lips part slightly. Gavin's warm breath met hers, the seductive sensation causing Jade to silently grip fistfuls of the sheets at her sides. Wanting, craving. At last, his lips grazed hers with the slightest touch. Yet before Jade could bring herself to act, Gavin spoke, teasing her mouth with a movement of a whisper. "Good night, Jade." The bed creaked. The doorknob turned, and soon Jade was alone again. She sighed, wishing she'd have seized the chance when she'd had it, fearing it may never come again. Chapter 12. Gavin wiped the sweat from his brow, frustrated at the sight before him. Just what had torn into this calf? He stepped off the four-wheeler and hunched over the dead animal to survey the damage. A swarm of flies circled over the decaying carcass. Terrific. His first day on the ranch, and already the cattle were getting slaughtered. He inspected the bite marks on what was left of the thing's hide. The hemorrhaging surrounding each puncture made it clear. This was a predatory kill. The scuff marks in the dirt indicated a struggle, supporting the theory as well. Not a good sign. It may have been years since Gavin had lived the ranch life, but there was one thing he knew for certain. Losing cattle took money from the bank. This was all he needed. One more thing to keep him awake at night, as if his ever-growing desire to kiss Jade hadn't been enough. Damn, he wanted that woman's kiss. It had taken everything in him to resist really kissing that tempting mouth as she lay there the night before. He'd been almost positive, due to the quickening of her breath as he neared, that Jade had been awake. And on top of that, anticipating his kiss, wanting it even. But he hadn't been sure, and the fear that Jade may wake up and deck him was the only thing that kept him from acting out on the urge. He'd hoped that leaving her room and going back to bed would be enough to tame his rampant thoughts. He'd been wrong. All Gavin had been able to see was Jade. In his restless dreams, he'd been back at the club with her one minute, on the hotel bed with her the next, and then in her bedroom there at the ranch. Each setting brought him closer to her kiss, but none gave him the satisfaction of actually achieving it, leaving him with a thirst like he'd never experienced before. The nights ahead were sure to be long. The hum of an approaching ATV caused Gavin to glance over his shoulder. Porter rode along the rough terrain, squinting from the setting sun. Jojo trailed behind him, the happy canine nearly lost in a cloud of dirt. The dog caught up once Porter climbed off the ATV. Gavin ran a hand over Jojo's head, rubbing behind his ears as he spoke to Porter. "Hey, rookie, can you tell me how often this happens?" He nodded toward the decomposing figure at his feet. Porter shook his head, twisting one side of his mouth into a lopsided frown. "I think this is the third time in the month that I've been here." "Are you kidding?" Gavin shot to a stand. "Does Earl know about this?" Porter hesitated. "He knows about the first one, but I didn't tell him about the other because it was getting so close to the surgery date." He spun the bill of his ball cap from backward facing to front. I was hoping you'd be able to help us out somehow without upsetting Earl any further. Gavin eyed him up and down. Porter didn't look like the average ranch hand. Not only did the kid wear the ball cap rather than a cowboy hat, but he also wore shoes that looked like they belonged in an indoor court instead of an open field. He looked young, too. Was Porter trying to save Earl unnecessary stress or his own hide? Well, Gavin finally said, I think he'd want to know about it. He reached for the CB on his belt, ready to call, when Porter spoke up once more. Lily doesn't think we should tell him either, he said. Gavin glanced up at him, surprised. And Allison agrees, Porter added, in case he hadn't convinced him with the first statement. Allie? Gavin hadn't been expecting that one. You know your paycheck is riding on the trade-in, don't you? He asked. Yes. The kid looked down at the ground, nudging the toe of one shoe into the dirt before glancing back up. But I still think Earl's health comes first. Was this kid serious? He'd been here for a total of 1 month, was years younger than Gavin, and was trying to give him a life lesson on priorities? How'd you get this job, rookie? Porter gulped as he took a step back, making Gavin realize how close he'd gotten. I went to school with Jillian. Gavin tilted his head, scratching at the scruff on his jaw. Jilly. Allie's girl? The kid nodded. Yep. It had been a while since Gavin had seen those girls, and his memory had been frozen in time until yesterday. Allie's daughters were all grown up, and it looked as if Porter had a thing for the oldest girl, Jilly. Well, Gavin was more concerned about dollar bills than some silly teenage crush. He eyed the sky, shaking his head as he realized how low the sun had sunk into the horizon. There weren't enough hours of daylight left to even think about how to catch the creature attacking the herd. Yet maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Perhaps the animal attacked at night. Gavin was nothing if not a good shot. An idea came to mind. When we get back, I'm going to draw up a map of the property. I want you to mark the spots where you found the other calves. You got that? Porter shrugged, spinning his cap from the front to the back once again. They were both real close to here, he said. Well, not the first one. We found her on the far east corner by the creek. Finally, he could do things the way he wanted. No Grant to tell him what he could and couldn't do. Gavin mused on that, eyeing the stretch of land before him. This is going to be easier than I thought. How about another heap of that casserole right here, Lil? Earl said, holding his plate out to Lily. Jade watched as Lily scooped a second helping of cheesy potatoes onto his plate. Without so much as another word, she gave him a few more slices of ham next. Thank you kindly, Earl muttered, reaching for the pepper. How about you, Luke? He asked. Did you get enough to eat? Luke answered with a nod as Jade checked out his plate, glad to see he'd eaten almost all of it. Lily stretched her neck, scrutinizing the table for a breath. At least he seems to like the food anyway, she mumbled. Gavin looked at Jade, his eyes widening in alarm. I'm sure everybody liked it, Aunt Lily. He wiped his face with a napkin before resting his gaze back on the woman. It was real good. Jade had no idea what Lily was implying. Surely she wasn't suggesting that Jade didn't like the meal, seeing that she'd helped prepare all of it. Out of sheer curiosity, Jade stepped into her trap. Yes, she said. The food was great. Thank you. She nudged Luke's foot, urging him to follow her lead.
Thanks for the food, Aunt Lily,
he said. You're welcome, Lily returned, though she still looked unsatisfied. Just seemed a little strange to go spiking one's every bite with Tabasco, that's all. Jade crunched the ice she'd been sucking on. The crumbling sound echoed throughout the dining area. Hot sauce? That was the root of the woman's wounded pride? How exhausting. Jade didn't know whether to put her in her place or laugh out loud. I'd hardly call it spiking one's food, Earl said. The gal just likes to spice things up a bit. The old man gave her a slight nod from across the table. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Lily shrugged, yet hints of irritation kept her shoulders high and stiff. That stuff is the devil's juice. Can't be good for the body. In the awkward moment, Gavin caught her gaze, an amused grin tugging at his lips. His eyes stayed fixed on hers as he lifted a brow.
"Some like it hot,"
he said, voice low and seductive.
"Right, Jade?"
A warm dose of heat pooled into Jade's chest as she appreciated Gavin's flawless face. There was a contrast presented there. In the alluring depth of his warm green eyes lay a spark of mischief that, no matter what the topic or time of day, never seemed to die out. Yet as the dimple set into that roughly shaven cheek of his, revealing the wonder of his stunning smile, Jade sensed a boyish quality, a hint of misplaced innocence.
Mommy?
Luke said, and though Jade had heard his voice, she could not quite tear her gaze away from Gavin.
"Yeah?"
she managed.
I want to go to bed now.
Those few short words pulled Jade from her trance. "Do you feel all right?" She stood to lean across the table, resting a hand on his forehead. He didn't feel hot. Luke nodded.
I'm just tired.
The dark sky behind the patio doors reminded Jade how late it really was. The men had stayed out until the sun went down, creating a much later dinner time than he was accustomed to. "Yeah, it's just about bedtime. How about we help clean up and then hit the sack?" She looked at Earl, his plate half full with the second helping. "You mind if we sneak off a little early?" He waved a hand dismissively.
"Not at all,"
he assured. Before dinner, Jade had filled the sink with sudsy water, having rinsed several pots by hand. She was glad to find the water was still warm. After Luke dunked his plate in the sink, he set it in the washer where Jade indicated. "Go brush your teeth," she told him. "I'll be there to tuck you in." Jade sighed. First day down, and she and Luke were still alive. They hadn't blown their cover with the ranch hands. Rhett hadn't showed up at the door to kill them, and Jade hadn't lost her cool with Aunt Lily. Success, she mused. The heated water warmed her hands as she lowered her plate into the sink, the foamy suds climbing her wrists while she fished around for the scrubber. Just as she secured it in her hand, Gavin stepped up behind her, so close she could feel the warmth of him on her back. She glanced down to see his strong, muscular arm slide alongside, grazing both her arm and the curve of her waist. The plate slipped from her hand, drifted slowly to the base with a slight thud. Gavin released his, too, allowing his fingers to entwine with hers.
"Evening, Freckles,"
he mumbled, as if he hadn't seen her in hours. His lips grazed her ear.
"This apron looks mighty pretty on you."
He tucked his other hand beneath the apron string along her neck, running the back of his finger along her skin. Jade exhaled a shaky breath, enjoying his touch more than she wanted to, more than she should. She pulled in a deep breath, catching intoxicating hints of his aftershave, pine and cedar, along with the masculine scent of leather. "Why don't you run along, Jade?" Lily hollered, barreling into the kitchen. "I need to talk with Gavin for a bit, and if I'm not mistaken, somebody's waiting for you to kiss him goodnight." Jade nodded, an image of Luke coming to mind. She wiggled from her spot between Gavin and the counter, loaded the plates into the dishwasher, and reached for the dish towel, working to move in the cramped space. Just as she walked by, Gavin grabbed her by the arm and spun her around to face him. He licked his perfectly sculpted lips and grinned.
"You're right, Aunt Lily. I am waiting for a goodnight kiss."
His aunt gasped. Gavin chuckled, and Jade felt her face warm under his gaze. She could barely pull her eyes off his mouth to gather her thoughts. "Well, I hate to disappoint you," Jade managed, "but you might be waiting on that kiss for a long time, Sparky." Jade was halfway down the hall before she heard Gavin repeat what she'd called him.
"Sparky?"
There was no way he'd figure that one out. Jade hadn't known where it came from herself, was only glad something had come from her mouth at all, as paralyzed as she'd been in that moment. Lily started speaking in whispered tones, things Jade had no desire to hear. She assumed Gavin was getting a stern warning to not fall for the devil juice-drinking harlot who was under his care, and while she understood Lily's need to watch out for her own blood, Jade wished somebody was there to give her similar guidance. She needed someone, other than her own lonely, man-deprived self, to remind her of the reasons she'd sworn to stay single until Luke was grown. Back home it was different. Men were creatures that came into the diner looking for a place to rest and a good meal. Whether they were gentle and kind, curt and ornery, or more flirtatious than laws should allow, The men were gone by the end of her shift. Here, Gavin was all around, hovering over her bed one moment, sneaking up behind her in the next. Jade wasn't sure she could keep her wits about her around the clock. After getting ready for bed, she read Luke a bedtime story, answered his typically long list of questions for the night, and finally tucked him in with a goodnight kiss. "See you in the morning, Skywalker." Before stepping out of his room, Jade double-checked the latch to his window, closed the blinds tight, and at last pulled the door to a near close behind her. Silence greeted Jade in the hallway. She followed a small trace of light into the kitchen where she saw that the table and counter were clear. The hollow tick of a clock grew louder as she considered where Gavin might be. In bed, of course, she decided. He had had a long, hard day in the field and was no doubt beat. She took the steps back toward her room slowly, a deep sigh escaping her lips. Just the night before, she and Gavin had joked about making the back-rubbing thing a nightly ritual. The logical side of her knew it could only lead to trouble. The other side desperately wanted to find Gavin in her room, perhaps already lying on the floor waiting for her. The idea caused her heart to pick up its pace. She imagined spending the next hour with him, easy conversation, a bit of playful flirting, and a nice, relaxing massage for each of them. She wouldn't let things go beyond that, Jade assured herself. The door creaked as she pushed it open, releasing a shaky breath. In seconds, she'd made it to the lamp at her bedside, where she twisted the knob until it clicked on. A blast of warm light spilled into the dark space, illuminating the room, the empty room. Jade nodded in feigned satisfaction. Good. Lily must have talked some sense into him with her words of warning. After climbing under the covers, she reached for the lamp and clicked off the light. She tried to tell herself that she was not waiting for Gavin. Even as Jade tuned into every creaking noise from the hall, she assured herself she was only listening for Luke, or for some stranger who might break into the house and kill them all. That was what she was listening for, nothing more. Minutes later, one of the doorknobs from the hallway turned, the slow and cautious manner telling Jade everything she needed to know. It was Gavin, venturing out against his aunt's will. It felt like high school all over again, having a boy sneak into a room to make out. It was fun and exciting. And were those footsteps she heard in the kitchen? Yes. And it wasn't the soft patter of someone in socks or bare feet. It was the sound of boots stepping quietly over linoleum, and the back door creaking open, then closed. Jade shot to her feet, standing on the bed to look out the blinds. A gasp pulled at her throat at the sight of him. Gavin, fully dressed in denim and a white tee. "What the hell?" she mumbled, pressing her face toward the edge of the window for a better look. He climbed into an old pickup truck, starting the thing up, and with his lights low, crept away from the house along the dirt road. A strong dose of rejection coursed through her limbs. Gavin hadn't been kidding. He didn't want a thing to do with her. In fact, he was probably off to some bar in hopes to hook up with some pretty little thing who wanted nothing more than a good time. Fine, she decided. In fact, wasn't this exactly what Jade had been wanting? Lily had no doubt made it clear that, according to her anyway, Jade was trouble, and whether he knew it or not, Gavin had done the same for Jade. He'd assured her, with his actions alone, that she should stay far away from him. While sinking back down into the overstuffed pillow, the sheet cool against her flushed cheek, Jade put things into perspective. She might have had a weak moment where Gavin was concerned, when a strong masculine finger slid through hers in the heated water, while his rock-like, overly muscled chest pressed against her back. But in the end, Gavin had done his job, snapped her out of her trance with his playboy behavior. What did it matter? She and Luke were safe. And the best part was, she was actually looking forward to tomorrow. Instead of rushing Luke to daycare and fighting traffic to get to the diner, instead of waiting tables and serving warm plates and cold drinks, Jade got to spend the day with Luke. Tomorrow they'd go to the pond Earl had told them about during dinner. Of course, there were chores to take care of first, prepare the evening meal, since Lily had agreed to let her switch off making dinner, and she planned to wipe down windows and vacuum as well. But being at home with Luke was a rare gift, one she intended to cherish. Forget about Gavin and his need to chase women. Never mind the fact that somebody out there wanted her dead. She was at a nice place, with a kind family, and Luke was all hers. She'd focus on that and forget the rest. Chapter 13. Where are your arm floaties? The heat of the afternoon sun warmed Jade's back as she waited for an answer. Luke stood at the sliding door, crinkling his forehead.
Ugh,
He groaned, turning around in his tracks.
I forgot them.
And get your flip-flops. You wouldn't want to walk clear to the pond with bare feet. Jade spun around to take in the view from the porch while she waited. The never-ending sky, a welcoming color of flawless blue, stood in contrast to the rich green hayfields in the distance. Nearby, patches of dirt lay among the ever-thinning grass, yet it looked just as beautiful in its own way. A home for the cattle they raised there, the family's livelihood. Still, her favorite part lay just off the deck, the garden, filled with fresh tomatoes, ripe squash, and every kind of herb she could name. It was like paradise. As she glanced over the rich colors and luscious vines, Jade heard the muted thumps of a galloping horse. Her eyes wandered the field, searching closer to the barn until she saw him. Her jaw fell open. Oh, my gorgeous. The words came out in a semi-conscious stupor as Jade gawked at the creature on the horse. Flashbacks of Wyatt Earp moved through her head as she tried to remember how to breathe. The word perfection came to mind. As she finally managed to pull in a shallow breath, it seemed a sharp heat, hotter than a branding iron, seared through the center of her chest, igniting a sudden and unbridled yearning for the man before her. The cowboy with the hat and the boots, and the dog running faithfully alongside. "I used to be something to look at myself," came an older voice from behind. Jade turned to see Earl sitting in the shaded gazebo, a glass of iced tea in his hand, a knowing smile on his face. She shook her head, embarrassed that she'd been busted for gawking at one of the workers. "He takes after his uncle, that one. In the looks department, that is," Earl added with a laugh. His uncle? Wait, that wasn't... Jade spun back around, scrutinizing the cowboy as he pressed the horse faster, quickly becoming more of a blur. She forced herself to focus in on his right arm, the one Gavin had covered in ink. She gasped. "That's Gavin." A loud chuckle thundered from behind. "Course it is, hon." "It didn't look like him," she said, stunned. "Looked just like him to me, way I remember him, anyway." Now she was even more embarrassed for staring at him, and humiliated too. She turned back to look at Earl's wide grin, seeing a hint of Gavin there after all, if only just a little. "He does look a bit like you," Jade said, shaking off the nerves that tightened her throat. "Not nearly as handsome, of course, but what can he do?" "Ha ha, I knew you and I would get along well," the man said. "Now you two have a good time at the pond." He glanced toward the sliding door as Luke stepped out. "Save some water for me," he said to him. "I'll be out of this chair in no time and ready to teach you some backflips." The sound of Luke's laughter, combined with Earl's comments, made Jade smile. "We'll look forward to it," she said. During the walk there, Jade smothered another layer of sunscreen on Luke before coating her face once again, giving extra attention to the freckles on her cheeks.
That's too much sunscreen,
Luke griped. Jade shook her head. "We're redheads. There's no such thing."
I'm not a redhead.
Luke's nose crinkled. She didn't bother arguing, only kept her mind focused on the cluster of trees among the mostly flat land surrounding the trail.
I like it here, Mom,
Luke said, digging a stick into the dirt as he walked. Jade's heart swelled. Hearing what Luke said was like a dream. She didn't pray often, but at the sound of those words, she uttered a silent thanks to the man upstairs. How was it that something so tragic could bring her and Luke to a place that seemed so close to heaven? She could swear she felt her father's spirit in the soft breeze that swept lovingly over the rustic land, and her life was blessed because of it. It wasn't a short walk by any means. In fact, with Luke stopping to observe butterflies and caterpillars, beetles and bugs, Jade guessed it had taken them over a half an hour to get there. The best part was, she didn't mind a bit.
Did you bring the sandwiches?
Luke asked as he climbed over the bumpy ground. Large roots from the massive trees bulged through the surface. Jade reached for the low, bark-covered branch to steady herself as she answered. Yep, it's all in here, she assured, patting the small cooler she'd brought. A bit further into the trees, and soon the pond appeared. A sheet of still, reflective glass mirrored the leaf-covered branches, the sky, and all their splendor. The display was so peaceful, so reverent, Jade uttered another word of thanks.
Wow,
Luke whispered. Jade nodded. Totally. Along with a great feeling of peace, she was touched by a deep sense of accomplishment. Dinner was simmering in the crock pot back at the house. The floors had been swept, the windows and mirrors wiped, and the dishes placed back in the cupboard. Now it was time to play. Enjoy a lazy afternoon with her favorite person in all the world. A smile came to her face as she eyed the long rope dangling from a nearby tree. Luke's gaze landed on it as well.
I'll race you,
he said. You're on. Jade hunched low, daring him with her eyes. On your mark. Get set. Go! A short burst of static pushed through the speaker as Gavin brought Shadow to a slow trot. You there, buddy? It was Earl. Gavin pulled the CB from his waist and brought it to his lips. Yep. How's the herd today? Earl asked. Irritable, Gavin replied, speaking for himself more than the bulls. When his uncle chimed back in, he was laughing full-heartedly. Or do I miss having a son around here? The man said. Gavin nodded appreciatively, the statement humbling him in an instant. Hey, I'm bugging you 'cause your lady out there forgot a few things. He eyed the field. Jade? Out where? She and Luke headed off to the pond, packed up a lunch and all that, but Lil just hollered out the window that they forgot their sandwiches. Aunt Lily's voice sounded out in the background.
And their towels.
And their towels, too, Earl repeated. Gavin's brows lifted. Her towel? You mind stopping what you're doing to come back, ride their stuff out to 'em? His stomach growled. Ask Aunt Lily if she could throw another couple of sandwiches in there, will you? He said, an idea coming to mind. Sure thing. He could almost hear the smile in Earl's voice. Want an extra towel, too? Gavin didn't hesitate. Yep. Years had passed since Gavin had come to the pond. The place was filled with memories. He and his brothers often spent hours there with Alex and Logan, and usually Allie, too, the poor girl having been stuck watching after the bunch. He recalled the way they'd climb up the trees, swing out over the branches like monkeys, and drop into the pond. The old boulder near the ledge where they set up cans and blew them to pieces, first with BB guns, eventually .22s. That pond was a piece of childhood wrapped up into one pleasant memory. Even the musky smell of the place was familiar as he neared the break in the trees, pulling the reins to steady the horse as he looked for Jade and her boy. A loud series of young laughter sounded, leading Gavin toward the other side of the water where the rope used to hang. A splash ensued, and soon Jade laughed too.
Was it fun?
He heard Luke ask. Gavin urged Shadow a few steps to the left to where he could see Jade treading water in the depths of the pond. Yes, she said, sounding exasperated. It was fun that time, too. Now it's your turn. You've seen me do it enough. Gavin couldn't see Luke. Must have been hiding in the trees.
I can't reach the rope,
he said. Jade smoothed a hand over her wet hair. I already showed you how to grab it with a stick. Come on, Skywalker. You've got this. And with that, Jade straightened her arms to her side, sunk further into the water, and began floating on her back. A quiet moment passed. Gavin's eyes narrowed as he noticed something swinging from the trees. Bright, orange arm floats on the thin little boy. Splash! He'd done it. The kid had some guts. Gavin climbed off the horse, walked him quietly to an outer tree, and listened to the two cheer as he tied Shadow up. Way to go, Jade said.
I want to go again.
Excitement oozed off his voice. You do that, Jade said. I'm going to lay down for a bit and dry off. As Jade swam to the edge, Gavin made his way to the clearing, just in time to see her nearing dry ground. She stood now, though the water still came to just over her waist. He watched as she sunk back into the depths, tipping her head back to wet her hair before standing once again. Gavin backed into the cluster of trees. There had been a few times in his life when the sight of a woman had rendered him speechless, but never had Gavin experienced what he did just then at the sight of Jade. With her hair slicked back, her face was more stunning than ever. Flawless, porcelain-smooth skin, wide brown eyes, and pouty pink lips with flushed cheeks to match. Forget about speechless. He could barely breathe. With each step she took, the water grew more and more shallow, revealing her flawless body inches at a time. Gavin was pleased to see she wore a two-piece. The bathing suit, black with small white polka dots, complemented Jade's every curve. From the small bow resting just between her modest-sized breasts to the loose ties gathered at the top of her shoulders. The bottom piece hung low on her hips, revealing a stomach so flat, so toned, he wondered if having a baby had left so much as a mark. He groaned inwardly. "Hey, Luke." Gavin stepped further into the trees at the sound of her voice. "Where'd we put the towels?" she asked. Another splash sounded, followed by a pause. "I don't know," Luke finally answered. I could swear we brought them." That was Gavin's cue.
"Well, if it isn't Little Miss Riding Hood,"
he said, stepping into the open. Jade gasped, folding her arms across her chest as if she were naked. "Did you take those?" she asked, eyeing his grasp on the beach towels draped over his arm. Gavin chuckled.
"No, but it sounds like something I might do. Actually, I got a call in the CB a few minutes back telling me you two had forgotten a few things."
He held up the plastic grocery sack.
"These look familiar?"
She squinted, blinking water from those long lashes of hers. "Our sandwiches?" she squeaked. He nodded. "I swear I had those packed," she said, a furrow pulling at her brow.
"Guess not,"
he said. Luke stepped out of the water behind her.
Hi, Gavin!
He shouted, cradling himself with his scrawny arms. He scurried over the dirt and came up by his mom, a wide smile on his little face.
I jumped off the rope,
he said. Gavin held out a hand, waited for him to slap a high five.
"That's my man,"
he said.
"Want a towel?"
Luke nodded, his teeth beginning to chatter.
"Here you go."
Gavin handed him one of the towels, then pointed to the large bench off the side of the pond.
"That's the best place to lay down and relax, when you're your size anyway,"
he added. Jade followed the boy's movement with her gaze, turning back to Gavin once Luke was settled on the bench. "Thanks for bringing these out," she said, reaching for a towel. Gavin pulled his hand back. He said.
"Aren't I going to get a little more than that?"
A knowing smile played across Jade's full, inviting lips. "What do you want?" Her voice was smooth seduction, low and taunting. His eyes settled on her mouth.
"Well, honey lips, we are supposed to be married and all. I say you give me a kiss, and we'll call it even."
Her smile widened. A spark of amusement danced in her eyes, as if this wasn't his game at all. It was hers. Gavin's heart hammered as she walked toward him, one step and then another. "Just one kiss?" She quirked an eyebrow. "That's all?" Damn, that voice was a weapon, and she knew how to use it. Gavin nodded wordlessly, his mind racing. She wouldn't give in that easily, would she? It had to be some sort of trick. Would she kick him in the groin, slap his face? Jade looked over one shoulder before stepping closer, pressing him to step back with her hand on his chest. She repeated the action before glancing back again, and Gavin realized she'd gotten the two of them out of eyesight from Luke. Whoa, maybe she did plan to kiss him. His belly burned with anticipation, his body nearly ached. Jade's skin was cool and wet as she slid her hand up the back of his neck, where she gripped at the hair beneath the base of his hat. As she pressed herself against him, Gavin whimpered like a helpless pup. He was at her mercy, and loving every minute of it. He remembered the ache he'd felt as he hovered over her lips while she slept, hoping this moment wouldn't end in a similar fashion. Cool water seeped into his shirt as he lifted his hands to her hips, enjoying the feel of her smooth flesh beneath his warm palms. Jade brought her face a mere inch from his, lifted herself onto her toes, and lightly swept her lips across his. A cool taste of heaven. He breathed her in as she grazed them once more, teased by the sweet, lovely scent of her. He couldn't wait another minute. With a shallow grunt, he pulled her in for a firm, solid kiss. Gavin's fingers tightened around her waist as he parted her silky lips with his, deepening the kiss to his pleasure. She didn't back down, only met his need with the heated movement of her hypnotizing mouth. He hadn't been sure Jade would ever surrender to him, and the added sense of triumph made her kiss taste even sweeter. He hunched down when he sensed she was drifting away, determined to take all he could. At last, Jade lowered herself from her toes, flat to her feet, and smiled up at him while licking her lips. She moved her arm back, reaching for the hand he had around her waist, and lifted the towel off his arm. Only then did he notice the hints of a tattoo on her hip, right where his thumb had been. He'd have to ask about that later. "Thank you," Jade said, singing him with that voice again. She patted her face with the towel as she walked back toward the pond, giving him a view he couldn't resist as she strode away. "You coming?" Her voice had risen in pitch, suddenly sounding entirely innocent. Gavin eyed the sandwiches in the bag and took a deep breath, realizing the girl had beaten him at his own game. She'd given him just what he asked for, probably knowing all along that it'd only leave him wanting more. "Sure," he said, and followed her into the clearing. Chapter 14. "Sure smells good in here," Earl said as he hobbled into the kitchen with his walker. "Makes me wish I was joining you guys for dinner instead of going to Allie's place." Jade smiled. "I'll save you some. This pizza sauce recipe was my grandmother's," she said fondly, swirling the bubbling sauce within the small pot. She inhaled the tangy aroma, recalling times spent in her grandma's small kitchen. The sliding door opened, and soon Lily and Luke walked around the corner with their arms wrapped around barrels of peaches. Jade sped around the counter to pull out a bar stool. "You guys can set those right here," she said, eyeing the ripe, fuzzy fruit. "Feel free to make a cobbler tonight if you like," Lily said. "Allie plans to do so once we get there." "You need help taking her bucket out to the car?" Jade asked. "Oh, no." Lily waved a dismissive hand. "We already did that, didn't we, Lukey?" Luke nodded. Jade tried not to point out how every time Lily called him Lukey, it sounded like she was saying loogie, like phlegm stuck in the back of a throat. She followed the two to the front porch, helping Earl as he worked his way down the steps with his walker. "You're too anxious to get out of that chair," Lily said with a disapproving frown. "Lil, the physical therapist said I could do it if I felt ready, and I do." Jade hid a smile. "Have a good time tonight." She propped Earl's walker into the back seat of Lily's car, hoping they wouldn't sense her urgency to move things along. It was just that an evening spent with Luke and Gavin was something to look forward to. They had spent a perfect day at the pond last week, and a few nice moments together throughout the days that followed as well. But after a weekend of family get-togethers and dinner with the ranch hands, a little alone time with the males in question would do her good. With a dose of heat swelling in her heart, she thought back on the intense kiss she and Gavin shared while hidden in the trees. It would do her a lot of good. Gavin rubbed a hand over his tired eyes, muttering curses under his breath. Shooting the killer coyote might not be so hard if only he could spot the damn thing. As it was, the culprit seemed to be hiding both night and day. Gavin had tried sneaking out when the sun went down, starting out before the sun came up, and everything in between. And with 1 week's worth of failure under his belt buckle, he was itching to shoot the SOB so bad he could taste it. A voice broke through a short burst of static on the CB. "Any luck?" Gavin eyed the long stretch of land before him, the beauty of it enhanced by the orange glow of the setting sun. "No. You?" "Nope." The rookie's single word was followed by an extended burst of static. "But I talked to the Wilsons last night," he added. "You know them, don't you?" "Hold it right there," Gavin said, angry heat gathering at the back of his neck.
I don't want you talking to anyone about stuff that's none of their business. You got that?
The kid's hesitation only irritated him further. At last, another pop of static came through.
Well, it's just that...
Gavin glanced at the dusty black speaker, aching to interrupt Rookie in his rambling, knowing he'd have to wait till he was through.
And I just figured that we could, see what worked for them.
Gavin brought the CB to his lips and pressed on the button.
No. I've worked enough years on a ranch that I can figure it out myself. Take the four-wheeler back to the barn and go home. I'll see you in the morning.
Of all the nerve, who the hell did this kid think he was? It wasn't like they'd exhausted all their options. Gavin may not have caught the coyote just yet, but he'd seen a few tracks, was getting closer to finding it every day. He recalled what Lily had told him a few nights back. Gavin had been certain she'd scold him for being so flirtatious with Jade, his tempting little housemate, but that hadn't been it at all. His aunt had wanted to make sure that Earl wouldn't catch wind of the lost cattle. His blood pressure was high as it was, she'd said, and the last thing he needed was the added stress of coyotes attacking the herd. When she'd put it that way, Gavin could hardly argue, but it didn't make it any easier. Earl didn't have a whole lot of cattle to begin with, a fraction of what his dad and brothers had, which only meant he couldn't give up. Determination set in as he realized what he had to do. Though he was beat in every sense of the word and needed the shut-eye more than he ever had, Gavin would pull another late-nighter. It was time to show that blasted prairie wolf who was boss. A cloud of dust trailed after the truck as he barreled toward the house, thoughts of Jade pulling his mind in an entirely new direction. Yeah, he'd be damned if it wasn't equally frustrating. She was one hot tamale, that woman, and set his blood to boiling in ways he couldn't ignore. Ever since their encounter at the pond, Gavin had found himself looking for excuses to head back to the homestead. He'd go to get the ATVs, stock up on supplies, then head back a third time to get Shadow so he could explore the land on horseback. Other trips had him wandering in the yard and about the house, looking for the dog or even Earl. Really, all Gavin was after was another look at her. He'd known Jade was beautiful since the moment he'd set eyes on her at the club, but he never imagined what a bit of country could do for a strong-willed woman like that. A worn apron wrapped snugly around her body, the sun casting a honey-like glow to that face. He'd watch her from afar as she picked tomatoes from the garden, played horseshoes with Luke, or brought glasses of iced tea to Uncle Earl out back. Jade kept herself busy, that was sure, and Gavin liked watching her in every facet. His eyes searched over the yard as he approached, softening as they settled on Jade in yet another fine setting. With the blue Montana sky above her, the glowing sun sinking in the distant horizon, Jade stood outside once again. A light breeze toyed with the fabric of her white summer dress, causing the lacy hem to dance in ripples around her knees. Standing beneath the clotheslines, a basket of linens resting on the table nearby, Jade gripped hold of a bright yellow sheet, unlatching the clothespins that held it to the line. She dropped the fasteners into her apron pocket one by one, then pulled the sheet off completely before folding it in place. Gavin brought the truck to a slow crawl, unwilling to let the house obscure such a marvelous view. It took him a moment to notice, but Luke was wandering around beside her, a plaid sheet draped over his head. He mused the kid was probably making ghostly sounds as he staggered along the plush green grass. From a comfortable distance, Gavin watched a warm smile spread over Jade's pretty face. Her skin was flawless in the sunlight, her cheeks a soft shade of pink, and the look of adoration showed in her deep brown eyes. The word happiness came to mind, surprising Gavin as it finally sunk in. Motherhood made Jade happy. Had he not realized it sooner? He'd always thought single mothers were miserable, angry, suffering, especially ones who received no form of child support to speak of. Jojo barreled into the yard like a blonde-haired bull, charging toward the pair while his tongue flapped into his face. And though Luke tried to avoid it, Jojo gripped onto a dragging corner of the sheet, began yanking it with his teeth. Gavin rolled his window down a crack, listening as the breeze carried hints of her voice on the wind. "Hurry, come this way! Oh no, he's gonna get you! Oh, he got you!" One after the other, they fell in a heap to the ground, their breaths staggered by thick laughter. After a bit more chasing and play, Jade hoisted Luke onto her back, helping him drape a new sheet onto the line. The two of them talked. The dog romped playfully alongside, and Gavin tuned into the great feeling of peace that, despite his troubles, had settled into his heart. The old weathered stairs creaked as Gavin stepped up the front porch moments later. It was odd, but something about what he'd just witnessed, the moment with Jade and Luke and the dog, seemed to cast a quiet reverence over the place, and he was hesitant to disrupt it. Yet before he could take hold of the brass knob, the front door swung wide open.
Gavin's home!
Luke shouted, a bright smile on his face. The little guy threw his arms around him as Jojo came bounding into the room. Gavin glanced down, gently patting the back of Luke's head while he chuckled.
I'm glad to see you too,
he said.
Where is everyone?
Now that he thought about it, Gavin hadn't seen Lily's car out front.
My mom's in here. We made food.
Luke grabbed Gavin by the hand, tugging him around the corner and into the kitchen.
Is that right?
Tempting scents floated throughout the house, causing Gavin's mouth to water, but the sight in the kitchen was far more tempting than any possible dish on the menu.
Hello there, honey lips,
he said, gaining Jade's attention in a blink. She stood there over the counter, a rolling pin in one flour-covered hand. You're just in time, she told him.
We're doing pizza bombs!
Luke began bouncing like a jackrabbit. Gavin glanced down at the counter to see a large plate heaped with shredded cheese, mushrooms, and olives. A wad of dough lay nearby. He looked at Luke, who'd made his way to the counter to snatch a slice of pepperoni.
I thought you said you already cooked the food.
We did, see?
He pointed to the stuff on the plate. Jade smiled at Gavin before nudging Luke. We prepared some of it already, but Gavin gets to help cook his very own. Just like you, right? The kid lit up like Christmas.
Yep.
So, how does pizza become a bomb?
Gavin asked, eyeing the ingredients. Jade spun around, pointing to a pot filled with a bubbling golden liquid. We fold them in half, seal them up, and drop them in oil.
Nice,
Gavin said.
What do I do first?
Wash your hands. Jade sprinkled flour over a spot on the counter. That's yours, she told Luke. Gavin pumped a few squirts of soap onto his hands and lathered up.
Where are Lily and Earl?
He asked. Pete Johnson's doing physical therapy on Earl, Jade said, sounding like she'd lived in town for years. Did you know he had a shoulder replacement, too? Along with the back thing? She asked. He nodded as he reached for a dishcloth.
Yeah, swinging a lasso all those years can really do a number on a man,
he said, his mind itching on another matter.
So, how long did you say they'd be gone for?
Oh, the night. Allie's having them over for dinner afterward. Guess one of the girls has some family history report that Earl's helping her with. They told us not to wait up. The gulp that slunk past Gavin's throat was audible. He relived the way her touch felt as she trickled her fingers over the back of his neck, the seductive trace of her breath on his skin, and the way her lips moved against his as he kissed her by the pond. The words Jade had spoken just then did similar things to him, had him tuning into the current that sparked between them, yearning for more. So come over here and watch Luke, Jade said. It took effort to get back on track, with Gavin's mind wandering as it had. Luke's big brown eyes were pasted on a lump of dough as he smashed it down with his small hands. He eyed his mom.
Is it ready?
Jade was working on her own creation, pressing her thumbs into the edges. Yep. Now for the sauce. She pinched a few more edges before wiping her hands on her apron. Once she secured a pot from the stove, she rested it on a hot pad next to the dough. Here, put a few scoops on, she said. Just on one side, remember. Luke did as she said and started piling toppings on next. You need help? Jade asked. He held her gaze.
Maybe.
She smiled, seeming to hold a hint of that playful side she'd shown last week at the pond. Okay. Jade walked around the counter and stood beside him. Gavin didn't miss the warmth of her arm as it grazed his. You need to start with some flour. She reached into the small measuring cup, pinching some in her fingers.
And where does that go?
He asked. Jade dropped it on the counter. Here, she said. And here. With movements too quick to stop, she smeared her fingers over one side of Gavin's face. Luke busted up.
Oh,
Gavin said, reaching for the measuring cup next.
like this?
He sprinkled the flour into his open palm, rubbed his hands together, and cradled her face. With the soft white powder coating his hands, he ran his thumbs over the light splash of freckles on her cheeks. He liked the way Jade didn't fight it, only stood there and smiled as he drew a line from the top of her forehead down to the tip of her nose. She batted her eyelashes at him.
Is that all you got?
But his eyes were already set on something more. Those lips. Without breaking his gaze, Gavin traced a finger over the smooth curves of her mouth. The top lip first, followed by that full bottom pout. The powdery substance barely clung to the softness there, creating the lightest sheen over their pretty pink color. He ran a thumb over them next, willing himself to let go and step away, wondering if he'd ever been so hungry in all his life. A warm dose of heat churned low in his belly as he considered kissing those lips again. When his gaze wandered up to her eyes once more, the heat flared stronger, hotter. Gavin puzzled when her attention was drawn to something behind him, that is, until he felt 3 small taps to his shoulder. In half a second, Gavin had dropped his hands and spun around. Luke, standing on a bar stool, cracked a small-toothed grin and ran a single finger down Gavin's nose. A stream of chuckles ensued as the kid doubled over in laughter, nearly losing his footing.
Think that's funny, Vegas?
Gavin challenged, lifting a small frame toward the ceiling.
Whose side are you on, anyway? Hers or mine?
After extending Luke's arms high over his head, Gavin lowered him to the floor, hunkering over him as he tickled his sides. He'd never heard a kid laugh so hard, but he was certain the sheer sound could heal even the deepest wound. Jojo rushed over to the excitement, bouncing around them while licking Luke's face.
Well, whose side are you on?
Gavin urged.
Your mom's or mine?
Luke pressed the dog's wet nose away from his face while gasping for air.
Mom's!
Luke finally blurted. Gavin smiled.
You mean all I get is Jojo?
More giggling.
Yep.
But Jojo stinks,
Gavin complained.
and he slobbers, and he doesn't even laugh when I tickle him.
Luke burst into laughter once more as Gavin lifted a hand over his tummy.
I didn't even touch you yet,
He said, glancing up at Jade. Her smile was wide, beautiful. Gavin lowered his hand just a bit, wiggling his fingers as he hovered over them. Luke chuckled even harder, causing Gavin to laugh as well. A thought gradually seeped into Gavin's mind. He'd become a part of it. Somehow snuck into a moment like the one he'd seen. Their love, their happiness, their connection. Jade and Luke had let him in. Though he didn't deserve it and would never be worthy of it, they'd let him in just the same. Jade smiled as she listened in on Gavin and Luke's conversation. With the two just around the corner, the running water from the sink muffled their voices. While scrubbing at a stubborn spot on the soaking pan, Jade leaned her head toward the dining area.
How come you call me Vegas?
She heard Luke ask.
You don't know why?
Gavin chuckled.
Well, in Vegas, they have casinos. Lots of them. And you go there and you play all sorts of games and try to win money, right?
That's awesome!
Luke said, causing Jade to shake her head. She shut off the water, unwilling to miss what Gavin would say next.
Well, you don't always win, trust me. In fact, folks get in a whole lot of trouble if they gamble too much.
There was a long pause.
Anyway, they have these guys who work the card games, you know? There's poker, 21, blackjack.
The sound of Gavin's voice died down as Jade turned on the faucet once more, letting the boys have their moment. Jade couldn't help but melt at the way Gavin treated Luke, the way he really listened to him when he spoke. She appreciated how Gavin played with him as well, a bit rougher than she would, but still gentle, careful not to bang up his body or bruise his ego. When he'd lifted Luke off the bar stool and wrestled him to the ground, Jade had watched in wonder, realizing how wonderful it would be if Luke had a father, a thought she rarely let herself entertain. The moment leading up to the incident, when Gavin had caressed her lips with his thumbs, had her pondering an entirely different idea. How nice it would be for her to have a man, one who loved her, the way her father loved her mom, Someone who would love Luke and help care for him. Similar thoughts occupied Jade's mind as Luke showed her the card trick Gavin had taught him, and while she and Luke got ready for bed. She'd made it through a good night moon without thinking of the words or pictures or pages, just repeated the phrases in her usual rhythm and rhyme. All the while she was recalling the calloused tip of Gavin's finger, outlining the curve of her mouth, the way the coarse scruff on his roughly shaven face felt against her palm, that dimple that set in as she teased him. Yet lingering at the fray of each recollection lay the idea that Gavin might come to her room after she and Luke said goodnight. Despite every wall she'd built and each promise she'd made, Jade hoped desperately that he would.
Mom!
Luke called as she twisted his doorknob to leave. The sound of running water from the bathroom told Jade Gavin was still in the shower. "What is it, Skywalker?" she asked. Though she just tucked him in, Luke sat up in his bed, folding his legs beneath him.
Today was a good day, huh?
Jade nodded. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? His head bobbed.
Like when we went to the pond? I like that too.
She paused, realizing what those 2 days had in common. Time with Gavin. You have fun playing puzzles with Earl, too, don't you? Luke nodded. And helping Lily pick the peaches in the corn. All that stuff. A smile crept over his face as he nodded some more.
And playing with Jonah and Jackson,
he said.
I like it here.
Hearing the words did something to Jade. It was odd, but the small spot of land in the great Montana state seemed untouchable somehow, as if things like murder and people like Rhett couldn't exist in a place so good. I did too, she said, striding back to his bedside. She pressed a firm kiss to his soft little forehead, helped him crawl into the sheets once more, and kissed him again on the doughy smooth surface of his cheek. I love you, Skywalker.
Love you too,
he said. Jade sighed. He was happy. Perhaps Luke had some of his grandpa's ways in him, that yearning to be out on the land. That idea made her smile. The hall light was on, the bathroom door still closed, and Gavin was nowhere in sight. It was possible that Earl and Lily would be home any minute, yet Jade somehow knew that wouldn't stop Gavin from coming into her room. Nothing would. Not if he felt the same pressing desire she did, the warm tingling in her core that urged her to explore the potential between them. She kept her lamp on, skimming over the pages of a novel Reese had dropped by. As the minutes ticked on, Jade began actually reading the thing. Before she knew it, her eyes had drifted shut, the book had fallen off her bed, and Jade had startled awake. She eyed the clock, reminding herself why her light had been on, and gasped as she realized it was 1 a.m. He hadn't come. Jade puzzled there a moment before flicking off her lamp. As the blackness changed before her eyes, a cool blue shade of gray shadowing the room, she stared at the ceiling, willing herself to fall back to sleep. She was too tired to think about Gavin and his perfectly sculpted lips, or the way he looked while riding that dark stallion, a cowboy hat on his head, and most of all, she was far too tired to think about the way his strong lips felt when he'd kissed her. This week had nearly tortured her with glimpses of him at his best, working out in the field, his t-shirt off as the sun cast a marvelous glow along his sculpted chest. There were times Jade swore Gavin was so handsome it nearly hurt to look at him. But it went beyond that. She'd noticed something taking shape in him since their stay, something that reached beyond a sense of duty on his part, sided more with a genuine caring and concern for not only her and Luke, but for the ranch as well. Jade eyed the clock once more, irritated to see only a few measly minutes had passed. She sighed. It was possible Gavin had come into her room when she was already sleeping, or maybe he'd been about to come in but was thwarted when Lily and Earl came home, and by the time they were settled, Gavin had fallen asleep. Whatever the reason, Jade wished she could do the same. Forget the restless urges nudging at her brain and just slip back into a peaceful slumber. Her mind wanted that very badly, but her body wanted something else. Before she could think better of it, Jade was on her feet and headed toward the door. She put extra thought into quieting the doorknob as she left her room, but the loud ringing from the kitchen phone nearly caused her to scream. Jade patted the walls with her palms, feeling for a light switch as she shuffled toward the sound. At last she felt the switch beneath her hand and flicked it on. With light from the hall guiding her way, Jade moved faster toward the phone, her imagination working double time to guess at who'd call so late. Couldn't be good. Jade brought the phone to her ear. "Hello?"
Jade, it's Ellie.
"Hi," Jade said, wishing her voice hadn't sounded so tired.
Oh, I hope I didn't wake you. I hesitated to call, but then I didn't want to worry you, so...
Jade worked to peer beyond the kitchen window. "What's the matter?" she asked.
Oh, nothing. It just got too dark for Lily to drive. She doesn't drive at night, and, of course, Earl can't drive yet with his shoulder the way it is, so they're staying in the guest bed here. Just wanted to let you know.
Jade nodded. "Okay, thanks."
Hope you guys had a nice evening,
Ellie said. She paused in answering. "Thanks. You too." The phone, an ancient thing tethered to the wall by a winding cord, sat in Jade's hand. "Hope you had a nice evening?"
Well, good night.
"Night," Jade returned. "Thanks for calling." After a bit of reflecting on Allie's call, she remembered where she had left off. Gavin's room. Yes, she was going in there. The doorknob twisted beneath her fingers. The hinges creaked, heightening the strained beat of her heart as she stepped inside. Her breaths were rapid and labored as she scanned over the covers on his bed, a fresh sense of urgency pushing her forward. The rug in his room was dry and scratchy beneath her feet as she neared him, unwilling to pause long enough for awareness or doubt to kick in. She was in his room, was going to slide into his bed. Jade was determined to make out with Gavin Emerson that night. But why was it his pillow looked so bare, and where was the lump of him beneath the sheets? Jade reached out, patted the area before her, shocked to find he wasn't there at all. She spun around, scanning the darkened room for a lamp or switch, anything that might shed some light on what had happened, where he had gone, and then it hit her. A memory of him leaving back on their second night there. Of course. How had she forgotten about that? The whole week she'd only assumed Gavin was too tired and beat to come into her room, or perhaps forcing himself to be good and let Jade have her space. All the while he'd really been sneaking out, getting a little action on the side. "That jerk," she hissed. After 1 a.m, and the snake was still out. She didn't even want to think about the kind of skank he was with, only vowed to confront him the moment he got home. With that mindset, Jade plunked onto Gavin's bed, pulling her knees to her chest. She stared at the cool darkness ahead, confrontations rambling through her mind, things he might say to defend himself, what she'd say in return. Gavin might have thought he was pulling one over on her, sneaking off to be at the likes of that horrible little Natasha she'd met on her first night there, but all that would have to end. Trysts like that could expose them, putting her and Luke in danger, and though Jade knew it went beyond that, a small bite of betrayal, the undeniable sting of rejection, she kept safety at the top of her list. Gavin had agreed to keep the two from harm. His romantic rendezvous would have to wait. The smell of victory hung in the air as Gavin climbed out of the truck, eyeing the stretch of land from the homestead. Sure, he hadn't caught the culprit yet, but it was only a matter of time now. 4 traps had been set, and he'd done a fine job of it, too. With Porter's help, that is. Turns out, after a much-needed apology on Gavin's part, he found the kid had gathered some useful information. A method that went clear back to the way Grant always took care of the blasted things. It had taken a while to locate his old high school buddy, Johnny Flinders, but Gavin knew that guy would own every kind of device capable of catching a 4-legged creature. The traps Johnny had in stock weren't cheap, but if the medieval contraptions did the job, they'd be worth every cent. Before heading up the porch, Gavin took a moment to appreciate the view. He'd been working beneath that very sky for several evenings throughout the week, but hadn't once noticed its beauty. A million stars glistened from the endless span of deep blue, a darker shade along the skyline. Lighter directly overhead, and an even brighter shade of blue glowed around the near full moon. Gavin wasn't much of an optimist, but he had to admit he felt good. It had been a nice day, better than he'd had in a long time. Of course, if things had gone his way, Gavin would have spent a nice block of time cozying up with his hot little house guest after dinner, but she'd had Luke to care for, and he'd had a job to do. All he needed now was a few solid hours of sleep before he had to be up and at 'em again, hopefully digging a hole to bury the stinking prairie dog once and for all. It was a good thing for Gavin there weren't light sleepers in the house. He'd managed to sneak in and out without so much as a stir from the others. He tossed his hat onto the dresser, his eyes easily seeing the shape of it in the shadows. Once his boots and socks hit the floor, he unlatched his belt buckle and let his jeans drop, too. May as well leave them there, he decided. A few hours on the floor wouldn't hurt them any. While lifting both arms over his head, Gavin tugged off his shirt, tossing it in the direction of his jeans as he stepped toward the bed. Wait, what was on his... Jade? Gavin's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he looked over the shapely lump on the bed. What was she doing? He reached over to the lamp and flicked the thing on. A sharp streak of light made him cringe as he worked to survey her further. Dressed in what looked like a cross between pajamas and scrubs, Jade lay awkwardly on her side, arms gently cradling her legs to her chest. Had she sleepwalked? Heard a thump in the night and gotten scared? Psst, Jade, wake up. Gavin ran a finger along the length of her arm, enjoying the smooth feel of her skin. Jade moaned, straightened her legs, and covered her face with both hands. As he flattened his palm against the side of her thigh, cursing the thin fabric that prevented the touch of her skin, Gavin began to wonder if perhaps she'd sought him out for different reasons. They had gotten pretty cozy earlier, what with the whole flower incident. His touch turned softer as he continued down the length of her leg, sighing as he wrapped his hand around her bare ankle. Jade flinched, barely missed kicking him by an inch. What are you doing? Her tone was filled with agitation. A small gap had formed in the fan of her fingers. She peered at him through it. Well, looky who's sleeping in my bed, Gavin crooned, a wide smile on his face. Jade groaned. Turn off the light. Why, Freckles, what pretty skin you have. He ran his hand over her arm. She flicked it off. Shut up. Gavin leaned down, hovered just above her before blowing along the exposed parts of her neck. And what nice ears you have, he whispered. This time she didn't move. And what lovely lips, he added. In a frantic sort of scurry, Jade pushed away from the bed and sat up. She panted there, scanning her surroundings. I'm in your room, she breathed, her fingers gripping the sheets beneath her hand. No, Gavin jutted his chin toward her. You're in my bed. Lucky for me, you're not the big bad wolf. He paused to allow for a dark, sinister laugh. Too bad for you. I am. She pulled away from his gaze, allowing her eyes to travel down the length of him in a slow crawl. Gavin glanced down, too. A pair of boxers hung low on his hips, covering the basics, but not much more. When her eyes met his again, he flashed her a grin. Sorry I didn't dress up, he said. I wasn't expecting company. Where were you? She hissed, as if just now remembering something of interest. Her brown eyes narrowed, a look that went beyond normal squinting from the light. She was angry. What? Gavin had no intention of answering her question, not until he'd asked a few of his own. Why do you want to know? He asked. She grimaced. Just tell me. What do you think I was doing? Jade rolled her eyes, smoothing a hand over her hair, probably wondering if she looked a wreck. She didn't, but he wouldn't tell her that. You want to know where I think you were? She clarified. Yep. What is this, some sort of game? Maybe, he said, knowing it would bug her even more. It's not what I think you were doing, she said, her cheeks flushing a warm shade of pink. It's what I know, because I'm not an idiot. So that's how it was. Then spit it out, love, so we can all get some sleep. Jade shot to a stand, puffed out her chest, and glared at him. You were out there hooking up with some skank. That's where you were. Boy, did she ever sound jealous. Gavin opened his mouth to reply, a mean and taunting little jab, but stopped short as he noticed something in her eyes. There, in their warm brown depths, he detected hints of shame. And it looked new on her, and out of place.
So what if I was doing that, hooking up with some chick on the side?
Though he wasn't sure why, Gavin's heart began a mad sort of pounding as he waited for her to answer. He leaned in, hanging on the breath between them. Well, she started, her voice a low and even whisper. Forget about the fact that that's just plain wrong, and think about the way it puts us at risk.
How so?
People here are supposed to believe we're married. If you're out chasing girls, that will raise questions.
Lots of men cheat on their wives,
he said. Yeah, but I'm not the kind of woman who would put up with that. And he wasn't the sort of man who would cheat. Who is she? Jade asked. Gavin tilted his head.
You asked that like you'd know the girl.
Is it Natasha? Oh, he didn't see that coming.
Listen, Jade.
I know you two have a thing for each other, she said, even if she is dating your brother.
Had a thing, and trust me, on my end, it didn't last long. Besides, I would never...
Only he was going in the wrong direction. What he really needed to do was set things straight.
I wasn't with anybody tonight.
Gavin let the sentence linger before offering more. A wash of relief seemed to fall over Jade in a slow, fluid wave. First in the softening of her furrowed brow, next in the easing of her shoulders. She exhaled a long breath through pursed lips. Then where were you?
Got a coyote of some sort threatening the herd. I set up a few traps.
Jade nodded, her gaze dropping to his chest before it shot back up. And the other night, when I saw you leaving? He hadn't seen that coming either.
Same,
he assured.
Only I was trying to shoot the damn thing.
An extended silence drew on as the look of satisfaction came over her face.
Oh, but you can't tell Earl about it. Lily thinks it'll be too upsetting for him to know, so,
He shrugged, figuring that would be enough. That makes sense, Jade said. Her gaze dropped to her feet as she stepped around him, looking bashful all of a sudden. Wounded, even.
Wait.
Gavin backed up in a rush, beating her to the doorway. He stood before it, blocking her exit with his arms at either side of the door frame.
What were you doing in here?
He asked, lowering his voice. Jade's warm breath flitted over his bare chest. She dropped her arm from where she tucked her hair behind one ear, the side of her hand grazing over his skin. He took hold of her wrist.
Well?
In the moments that followed, Gavin's mind offered answers of its own. He could nearly feel her pulse race beneath his fingers as he waited for a response. And there was that look again. Guilt or shame or... nothing. And with that, Jade pulled her wrist free, pressed him back into the hallway, and walked to her room, leaving Gavin with an undefined ache in his chest. Chapter 15.
Slide over that box of jars, will you, Jade?
Lily stood across the counter from Jade, stretching an arm expectantly. Jade gripped one edge of the cardboard box and pushed it across the counter. Should I head out and pick more tomatoes? The fine wrinkles around Lily's deep blue eyes crinkled as she studied the layout before her.
What was that?
She finally asked. Jade motioned toward the empty pot. Should I pick more?
Oh, yes, dear, thank you. But we'll wait and do them tomorrow. I do my last batch before noon so as not to overheat the kitchen.
She scurried over to a wide drawer next to the oven.
Wear this. You can pile the tomatoes onto it since the pot's a mess.
Lily spun Jade around, looped a floral pattern apron over her head, and tied it in place. A light swat on the butt let Jade know she was finished.
There, now out you go.
Jade stepped over Luke where he lay with his cards on the ground, recalling the way Gavin had taught him a few magic tricks the night before. That almost perfect in every way night. Almost. 3 days later, she still couldn't quite shake the humiliation of being found in his room. Had she not considered that Gavin would want an explanation? Some sort of reason as to why she'd gone there in the first place? Of course, she'd been happy with his reason for being gone, and, though she didn't want to admit it, equally happy with the attention he'd been giving her since that night. "Want to come pick tomatoes with me?" Jade asked Luke.
Yeah.
He said. Jade smiled. "All right, pick up your cards first."
A day at school would be a lot better for him than playing with those cards for hours on end,"
Lily chimed. The comment fanned at her temper. Leave it to Lily to spoil a perfectly good moment, with a subject she'd already beaten to death, no less. The woman was stubborn, she'd give her that. But Jade was too, and there was no use putting Luke in a school he'd get pulled from before half the year was through. Jade commended herself for ignoring the comment, outwardly anyway, and stepped onto the back patio, squinting against the midday sun. The heat of it warmed her skin in a way that made her want to lie down and soak it up.
"Plenty left out there,"
Earl said, motioning to the garden. He sat in the gazebo, working on his puzzles, a pitcher of iced tea nearby. "Yeah, it'll keep us busy for the next few days, won't it?" Earl wiped his mouth with a napkin.
"I'll say."
"How's your lunch, Earl?" Jade asked, striding toward him.
"Delicious. Thank you."
She glanced at the empty plate, glad he'd liked the sandwiches she'd made. Luke shot out of the house like a rocket, rushing over to the table where he eyed the small pieces scattered about the surface.
It is new,
He said.
Lily told me about it.
"Did she?"
The man thundered.
"Have you come to help me?"
With a bit of effort, Earl pulled out the folding chair next to him and patted the seat.
Mom, can I do this instead of pick tomatoes?
He asked, pointing to the puzzle. Jade smiled. Sure.
"That's my boy,"
Earl chuckled. As she took the patio steps, Jade was pleased to see Gavin at the barn, loading supplies into a pickup. His shirt was off, and the contours of his muscular chest glistened with evidence of a hard day's work. She sighed while admiring him from a distance, musing how good cowboy life looked on him. Even with the sleeve of tattoos encasing one well-defined arm, the man looked like he'd come home. It was surprising to her each time she recalled the words he'd spoken back on their first day at the ranch, something about how much he despised the lifestyle. How could that be when it seemed to suit him so well? Jade turned her attention to the garden as she neared, deep red tomatoes clinging to thick leafy vines. Just as she reached into one of the thriving plants, she heard the distant chime of a doorbell echoing throughout the house. An image of Rhett flashed through her mind. Her eyes shot to the patio where Luke and Earl sat. "Stay there, Skywalker!" she hollered. With her heart pounding, Jade darted up the steps toward the house and into the kitchen.
"Sure thing, hon,"
Lily called, stepping in from the front room.
"He's right out back with Earl."
Suddenly, Jackson barreled around the corner, sped past Lily and Jade, and out the patio door. His clothes were new, his hair gelled, and a stiff-looking backpack hung from his shoulders.
You ready?
He asked Luke. Jade gasped, barely recovering from the scare in time to realize why Jackson had come. "Did you tell Reese to pick Luke up for school?" Lily looked up guiltily as someone hollered from the front door. "Jade?" Reese stepped around the corner.
Sorry, we're a bit early. I just wanted to make sure we got there on time, first day and everything. I was glad you agreed to afternoons. We wouldn't stand a chance with the morning shift.
The woman's sweet southern tone and friendly smile did little to calm Jade's anger. She looked at Lily, then back at Reese. "I'm sure you didn't know this," Jade said, "but I told Lily that I didn't want to put Luke in preschool here." Reese's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "You did?" Lily managed the dismissive wave of her hand while testing the lids of each set jar.
"I've already paid the boy's fee. You may as well just send him."
"That's for me to decide, not you. And I asked you not to pay." Jade's sentence died as Luke tugged at her apron. She looked down at him, biting back her words to hear him out.
Mom?
He eyed Lily first, then Reese, and as his gaze set back on Jade, he finally spoke up.
Can I go to school with my cousins?
A sick sort of hurt flared in her heart. "Not today. I have you signed up to go to school back home. You'll start when we get back." Reese reached down and took Jackson by the hand. "That sounds like a good idea," she said. Jackson frowned.
So he doesn't get to come?
Not this time. Sorry that Aunt Lily made you think that, Jade said, glaring pointedly at the woman. She was confused. Confused was right. Gavin's aunt thought she had the right to decide what her son did and didn't do. They might be living under one roof, and Jade made it a point to be polite and respectful, but Lily couldn't go around making those types of decisions for her and her son. As Jade walked Reese and Jackson toward the front door, Jonah burst through.
Where is he?
Jonah asked. Reese shook her head.
Not coming, buddy.
Jonah's shoulders slumped.
Oh, man.
The child's disappointment only fueled Jade's temper. Luke watched from the screen door as the kids plowed into the minivan. Once they pulled away, he spun around and grabbed his cards off the coffee table. With his eyes set on her, he lifted his hand up high, his fingers barely retaining the hefty stack.
Go away!
Without another word, he let the deck fly from his hand. The cards fluttered over the room as Luke sped down the hall, slamming the door to his bedroom. Jade shook her head, tearing straight through the kitchen without so much as a word. By the time she made it down 2 porch steps, she couldn't hold it back any longer. "Thanks a lot, Lily," she said, hoping that'd be enough to vent for then. It wasn't. She spun around and walked back to the kitchen as fast as she'd left it. "You might think I'm some mess of a parent who doesn't know how to raise a kid, but I want you to know that Luke takes priority over all else, always and forever. He is the reason I'm here. I don't like handouts, I can't stand to intrude, and I hate relying on other people. I came because I want to keep him safe. Please don't make it any harder than it already is." The porch stairs were no more than a blur as she sped down them and toward the garden. She heard Earl's voice in the background and forced herself to spin around, hear what he had to say. "I agree with you, hon," he said. "She needs to pull it out. But Lil, well, she's got good intentions. Just sometimes doesn't know when to let something go." He shook his head, and Jade felt like her body would explode if she held still for another minute. She thumped the toe of her flip-flop on the dirt as she waited for him to finish. "I think you putting her in her place isn't such a bad thing." He chuckled, lifted his hat to smooth a hand over his thin silver hair. "Even at our age, we have lessons to learn. She'll learn her boundaries with you, and she'll respect you for it later." Jade nodded. "Thanks, Earl." She turned away from him as a rash of built-up heat spread from her chest to her face. Her lower lip quivered, her eyes stung, and she wanted nothing more than to cave. Give in to the urge to break down and cry. Cry about having to bite back words she'd rather shout at the top of her lungs. Cry about the hurt she'd seen on Luke's face. Cry from the ache that sunk into her chest each time she thought of Gavin. Her feet seemed to have an idea all their own, the rapid steps taking her down the dirt path toward the pond. She needed a release, something to help her face Luke again, and Lily too. She needed something to strengthen her ever-weakening resolve to steer clear of that horse-riding, womanizing, far more attractive than natural man named Gavin Emerson. And the obsession she had with him, it was all she thought about some nights. It seemed as if she lay there for hours, reflecting on what might have taken place if Gavin had been in his bed that night. She ached at the thought, physically ached with desire for the man who'd somehow lured her into his trap. It had been years since she'd felt this way, years since she'd had such a deep and dreaded longing for just one person alone. This awful sort of crush. The word hit her mind like a cruel slap, taunting her as if she were some silly schoolgirl. Yet she knew it was true all the same. She hadn't known him long enough for anything deeper, so it certainly wasn't love. Jade nodded her head, letting the horrid truth of it sink in. As much as she'd worked to avoid it, and as much as she'd wished it wasn't true, Jade had a crush on Gavin, and there was no telling how deep it would go. Once she caught sight of the blue sky reflected in the perfect pond, Jade felt guilty for not bringing Luke. He would have enjoyed getting out of the house. She could hardly believe she'd made it there so quickly. With as fast as her mind was moving, her feet must have moved even faster. It seemed as if 100 trees had gathered to obscure the view of the pond. Still, the sun snuck through every possible nook and crevice. As Jade neared the water, a calming peace came over her. She sighed. This is why she liked it here so much. The quiet flutter of birds in the trees, the comforting rustle of leaves as the wind blew. Jade was an introvert by nature. It took effort to go into work each day, put on a happy face, and talk to every patron sitting at her station. Life on the ranch was different in the best possible way. She enjoyed the household chores so much they didn't feel like work. Indoor tasks like canning fruit and preparing meals were rewarding. Outdoor tasks like tending to the garden or picking fruit were even better, especially when Luke was by her side. And as frustrating as Lily could be, Jade had already come to care for her. She'd just have to make the boundaries clear, as Earl had said.
Well, well, gets prettier every day.
Gavin's voice sent a pleasant little zing through her chest. She spun to face him.
Course the pond and trees ain't bad either,
he added with a grin. He'd already climbed off his horse and tethered Shadow to one of the trees.
You getting in the water today?
He sounded hopeful. I wish, she said, thinking of how refreshing the cool water would feel in her skin. The water here is so serene, you know? Gavin shrugged as he stepped toward her, hooking one thumb into a pocket on his jeans. I love the beaches in Los Angeles, but even when it seemed you had the whole beach to yourself, it was never this peaceful. The constant waves just make it seem restless somehow, something I didn't realize until the first time I swam here. Gavin motioned toward the weathered old bench Luke had rested on last week.
Shall we?
Jade nodded, eyeing her feet as she stepped over a few dry twigs.
It wasn't so quiet here when we used to come. Few rowdy boys racing to the water, splashing and dunking each other.
He reached out his hand, helping over a tall patch of grass to get to the bench.
You know Earl and Lily have a son named Logan, right?
Yeah, she answered, recalling the way Lily had mentioned him once, stating he'd sort of rebelled the way Gavin had, before marrying anyway.
Well, Gavin said, Logan had a twin.
She felt her heart sink. Had? Gavin lowered himself onto the seat beside her with a sigh. He looked out over the water, the story playing somewhere behind the green of his eyes. If Jade looked close enough, she could see the splendor of the view repeated there.
His name was Alex. Since we lived so close, the twins became more like brothers to us than cousins. We did everything together. Chased girls, ride bulls. Logan and Blake were real close. And for whatever reason, Alex and I got along best. And since he was older, and a hell of a lot nicer to me than Blake, I looked up to him most.
Jade nodded knowingly. When did he die? And how?
When he was 25, I think. Was a car accident about 4 or 5 years ago.
How awful, she managed. So was he married?
Nope.
The information softened Jade's feelings toward Lily. What a horrible thing to suffer. Jade's worst nightmare, in fact. And here the woman had gone through it not more than 5 years ago. She asked more questions, learning about Alex, fun-loving cousin, protective brother, and devoted son who ran the ranch while Earl worked as the county marshal. Gavin spoke of Earl's passion for woodwork next, explaining that both the twins and Earl had created the very bench they sat on. He spoke so highly of his uncle and his cousins, too. Gavin even had a few good things to say about Lily. It was interesting hearing him talk about the family, one that was now, through a strange twist of events, part of her life, too. It made Jade feel closer to them all. But mostly, she felt closer to him. He saw the good in others, at least in these guys, and she liked that about him. After a short break in the conversation, Gavin changed the subject.
What were you like in high school, Sweet Cheeks?
Sweet Cheeks? That was a new one. And so was the topic.
Wait, let me guess. You were some kind of goth chick. Black nails, dyed hair, stuff like that.
More punk, she amended. As for the dyed hair, I only tried that once. I ended up going through all sorts of trouble to get it back the way it was. Cured me from ever wanting to do it again.
Good thing.
Gavin reached out and tucked her hair behind one ear, letting his touch linger along the side of her face. Jade wondered if the ferocious beating of her heart was audible in the brief moments. She smiled, appreciating the gentleness of such strong hands. She admired his face, too. The way those muscular lines along his jaw were accented by that dark, ever-present 5 o'clock shadow, scruff that almost hid the small scar along his chin. She noticed one above his eyebrow as well, and though the marks were hardly visible, they somehow added to Gavin's rugged appeal. "What were you like?" she asked. "Jock? Cowboy? Womanizer?" she added darkly.
Yep, all three.
He laughed, eyes locked on her.
Why don't you date, Freckles?
The sinking feeling she'd had on her walk there, that sick knot of despair over wanting Gavin the way she did, returned as she glanced up at him through her lashes. His arm grazed hers as she paused in answering, still stunned by the fact he'd asked the question.
I mean, he said, I know it's to avoid the creeps out there, I guess. But what made you really commit to that decision? To stay single until Luke was grown?
The beating of her heart had become louder somehow, the conversation toying with the heat she felt for him. She lifted her feet off the ground, folding her legs to sit Indian style on the bench. "A combination of things, really," she said. "I just had such poor judgment when it came to Luke's father. I really believed we were in it together, whatever it might be. So when I wound up pregnant, there was no doubt in my mind that he'd stay, help me raise him. Even if we didn't stay together, I thought we were at least friends enough that he'd want to..." She shook her head, changing the course of her answer. "In retrospect, I can see how he was always pretty selfish."
Yeah, but we're not all like that.
Gavin repositioned himself, reaching for a dangling branch. He plucked at a few leaves, began twisting them with his fingers. "I know that," she assured. "Like I said, there's more to it." She left it there, cursing the desperate part of her that said Gavin was more than just curious, the wistful voice that said he was interested in her.
"So there's more to it, but you don't want to talk about it."
She laughed. "Not really."
Huh. Are you a good shot?
He came to a sudden stand, urging her to do the same. "What do you mean?" Jade asked, hopping down from the bench as well. He lifted the top surface, revealing a shallow box beneath the seating area. She peered inside to see a pile of old banged-up soup cans. Quickly, he began gathering them in his arms.
Want to set these babies up?
He asked. "Sure. Where at?" He pointed to a rock across the way.
If you don't want to go for a swim, you'll need to walk behind the bench to the water's edge.
She smiled. "I can do that."
Good. Put your arms out. While you set up, I'll go get the rifle off the saddle.
A series of hollow clanks sounded as Jade worked to contain the cans. A few slipped onto the ground, barely missing her toes. Jade headed through the trees until she saw a break close to a large boulder. The water was cool, but shallow as she waded into it. "Like this?" she hollered as she set up the cans. He gave her a nod.
Yep.
Gavin pulled the gun from its case as she headed back to the bench. It looked like the one her dad used to hunt with, long, brown, and made from a wood-looking sort of plastic.
Ever shoot one of these, Freckles?
Jade shook her head. No. A maddeningly handsome smile spread over his face.
You scared to shoot a gun?
No, she answered honestly.
Good. We're going to play a game. For each can I hit, I get to ask you a question that you answer fully.
She smiled.
And for each can that you hit, he said, you get to ask a question.
That you answer, Jade added, fully.
Yes.
She nodded. Got it. He lowered himself onto the edge of the bench, cradling the gun in his hands with outstretched arms. Jade reached for it, but Gavin stopped her by leaning farther away.
This thing's always loaded,
he said.
Rule number 1, every gun is loaded until you discover otherwise. Do you know what I mean by that?
Wait, you're giving me a lesson right now? She crinkled her nose at him, letting him know that his idea stunk.
I'm pretty sure I can shoot those cans without a full-fledged lesson on gun safety.
Gavin's eyes widened.
You're kidding, right?
He scooted even farther away, eyeing her up and down.
You're worse than a small child,
he accused.
Luke would sit through this better than you.
Jade let out a long sigh, her shoulders drooping in feigned boredom. It's loaded all the time, she said. Every gun is. Truth was, she wanted to shoot the thing, and she'd do what it took to cooperate.
Good. We treat every gun like it's loaded. Number 2.
And while Jade sat through Gavin's extended lesson on gun safety, she allowed for the occasional eye roll and let out a few impatient sighs as well. But the fact was, she was enjoying herself. Even if she was getting a lecture on something she'd probably only try once in her life, with him right by her side, no less, she liked it all the same. Seeing this responsible side of him, a part she wasn't sure even existed, a part she was glad to discover.
Okay, you ready to give it a go?
Gavin's face held a hint of concern as he pressed the rifle into her hand. Totally, Jade said. He helped her get the gun in position, sliding a warm palm along her straightened arm as she held the barrel. It was hard not to get distracted by the masculine smell of him, hints of worn leather and spicy cologne.
Okay,
he said, coming up behind her.
Place the butt of the rifle into your shoulder here.
Is it going to hurt when it goes off? She asked, glancing back at him. He furrowed his brows.
Your shoulder?
Yeah.
Not this gun. This'll just feel like a solid pat is all.
Jade nodded. Okay. He nudged up behind her, his strong chest flush against her back. His large hand curled over hers.
Now make sure to keep that finger straight until you're ready to shoot,
he said, tickling her ear with his warm breath.
There, now lean into the gun, set your eyes on the target, and pull the trigger.
Jade felt the absence of Gavin's touch the moment he backed away from her. She eyed the old tin cans balancing on the surface of the large boulder in the pond. Are we sure this won't hit anyone?
There's not an inch of foot room between the water's edge and the beginning of that hill,
he answered, stepping into her peripheral view once more. He pointed to the break in the trees where a large mound of dirt created a steep moss-covered hill.
That will catch every bullet, so long as you can aim in the general area.
Jade nodded, feeling nervous suddenly. A shaky breath rushed past her pursed lips.
You nervous?
Gavin asked, a hint of surprise coating his words. No.
It's okay if you are.
I'm not. To prove her point, Jade lifted her outstretched finger and curled it back to where it rested on the cool, smooth trigger. Without another thought, she pulled. A loud bang accompanied the pat to her shoulder Gavin spoke about. It felt more like a punch, but it didn't hurt by any means, just knocked her a step back. It took her a moment to realize Gavin had rested a hand against her lower back to catch her. It felt nice there, solid and warm. The cans remained untouched on the rock. She lowered the gun before glancing back at him. That wasn't as loud as I thought it'd be, she said, recalling the deafening sound of the gunshot in the alleyway. An unwanted vision rushed to her mind, of Wanda's long blonde hair clinging to the brick as she fell. The memory made her stomach churn. Gavin stepped toward her, his face thoughtful. For a moment it seemed as if he could see what she could, the cold murder she'd witnessed.
Are you sure you're okay to do this?
The forest of his rich green eyes pulled her in, welcomed her with a gentle kindness she hadn't known was there. The moment dragged on while he held her gaze, like the lasting chime of a pitch-perfect bell, infusing her with a heat that spread to every limb. Gavin had become more than the handsome face and perfect figure, the outrageous flirt or drifting loner. He was someone who cared about her. Jade gulped, unnerved by the thoughts going through her head. I'm sorry, she said. What did you ask me? Her question seemed to take him off guard. His lips parted. He cleared his throat.
Just, if you're okay to shoot, after everything you've been through.
He took a step back, running a hand along the back of his neck. Jade nodded, grasping onto her senses once more. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. She lifted the gun again, pointing it toward her targets while taking a deep breath. Besides, I've got to hit at least one of these cans, she said. I'm pretty sure you know how to take these things out with your eyes closed. If I don't want to be the only one talking, I'm going to have to give this my all. And with that, Jade leaned into the gun, readied herself once more, and pulled the trigger. Gavin watched as a warm dose of pink spread over Jade's cheeks. It didn't take a lot to get this girl's temper going, and he couldn't help but enjoy the way she wore it. I swear this gun's broken, she said. What, did you put blanks in here? Gavin eyed her and then the gun.
It's the same gun I shot with.
Yeah, once the real bullets started coming. He smiled again.
This is an interesting side of you, Freckles.
Interesting? Her face scrunched up like the word disgusted her.
Yeah, I never knew you were such a sore loser.
Jade's brown eyes grew wide. Her mouth dropped open. You know what? With the gun pointed at the sky, she shoved it into his hands. She wiggled her feet out of her flip-flops, one after the next, as she scanned the ground.
What are you doing?
A bright ray of sun touched the side of her cheeks as she bent down, dug her fingers into the dirt surrounding the pond. Rocks. She was gathering rocks.
Think your aim's going to be better with those?
She didn't answer, only continued to dig odd-sized stones from the dirt. When her small hands couldn't hold them anymore, she placed them into her apron, like he'd seen her do with the fruit in the yard out back. At last she stepped into the water, shivering once as she did. She stopped once the water reached just beneath her knees, a good 10 feet from the boulder, and tossed her first rock. One can toward the front went down.
Lucky shot,
he said. She hurled the next one, taking out 2 cans at once.
It's not bowling,
Gavin said, shaking his head. Jade ignored him. That's 3. The next few shots weren't so lucky, and though Gavin knew he shouldn't be rooting for her, he secretly was. He liked seeing her triumphant smile, the lift of confidence in her shoulders. The girl was a crummy shot when it came to a rifle. There was no fixing that. But she wasn't such a bad aim with the rocks, at close range, with plenty of ammo in stock. When he could see the load in her apron was getting light, Gavin worked his way out of his boots. After removing his socks, he rolled up his Levi's, scrounged up a few nice-sized rocks, and went in after her. The water crept up his ankles as he stepped in. He looked up in time to see Jade toss her last rock, missing the final 2 cans that stood on the boulder. Gavin stepped up behind her as she brushed her palms together, the soft sounds of the water trickling as he moved. She glanced over his shoulder as he neared, eyeing first the pile of rocks, then him. What do you have there? He smiled.
Rocks, of course.
She eyed him warily. Who were they for? Gavin shook his head.
For you, obviously.
Really?
Why do you look so surprised?
He asked, slightly insulted. Jade shrugged. I don't know. Her gaze dropped to his hands once more as she dug into the bunch, scoring one of the larger ones. Thanks. Gavin stepped to the side as he watched her, enjoying the way she wanted to finish the job she'd started. He could sense that she didn't want to step closer to the cans, only wanted to wipe them all out from the spot she'd chosen. Her eyes narrowed as she brought her arm back. He kept his gaze on her face, letting the reaction there tell him whether she'd missed or not. She bit on her bottom lip as she hurled the thing forward. Her eyes widened. A hollow clank sounded as a smile spread over her face. Jade jumped up with excitement as she cheered. She looked at him, the grin still set on her face. That was a lucky rock, she said. Gavin smiled.
There's another lucky one in there, too,
he assured, glancing at the heap in his hands. Jade hovered a hand over the array, nudging a small pebble before digging for the one beneath. A smooth, round stone that was nearly white. You can get rid of the rest, Jade said, her shoulders firming.
You're so sure?
He asked, ready to let the rocks go. She nodded. Yep, I'm sure. With the tilt of his hands, Gavin allowed the pile of rocks to plink into the water. The sequence of ripples spread across the surface as he pulled in a deep breath of anticipation. This time he focused on the can. Only the can, willing the thing to fall. From the corner of his eye, he saw Jade throw the stone. A bead of pearly white shot toward the target. Gavin's brow furrowed, his eyes squinted, his hands were fists at his sides. A shallow clank sounded, and the can was gone. Jade began cheering, hopping up and down like she'd just won the World Series. Gavin kept his excitement under wrap. No need to let the girl know how much he'd been rooting for her.
Not bad,
he offered. She glanced over his shoulder. Thanks for the rocks. There was a certain glow about her cheeks as she smiled at him, a light in her eyes he wanted to capture and keep. But she turned her back to him all too quickly. Gavin stepped closer, the water climbing a little higher on his calves. Though the temperature wasn't as cold as he'd imagined, it was enough to cool his body from the heat. His blood was a different story. Jade stood there, just inches away from him, as tempting as ever. The back of her long, delicate neck seemed to tease him as Jade looked out over the view. She stilled as he neared, but didn't turn to face him. Gavin couldn't resist any longer. He wasn't sure how she would react, but that wouldn't stop him from trying. Not after he'd found her in his room the other night. The warmth of her figure was a nice contrast to the water. He pressed up against her to take it all in. Jade sucked in a small breath, seemingly surprised by how close he'd gotten, but she didn't move away from him. Encouraged, Gavin cupped her shoulder with one hand before sliding it down the length of her arm. When he moved beyond the hem of her sleeve, allowing the blessed touch of skin on skin, he nearly groaned. He wanted more, needed it. In a slow but certain move, Gavin brought his other hand to her hip. A slight whimper escaped her lips as he tightened his fingers against her, gripping the tempting curve of her waist from behind. As if giving him further access, Jade let her head drop to one side, exposing the silky length of her neck. His mouth watered at the sight of it. Gavin couldn't explain the inner voice that urged him to move slowly, but he listened to it all the same. Bringing his chin to rest at her shoulder, he ran his roughly shaven jaw along her sensitive skin, up the side of her neck, and then back as he breathed her in. He slid back up, pausing at that sweet nook along the side of her throat, allowing his breath to tease her there. His blood pulsed faster and hotter, burning within his belly as he licked his lips, bringing them closer still. At last, he kissed her, pressed his mouth against the spot she'd offered. Jade sighed as he kissed her there again, a longer and more persuasive kiss. He wanted her to turn, to offer her lips next. To encourage the action, Gavin gripped both sides of her warm, curvy waist. Just as he readied to spin her around, a burst of static broke through on the CB.
Gavin, you copy?
It was Earl's voice, and though Gavin could have ignored it till the cows came home, Jade stiffened beneath his touch. "Luke," she said, "I better get back to him." He reached one hand out to stay her, but Jade was already stepping away from him, back toward the edge in record time.
"Yeah, I'm here,"
Gavin finally said.
"Have you seen Jade?"
his uncle asked. Gavin spun around to see her bending down, looping her flip-flops onto one hand. "Tell him I'm headed back," she said, and then darted away beyond the trees toward the dirt path.
"Wait,"
he hollered.
"I'll take you back."
Gavin shook his head in disappointment, knowing that no matter what Earl said, Jade would insist on leaving.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"I got her right here with me."
He watched Jade's face as she tilted her head, listening for what else Earl might say.
"Oh, good. I figured as much. Lily just wanted me to double-check. She feels real awful about everything."
Gavin's brows furrowed as he eyed Jade, wondering just what the woman had done. Jade shook her head dismissively. "I'll tell you on the way back," she said. Gavin liked hearing that, liked the idea that she planned to open up to him, confide in him. He pressed down the button once more as he strode toward the dry land.
"What's Vegas up to?"
he asked, knowing Jade was concerned about leaving her son for so long.
"Oh, he's just helping me shuck the corn. Right, buddy?"
Earl said. The kid chimed in next. "Hi, Gavin." Boy, did the sound of Luke's voice do something to his insides, warm them in a way he hadn't thought possible.
"Hey there, Vegas. You been practicing your card tricks?"
Gavin hunkered onto the ground, enjoying the boy's excited response. Of course, Gavin was disappointed that their moment had been ruined, stopped by bad timing on his uncle's part, but he also sensed this was only the beginning. Over the last few days, he'd noticed a change in Jade. She was opening up to him, and he planned to see just how far he could take things. Yep, he was in a good position the way he saw it. After today, he had some honest answers coming his way, stuff that would give him insight into the fascinating woman she was. Still, he would save it for another day. Give her a break for now, knowing that sometime soon he would need to get her alone again. Already, Gavin was looking forward to it. Chapter 16.
Has Lily told you about the barn raising?
Earl asked Jade. He secured an oversized Ziploc bag while Jade scooped in the fresh-cut corn. Yeah, she said. I mean, she didn't say too much about it, just that there's a dance and food.
No real barn being built?
Earl said with a laugh.
Used to be in areas like this, barn raisins were about all the action folks would get, it seemed. Lots of people meeting up, the women bringing the food and the men working on the structure.
Jade dumped in a final scoop, nodding to indicate it'd be the last, and while Earl sealed it up with large, shaky hands, Jade wrote the date on the next bag with a Sharpie. So, how long have you been throwing the parties?
This'll be our 5th year,
Earl said. There was no pause behind his answer, no moment of calculation. So what made you guys want to start having them? She asked, unable to imagine what they could possibly gain from hosting such a thing.
You, heard about my son, Alex,
he said, a sudden tenderness in his voice. Jade nodded. Yes. She was grateful she and Gavin had already talked about it earlier in the week. Glad she wasn't hearing the news for the first time straight from Earl. The man shook his head and sighed.
Alex was so set on running this place for me that, well, it became his whole life. Allie got married, Logan did too, and Alex wanted to do the same, have a family of his own. He just kept himself too darn busy all the time. Never went any place where he could actually meet a lady.
Jade paused and, handing over the next bag, only listened as the sweet man opened his heart to her.
Ranching can be a lonely life if you let it, but it doesn't have to be. He chose to do a great deal of it alone, and that kept him more strapped down than was good for him.
Earl paused to look out at the yard, as if he could see the ghost of his son moving about the place, working the land. She allowed her eyes to drift that way as well, trying to picture that very thing. A young version of Earl, working tirelessly to raise the cattle.
I told him to slow down,
Earl said.
He wanted to take on more cattle, work our way into raising 3 or 4 times the amount, like Grant and his boys had done, but we just weren't set up for that. Between the immunizations and the feed.
Earl faded off for a bit and shook his head. A sigh passed through his weathered lips as his eyes settled back on the land.
Nobody saw it coming, the accident. Not Lily, not me. It ain't right to bury one's child the way we did. And it nearly destroyed us both. Was real hard on Allie, and Logan too, being his twin and all.
He wiped at the corner of his eye while giving her an apologetic grin.
But, the biggest regret we had, the one thing we'd have liked to change, is that he was single when he died. Sure, he was in his 20s, but I'd say that's plenty old for marrying and having kids.
When he glanced at her with a lifted brow, Jade nodded. Yeah, it is.
Folks can argue whether it's right or not, but Lily and I only wished he'd have been married, that he'd had a child or two, someone to carry on his name, you know, keep him alive in a way.
Of course, Jade said. Why would anyone argue? It seemed obvious that a parent would want that. He glanced at her, the dark brown of his eyes perplexed.
Well, because he'd leave them behind, dear,
he said.
Many said it was a good thing he hadn't left behind a widowed mother and fatherless kids.
Oh. The comment stung. My father died, she said. I mean, I was 10, but I would never want any other dad, even if I only had him for a little while. He was the best dad I could have asked for.
10 years old, huh?
Earl asked. She nodded. Cancer.
I'm sorry, hon. That's real tough.
Luke doesn't have a father either, and though I wish I'd have done things differently, I'd never go back and change it, not if it meant giving him up. Earl reached out to pat her arm.
Well, that there's what I'm talking about, then.
Jade considered it further. Don't you think that, if he had married, his wife would have found someone by now, even if she did have a kid or two? Earl nodded.
There are plenty of men out there. Just look at Gavin. And his brother, Shane, for that matter. 2 fine men with so much to offer, neither hitched or close to it.
He glanced over his shoulder before lowering his voice.
Guess I'd best be careful how loudly I say things like that, seeing that you're supposed to be his new bride and all.
Jade smiled. I think we're fine. It was more than just a thought. She knew. Jade had been watching that barn since they'd started the project on the porch over an hour ago. There'd been no sign of Gavin, nor any of the ranch hands.
Just take a look at you,
Earl said, grabbing the bag and prying it open.
You and Luke are on your own, but it won't be that way forever. You'll find a nice man to help take care of you both, and that'll be that. Alex's wife, had he had one, would have done the same.
Jade couldn't help but picture her mother in those moments, how it was after her father died. She thought about the promise she'd made to herself, her determination to stay focused on Luke and no one else. She'd somehow thought of Alex's wife, a woman who didn't even exist, as capable of finding a nice man, remarrying after his death. So why couldn't she see such things in her own future? Mindlessly, Jade dunked the large scoop into the cut corn, began pouring it into the bag Earl held.
Anyway, we just want to provide a place where folks can meet, no matter their age, no matter how busy they are. They can put their chores on hold for one solid evening of fun and food and smooching out back under the moonlight.
He chuckled.
Now that Allie's girls are getting older, they're a lot of help. Think it's 'cause they look forward to it themselves.
I bet they do, she said with a chuckle. From the crack in the kitchen window close by, she could overhear Lily and Luke's conversation, and though it took Jade a moment to realize it, the sound of laughter was there too, from both of them. They were having a good time together, Jade mused. She wondered if it hurt. Hurt to have Luke in her home after losing a son of her own. Of course, he was a grown man when they'd lost him, but still. It just seemed that having the young boy around might create a certain longing. A small voice came to her mind, whispered words that suggested otherwise, words that said Earl and Lily enjoyed the company, that it was somehow healing for them to take in a woman and her child, provide a place for them to stay.
Well,
Earl said, bringing her attention to the task once more.
Guess I'll take these on inside. You're welcome to stroll around the yard if you'd like. Think Luke's gonna be busy with Grandma for a good while.
He piled the corn-filled bags into a larger grocery sack and looped it around his arm.
She's got more treats to make than you can shake a stick at. And she's promised Luke he could sample every one of them if he helped her out.
With his hands planted firmly on the handles of his walker, Earl started toward the door. Jade had learned enough by now that he didn't like anyone opening the door for him, so she resisted the urge, musing that, though the walker was a step up for him, it still didn't match up with Earl's large, strong-looking stature. It would be nice to see the man without the supports. Before stepping inside, Earl spun around, nodded toward the barn with a sly grin.
See you later, doll.
Jade tilted her head, confused by the action, until she glanced the barn's way. There, striding from an ATV toward the stall, was Gavin. She pressed a hand to her heart as it thumped noisily against her chest, reminding her of Lily's beat-up washing machine during the spin cycle, frantically clanking about in a pounding rhythm. Jade recognized the cause for it, but tried to shut it out just the same. She was opening up. A small part of her willing to explore things between her and Gavin, the man she developed a deep longing for. Perhaps it was more than just a crush. She'd spent a lot of time with him, after all, experienced moments of depth and substance. Suddenly, it seemed foolish to live a life alone, to keep Luke from ever having a father. Call it justification or coming to the light, Jade didn't care which. She only knew she wanted to see where this would go. Before heading down the porch steps, Jade reached into the candy bowl sitting at the table. She fished through it until she found a peppermint candy, unwilling to admit her reasons for wanting fresh breath. A strange level of anticipation accompanied her down the stairs and out to the garden as she glanced toward the barn. The sight of Gavin riding toward her on horseback seemed to click her heart rate back to the spin cycle, and Jade could barely hold back the grin that resulted. She worked to busy herself as he approached, sticking her hand into the tomato plant before her.
Want to come for a ride?
The sound of Gavin's masculine voice spoke to every part of Jade's body. She spun around, shifting her candy from one side of her mouth to the next. He wore a thin t-shirt that did little in way of hiding the impressive contours of his chest. He kept a fixed gaze on her as she answered, "Sure." Her eyes wandered over his face, musing that Gavin seemed to grow more handsome with each passing day. Her steps were sure and steady as she strode toward him until a thought came to mind. "Oh, I should probably let those guys know I'm leaving, in case Luke comes looking for me."
I got it,
Gavin said. He reached for something at his belt, pulled the CB up to his mouth.
Lily?
The speaker hissed before the woman chimed in with a reply.
"I'm here,"
she said. Gavin pressed down the button once more.
I'm borrowing Jade. Could you watch after Luke for a bit?
Jade focused on the small box, dying to know how Lily would respond.
"Sure,"
she said.
"Luke's helping me decide which treats to make for the barn raising. He'll be fine."
Gavin cracked a triumphant smile, trotting the animal over to a nearby haystack. He extended a hand to Jade.
My lady?
Jade laughed, a thrill of excitement racing through her as she climbed onto the animal. It had been days since she'd stepped away from the house. Suddenly, the CB sounded once more.
"Gavin?"
Lily asked after a bout of static.
Yep,
he replied.
"What is it you need Jade for? Just so I know when I can expect her back."
Gavin looked at Jade over his shoulder, a wicked smile revealing a slight dimple on his roughly shaven cheek. He pressed on the button and brought the speaker to his lips.
I'm just taking her out to the orchard so we can make out,
he said.
Us being newlyweds and all.
There was a long pause, a burst of static, and then her voice came through once more.
"I'm serious, Gavin."
Gavin brought the box back to his mouth, smiling as he did.
So am I.
Gavin couldn't get to the orchard fast enough. He'd kept his hands off her for far too long, and whether Jade realized it or not, he was in no way kidding about what he had in store for their afternoon. The mere sight of the apple orchard caused his belly to burn with a yearning for the woman's mouth. Those lips tasted sweeter than any fruit nature could grow, and he could hardly wait for another sample of it. At the head of the orchard stood a log fence. He would tie Shadow up by the watering spout, hoist Jade onto the beam along the other, and have his way with her. Not a word had been spoken between them since Jade had climbed onto the horse, and even as he brought Shadow to a stop, tying him up to the post as he'd planned, Gavin let the chemistry between them take over. The sun slipped behind a bed of white clouds as he helped Jade climb down from the horse, all the while holding her gaze. Yet instead of him dragging her to the fence, as he'd imagined, Jade took hold of his hands. She pulled him as she stepped backwards until her back was flush against the tall beam of the fence. She removed his hat next, then spun to hook it over the post. Her palms were warm and soft as she guided his hands to her waist. He gladly followed her lead, tortured by the magnificent curve of her hips. As her hands traveled up the planes of his chest, Gavin leaned in. At last, he pressed his mouth to hers, encouraged by the fevered whimper sounding from deep in her throat. Jade's heated lips greeted his with a blazing passion, igniting his blood with a sheer touch. He deepened the kiss, consuming every ounce before coaxing her for more. The feel of her body against his, the sensual push of her silky lips, had him reveling in the triumph. Jade was far from easy in any sense of the word, yet somehow he'd managed to own her, make her his alone in that moment. The sense of victory ignited a fever all its own, had him restlessly wanting for more of her. With his hands planted firmly at her hips, Gavin pulled her away from the post. He broke from their kiss for a breath, lifting her small frame until she sat firmly along the sturdy wooden log. The position placed her closer to his height, allowing him easier access to every part of her. With her feet propped on the lower post, Jade's legs rested at either side of him. Gavin took advantage as he moved in for another kiss, sliding his hands over her denim-covered thighs. He groaned as he tilted his head, discovering the sweet taste of peppermint on her tongue, determined to get his fill. Gavin was no fool. He knew this moment might not come again. He'd had an itch he needed scratching since the first day he'd seen Jade back in the club, and here she was in his arms, right where he wanted her. After running up the length of her back, his hands found the smooth and delicate curve of her neck. He caressed her there as he broke from the kiss, his breath jagged and raw against her skin. A question came to mind. If he allowed his lips to travel the length of her throat, or his tongue to glide over the row of piercings along her ear, would he be able to stop? At what point would he be satisfied? He wondered just what it would take to stop him from thinking of her night and day. In the moment of contemplation, Jade pulled away, eyeing him from beneath her lashes. When he gazed down at her, Gavin nearly lost his breath. Jade's warm brown eyes welcomed him into new depths, as if he'd uncovered a secret lair, a part she'd kept hidden from him until then. Somehow, he'd gained access to this vulnerable side of her, and it was more beautiful than anything he'd known. Still, a dangerous sort of fuse sparked within him as a result, and suddenly Gavin didn't know whether to kiss her again or run for the hills. There was no contest. He'd take everything Jade was willing to give and let the chips fall where they may. The warm slope of her neck was satin beneath his lips as he pressed a longing kiss there. He trailed more kisses up the side of her throat before teasing the lobe of her ear with the coarse feel of his scruff. Her hands found his hair, her fingers nearly digging into his scalp, causing him to shudder with pleasure. A burst of static broke into the euphoric stillness, and Gavin hung his head at the sound of Lily's voice.
Luke's wondering when his mama's coming back, Gavin. Can you hear me?
Keeping one hand on its place at her neck, Gavin reached for the CB and brought it to his mouth. He held Jade's gaze as he answered,
Yeah, tell him I'm not done with her yet.
He took his finger off the button, fearing he may never be done with her. After shutting the thing off, he placed it back onto his belt. He lowered his mouth to hers once more, but Jade backed away from him. I should get back, she whispered.
Wait, I have something coming. They're bringing something. Just wait. I need you to stay.
Jade eyed the ancient device in her hand. How do I do it? Gavin's gaze was fixed on a distant part of the land.
You, just press that thing there.
I did. It didn't work. She tried again, frustrated when nothing happened. At last he glanced down at her, took the CB, and twisted the small knob.
Here,
he said, handing it back.
I switched it off earlier.
You did? She hid a smile, recalling the way they'd been interrupted by the untimely intrusion. Already, Gavin had turned his eyes back to some far-off spot at the orchard's end. Jade tried the box again, pleased when the thing finally let out a small beep. Hello? She released the button and looked up to Gavin. Who's this going to?
Could be Earl, could be Lily. Just depends. Howdy there.
It was Earl's voice. Jade smiled. I'm just checking in. Is Luke around?
Sure is. I'll hand him on over.
A bit of mumbling ensued.
Hi, Mom.
His little voice came. Hey, Skywalker, what are you guys doing?
Eating lunch.
He answered.
Where are you?
Jade eyed the lovely rows of trees from where she sat on the fence. I'm in an orchard.
With fruit?
He asked. Ripe-looking apples hung on the branches, their sweet tart aroma so thick it nearly flavored the air. Yes.
And you've been eating it?
He asked. Jade considered that as she eyed Gavin, the fine piece of forbidden fruit standing before her. Yep, she said. Gavin spun around, lifting one dark blonde eyebrow.
Was it yummy?
Luke asked. She gave Gavin a knowing smile as enlightenment seemed to flash in his eyes. Thoughts of their heated kiss filled her mind. "Very," she said. A dark chuckle sounded from low in Gavin's throat. "Will you pass it back to Earl?" Jade asked.
Yep. Bye, Mom.
"See you in a bit," she said. Earl's voice came through next.
"Don't you kids hurry getting back now. Me and Luke are gonna go lay on the couches and have us a movie party with all these treats."
Jade's heart grew warm at the thought. She couldn't remember the last time she'd left Luke and not felt guilty over it. There was always that constant nag that told her she needed to hurry back to him. But here she was, spending an afternoon with Gavin away from the ranch, and all was well. Luke was actually enjoying himself. A great sense of peace fell over her, and she felt it in every muscle she had. The easing of a certain tension she hadn't even recognized was there. A ringing chime broke into the stillness, and Gavin pulled out his cell phone. He answered it in a hushed tone and then started walking down a row of trees.
"Just come up to the end of the trail,"
he said.
"Thanks."
He had a cell phone with him? Why were they bothering with that old walkie-talkie the whole time? And who was he talking to, anyway? The sight of a familiar car answered her question. The red four-door belonged to Ellie. Jade wavered there on the fence, wondering if she should go greet her, but Gavin spun around and held out a finger.
"I'll be right back,"
he hollered. Jade watched as Gavin pulled out his wallet, giving Ellie a few bills. Ellie handed over a tall brown paper sack along with a plaid blanket. A picnic? She pondered on that as he strode back toward her, the blanket tucked under one arm, the sack supported by one large hand. Ellie gave Jade a distant wave before climbing back in the car. Distracted, Jade brought her arm up, waved in return. Her mind was everywhere at once, working to solve the mystery of the moment. Had Gavin arranged this? Like a date?
"Hope you like fried chicken,"
he said, resting the bag on the ground. He spread the thick blanket, a fabric of deep navy blue and forest green, over the clearing at the head of the orchard. He stepped over to her next, offering his hand. Her eyes traveled up the fine contours of his muscular arm, moved slowly over his roughly shaven jaw, and settled on his eyes, the green there seeming to mimic the variety of color in the leaves. A slight smile tugged at one corner of his lips, causing that hint of mischief to light his expression. "You bought food?" It was all she could think to say, as stunned as she was. Gavin only smiled in return as he led her to the blanket, motioning for her to sit. After kicking off her Converse shoes, she did, settled onto the quilted blanket while Gavin walked over to the horse. An old faucet, surrounded by tall-growing grass, came up from the ground. He cranked the thing on and began petting the horse while filling the large basin with water. Gavin mumbled gentle words to the animal, patting him a few times, and then shut off the water. He removed his hat from the post before striding back toward her, placing it back on his head. And though he looked incredible both ways, she liked him better with it on. Without it, he looked more like the Gavin from Los Angeles, restless, wild. But with the hat, Gavin looked like a man in control, a gentleman. She assumed he'd always look like somewhat of a rebel, no matter what he wore, with a combination of the ink on his arm and the look in his eyes. Only here, with the ranch serving as a rustic backdrop, he looked as if he were in control, driven more by purpose than desire, and she liked that, liked it more than she wanted to admit. Nothing was sexier than a strong man, strong in mind, body, and spirit. Perhaps Gavin Emerson had it all. A white, warm tub held several pieces of crispy fried chicken. A box filled with flaky biscuits was also nestled into the paper sack, along with potato salad, a couple of drinks, paper plates, and plastic forks. Jade breathed in the delicious aroma as her mouth watered. Gavin pulled out one last item, smiling as he held a small bottle for her to see.
"Some devil's juice for my spicy little vixen."
Jade gasped. "Tabasco?"
"You won't?"
She nodded. "Totally." He chuckled.
"Good."
He insisted she dish up first. Jade didn't argue, only piled the fresh food onto her plate, sampling it as she went. "This is incredible," she moaned, motioning for him to dish up. A satisfied smile crept over his face. Once his plate was full, Gavin lifted a piece of chicken and paused before taking a bite.
"You owe me some answers, remember?"
She nodded. Yes, you owe me too, she said. Gavin kept his gaze on her.
First question, and since we're eating and everything, I'll start with something simple. Do you like me?
He sunk his teeth into a piece of fried chicken then, wiping his face with the back of one hand, an amused gleam in his eye. Jade nearly choked on her food. She managed to gulp her bite down.
Do I like you?
She squeaked. Geez, get right in there, why don't you? She ran her tongue over her teeth while considering how to answer. Maybe, she finally said. Gavin shook his head in disapproval.
That's not gonna fly, sweet cheeks. Remember? We're answering each question, all the way.
A wide smile spread over her lips. All the way, she teased, voice low and alluring. He fisted the front of his shirt, fanning it away from him while giving her a wary look.
You stop trying to distract me with that seductive tone of yours, Freckles. I don't have a lot of self-control. Keep that up and you'll be fighting me off with one of these here branches.
He eyed the array of limbs overhead. Jade chuckled. What was the question again?
You already know.
Yes, she did. He'd asked if she liked him. Her eyes narrowed as she ran a slow gaze over his handsome face. A quick flashback of their time spent together flittered through her mind, tickling one another's backs at the hotel, the flirtatious glances over family dinners, the way he wrestled with Luke, taught him card tricks and called him Vegas, the kiss she and Gavin had shared at the pond. At last she pulled in a deep breath, met his gaze. A little.
A little?
He nodded.
I'll take that. Now do you want to know if I like you?
He asked. Jade shook her head. Nope. She giggled slightly after saying it. Gavin's face seemed to redden.
Okay,
he said.
Then I'm not going to tell you.
Why did you leave this place? She asked, deciding to cut right to the chase. I mean, it just seems to suit you, and I can't imagine why you wouldn't have stayed. Made a life for yourself out here. A strange sort of anxiety gripped hold of her while she waited for him to answer, studying the contemplation in his eyes all the while.
My father and I didn't see eye to eye. There were new techniques I wanted to apply to the ranch, things I read about that would save time and effort, modernize it a bit. But he just wouldn't listen.
Gavin shook his head.
Made me crazy. He accused me of being lazy even, which was so far off base. I don't shy away from hard work.
He shrugged.
I want to be efficient, not do things the hard way for no reason at all. Anyway, when I turned 18, I told him I wanted to leave. I was tired of doing everything his way. He gave each of us boys a chunk of land on the property, said we could build on it when we were ready. But since I wasn't planning to stay, I wanted him to give me the cash amount. That, or let me sell it to someone else, which he wasn't open to since he wants to keep it in the family.
Gavin had seemed calm as he answered, unruffled for the most part. Yet as he shook his head, looking out over the land, a deep furrow gripped hold of his handsome brow.
He's just a stubborn old mule, that one. He could have given me the money for that property, but he refused. So I took off, even angrier than I was to begin with. Not a whole lot of money to speak of, and didn't look back.
You were 18? Gavin nodded. She did a bit of math, knowing he was a few years older than her. So that was 8 years ago? He gave her another nod.
You have a tattoo on your hip, he said. Tell me about that.
Jade felt her face flush with heat. She'd barely had time to digest what Gavin had revealed, and now she was stuck trying to figure out when he would have seen her tattoo. She tilted her head in contemplation.
The pond,
Gavin said. Oh, she chuckled. It's a couple of shattered hearts. One for me, smaller one for Luke. He looked at her, thoughtful.
Why are they shattered?
I got the first one when I was 18, she said, in memory of my father, knowing that no matter what happened in my life, my heart would never fully recover from its loss. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin and took a drink. After Luke's father left, and I realized I'd sentenced him to an even worse fate, I got the other one, acknowledging that no matter what I did in life, I could never fix the fact that I chose a loser to be his father. Not knowingly, of course. I mean, I didn't set out to get pregnant. But still, I broke his heart in a way before he was ever even born. And I shouldn't forget that.
You shouldn't punish yourself over it either,
Gavin said. Jade glanced up at him, surprised by the concern she saw in his eyes. I don't, she said. Luke is happy. Anyone can see that. And I'm so grateful for it. But you have to understand what it's like to watch your child. She broke off there, fighting the knot of emotion that had crept up in her throat. He watches kids and their fathers, obsessively, on TV, in commercials, at the park, or in restaurants. It just sucks that I'll never really have one. A dose of uncomfortable heat spread over her face at the words. She knew where it would lead Gavin's train of thought. His next question, about why she didn't date. He held her gaze, a world of unspoken words hovering in the space between them.
It's your turn, Freckles.
Surprised that he hadn't asked, she glanced down at the tattoos along his arm, her eyes settling on the fanned-out face cards, the ace of spades at the front. Why the cards? She asked. Did you play?
Yeah, when I first left, I went to Vegas. I actually thought, it's so stupid, but I wanted to make enough money to trade in my guitar, get some better equipment, and audition for a band.
Her eyes widened. Like a rock band?
Yeah.
He shook his head.
I was 18, remember? Just a kid. There were a ton of vocalists, sick of musicians. But I ended up selling my guitar just to keep the rent. Never did buy a new one. I got into gambling, took a few wrong turns.
He shrugged.
Eventually, I moved to Los Angeles, where I built homes.
Throughout the conversation, Jade had finished most of her food. She glanced down at her plate, wondering if she should press him further. He'd seemed to skip over something with his response. What do you mean you took a few wrong turns?
Ever heard of loan sharks?
She nodded, and he left it at that. She did too, though she wondered just how bad it had gotten. Were the small scars on his face from that time in his life? Gavin looked like the type of guy who could physically defend himself, but bullets were another story. The thought of him in danger made her shudder, made her yearn for him all the more, too, as if he'd only just gotten further from her reach somehow. Gavin ran a hand over the back of his neck before meeting her gaze once more.
I want you to forgive me,
he said,
for, what I said to you about being a single mother.
She pulled in a shallow breath, stunned by the twist in conversation. A pool of tingling heat settled in her chest as she took in the pained look in his eyes.
I was an ass, he said.
A slight smile tugged at the corner of her lip. Yes, you were.
I'm sorry.
Jade gave him a nod. It's okay. And though she was grateful for the apology, she didn't want to dwell on the topic. I mean, you remembered the Tabasco. In my eyes, that's instant redemption. He chuckled.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that, and you're a good kisser. Gavin flashed her a triumphant grin as he puffed out his broad chest.
I aim to please,
he said. And please he did. Just thinking about it made her want to press her lips to his again. Gavin eyed the nearest tree before coming to a stand. He picked a large red apple, shined it on his shirt before taking a bite.
Want one?
He asked. She nodded, grabbed the one in his hand, and sunk her teeth into it. The crisp apple was sweeter than she imagined. She handed it back to him while she chewed, catching a small drop at her lip with her finger.
That works too,
he said before taking another bite. He slid his plate to the corner of the blanket, making himself more comfortable. Jade did the same, stacking her plate on his before lounging onto her side.
Why were you sad that night?
Gavin asked.
Back at the club.
Jade wasn't sure why, but the fact that he cared, still thought about that night at all, warmed a piece of her heart, made her smile until she recalled that distant time. That whole day just sucked. My friend guilted me into going since it was her birthday, and I was honestly making an effort to just enjoy the evening with her, but it was hard.
She drifted back to that night, recalling the phone call she'd received earlier that day. The cost in daycare alone had risen to the point that I couldn't afford it, she said. I started watching my neighbors' little ones on my days off to help make up the difference, and then word spread, and I got other calls. People wanting me to watch their kids. Eventually, I had enough interest that I could make as much doing daycare as I did waitressing, only I wouldn't have to pay to have someone watch Luke. I'd get to stay home with him myself. A hot sting of bitterness sunk into her chest. It would have been perfect. There were a few steps I had to take to do it out of my apartment, legally, so I did all the necessary stuff, had them come into my place for an inspection. Her eyes settled back on him. I had parents ready to bring their kids to me the following week, but my request was denied. It had something to do with the setup of my apartment, some fire safety issue. By that time, I felt like I had a bunch of watchdogs on me, so I didn't dare do it without a license.
Had you already quit your job?
Gavin asked. Yeah, I'd given my 2 weeks, so not only did I have to go and beg to get my job back, but I had to put Luke back in daycare, take on extra shifts, and have friends help out. I don't know, it just didn't feel good. It was kind of a low point for me.
You should have told me,
Gavin said.
I might have been able to do something to your place to help you meet the standards,
She glanced up at him. I'm sure the apartment complex wouldn't have let you.
You never know if it's an improvement to the structure, and I would have done it free of charge.
He ran a hand over his jaw as he considered it further, as if genuinely invested in the matter.
Yeah, I might have really been able to make that work for you, Jade.
She gulped. As much as she secretly liked all the nicknames he'd come up with for her, hearing him say her name warmed every limb in her body. And she couldn't help herself, couldn't contain the urge that came over her. She placed one hand flat on the blanket as she came to her knees, leaning toward him. When he was in reach, Jade gripped the back of his hair, holding his gaze, while marveling at the feelings erupting inside her like a hot body of lava. She tilted her head as she neared him, exhaling as she felt his lips part just a breath away. Jade pulled in that breath before tilting further to the side, running her tongue over his parted lips in a slow tease. Gavin responded by lacing his fingers through her hair in return, moaning as he pressed his fevered mouth to hers in a passionate kiss. She heard the apple hit the ground as his strong hand wrapped around her back, urging her closer to him. Jade didn't need coaxing, not with the masterful movement of his lips against hers. She should have had enough with their time spent at the fence after they'd arrived, but for some reason, Jade felt like a teenager again, like the act was forbidden, and they'd somehow snuck away to make out in seclusion. While gently cradling her with one large hand, Gavin leaned Jade onto her back, shouldering his weight as he nestled into her on the blanket. He led the kiss now, his mouth moving in a slow and steady caress again and again, kissing her like a cherished lover. She sighed at the tenderness, nearly tortured by his patience, his confidence. He owned her in every sense of the word, and he was in no rush. She eased into the bliss, absorbing the sheer passion, the pleasure of having a man linger in such a heated tease, no urgency to push things further, faster. In the same flawlessly paced rhythm, Gavin pressed kisses down her neck. He ran the short sandpaper-like scruff on his chin over her shoulder, nudging her shirt to the side as he went. With lips strong and warm, he pressed a series of long, heated kisses there. Jade gripped the thin fabric of his shirt in her hands, releasing a slight whimper.
I warned you, you'd have to beat me off with a stick,
he said between kisses, his low masculine voice a sweet seduction all its own.
I know that I've got to get back, and I know you do too, but I just want to keep you to myself all day long. Cut Shadow loose so we can have some privacy,
he added with a laugh. She chuckled, amused that Gavin felt they weren't really alone with the horse nearby. You're right, she said with a sigh, slowly coming back to her senses. We probably do need to get back.
You still owe me some answers,
he said, helping her to her feet.
She nodded, tucking the strands of her hair behind one ear. You too, was all she could manage. And as they packed up the picnic items, gathering a few apples to take back to the ranch, Jade realized that she'd actually done it. She'd let him into her heart. As much as she hadn't wanted to admit it, her feelings for him went far beyond a mere crush. Jade was falling in love with Gavin Emerson. Chapter 17. The blue Montana sky had grown dark earlier than usual. Jade recalled the first night they'd arrived. It had stayed light well until the evening, the sun setting close to 9 o'clock even. But now it was barely 7, and the sky had shifted from its light crystal blue to a deep and dusky shade of navy.
Do you see him yet?
Luke asked, sorting his cards onto the floor. Jade sighed. Not yet.
I can't wait to show Jonah and Jackson my new trick,
he said. Yeah, they're going to love it, I bet. Jade stepped away from the window, cursing the strange worry that had gripped hold of her. Gavin didn't normally come home before this hour, but he did usually come in by dark, or close to it. The thought had her anxiously looking out the patio doors, eyeing the front window, and even turning up the sound on the CB to ensure it was working. Gavin knew they were supposed to be at Betty and Grant's by now. Hopefully he hadn't changed his mind and chickened out.
Grandma Lily's probably mad we're not there yet,
Luke said. Jade smiled. I know. I'm surprised we actually talked them into leaving without us. She glanced at the CB once more, daring herself to pick the thing up and call him on it, see where he was.
Watch this trick one more time.
Luke came to a stand, stacking the cards in his small hands. Jade tapped her foot as she watched, deciding that she'd given Gavin exactly 5 more minutes to get home. She'd try him on the walkie-talkie after that.
Was this your card?
Luke's eyes were wide with excitement as he held up the 7 of hearts. Jade stared at it for a moment, realizing she hadn't been paying attention. Yep, she said, hoping it was the truth. Good job, Skywalker. Now go get your shoes on. I'm going to check out back for Gavin. The patio door slid almost soundlessly as she opened it, welcoming a dose of fresh air into the warmly lit home. She rubbed her hands over her arms while searching the distant field, a strange sort of longing squeezing at her heart. She couldn't help it. Jade wanted him close. She'd spent the last few nights reflecting on the incredible moments they'd shared at the orchard, the masculine feel of that short scruff surrounding his strong, perfectly sculpted lips, the slow and patient rhythm of his captivating kiss, the feel of his large hands moving up her back, lacing through her hair. From the heated glances exchanged to the revealing words they'd shared, their date had been perfect. As her eyes adjusted to the cool darkness of the evening, Jade noticed a figure sitting on the steps of the porch. It startled her until she realized she recognized that figure. The broad shoulders, the long legs sprawled out before him, and the tattoos covering one muscled arm. Gavin? He glanced over his shoulder before looking back at the land. I don't know if I can do it, he said. I don't know if I can go there, look him in the eye, and not be angry, not be tempted to bring up old crap, you know? Jade strode over to where he sat, taking a seat on the creaky step above him. She rested a hand on his back, running her fingers over the span of it, pressing into his muscles to ease the tension she felt there. It's been a long time, Gavin. I'm sure he's anxious to just get his son back. Don't you think? Most fathers would be, but he's different. My dad doesn't know me at all. From the time I was young, he made up his mind that I was trouble. And everything I've done since just seems to confirm that. He shrugged. Just a bad seed, I guess. In what way? Jade asked. Gavin glanced back at her, the fluorescent light from the kitchen window illuminating his handsome face. In all the obvious ways. I ran away from home. Rarely came back for holidays, never called for birthdays. That's only the stuff he knows about. A dark chuckle sounded from his throat as he shook his head. He turned away from her again, was staring into the night once more. Yeah, but you're still an honest, decent man, Gavin. You work hard, make a good living. You're not out there robbing people blind or wasting away due to some addiction.
Am I not robbing people?
He asked coldly. She stopped rubbing his back, left her hand in one spot as she tried to dissect the irony she heard in his voice.
I'm robbing him, he said. My old man told me that if I brought you back here, he'd finally give me the value of my property.
The sentence lingered like the ominous cloud in the distance, a dark spot that crept across the sky, threatening to black out the great glow of the moon. He did? Jade tried to ignore the sting seeping from the center of her chest.
Yeah. Do you still think I'm honest? You still think I'm decent? Taking money from my father for helping a woman in need? Hiding the fact from you all along?
He shrugged her hands loose and shot to his feet, kicking a stray bucket at the base of the stairs with a hollow thud. The thing flew across the yard as he paced.
You want to know something else?
Jade shook her head absently, wanting time to prepare herself somehow, to shield her heart from the hurt he might cause. She wasn't ready for this to end, for her newfound hopes to shatter.
Gavin's home?
The little voice coming from behind caused Jade to spin around, pressing a hand to her aching heart. Yep, she cleared her throat. Did you, get your shoes on? He nodded while eyeing Gavin.
Got my hair done, too. See?
Gavin strode up the steps, his furious gaze set on her.
See, Mom?
Jade tore her eyes away from Gavin, glanced down at Luke's spiked hair. It looks nice, but I'm not so sure we're going now. Luke's face fell.
Why not?
His small fingers worked to keep the grip on his cards as he eyed her and then Gavin. Jade spun around to face him as well. The heat of the conversation showed in Gavin's flushed skin. His muscled chest rose and fell with the fast, angry pace of his heavy breathing. She was certain he would continue on into the house without another word, leave her there to fix the mess on her own. But he didn't. He only shifted his gaze to Luke, contemplation in his eyes.
Don't know if I can go without my hair done,
Gavin said, stepping closer to Luke. He hunched down and removed his hat.
I get hat head real bad, you see?
He pointed to the slight indent at the back of his head.
And at my parents' house, we take off our hats to eat and pray and all. I need someone to do my hair like yours, put gel in it, and make it look real cool.
Luke's face lit up.
I have gel, and I can do it because I'm the one who does my hair.
He pointed at his own head, his words coming so fast he was starting to stammer.
I did this all by myself, so that means I can do yours too.
You're kidding me.
Gavin straightened up, motioning for Luke to precede him.
Then what are we waiting for, Vegas? Let's roll.
Luke was through the door faster than a race car. Gavin sauntered in after him. Jade watched, wondering if he'd turn to glance at her, give her a knowing look of some sort. He didn't, only flung his hat onto the dining room table as he followed Luke toward the hallway. A cool breeze picked up, causing Jade to wrap her arms around herself in a solitary embrace. Gavin had been bribed into bringing her and Luke back. She didn't know how she felt about that. And the gambling thing. She had wondered back in the orchard just how bad things had gotten, but she hadn't asked, hadn't really thought it mattered. She glanced up at the cloud she'd seen earlier, its color shifting from dark gray to a purple sort of gloom. It had drifted so quickly across the sky, it was nearly in front of the moon. She paused for a breath, watching as the form continued on its path, further, further still. At last the cloud blocked out a small part of the moon, continuing to creep until it covered every visible sliver, leaving only hints of its muffled light behind. She kept her gaze on the sight, somehow knowing that, if she was patient enough, the cloud would pass. Only as it began to move, an even bigger set of clouds moved in, making the purple cloud look suddenly harmless in comparison. It wasn't until they were piled into the truck, headed toward Betty and Grant's, that the massive storm clouds finally blocked out the moon altogether. Not even a trace of its light could be seen. Gavin could hardly believe he was really going to step foot back into the house he grew up in. Nostalgia hung thick on the night air, breaking his defenses with tender memories of life on the land. The old fort they'd built on Shane's lot, sides of the fence he'd spent so many hours tending to. Soon the house was in view. The old wraparound porch looked worn and welcome, the patio light glowing like a beacon of hope. Hope he'd buried long ago. Jade hadn't said so much as a word. He couldn't guess at where her head might be, and that distracted him all the more. When she'd told him he was good and decent, Gavin had wanted to believe it more than anything. Too bad he knew better, knew deep down that his father was always right. He'd caused more trouble than good in his lifetime, and he wasn't sure he had enough years left to make up for it all. "How are you holding up?" Jade asked as he shut off the engine. Her simple question was worth more than money in that moment. He gave her a weak grin.
"Feel like I'm going to hurl chunks, if that's any indication."
She laughed, the beautiful sound earning a genuine smile from him now. "Hurling chunks is hot."
"I'll bet."
She started to open her door, but Gavin stayed her.
"Let me get it for you,"
he said, his country manners kicking in. The expression on her face said she was about to argue, but thought better of it. Perhaps she realized he had plenty of arguing in store as it was. Jade's hand felt warm and smooth against his palm. "I don't need help," Luke said, standing on the seat. He jumped down on his own, cupping his cards with both hands.
This house is awesome,
he said, running ahead of them. "Will there be ranch hands here, too?" Jade asked. "I hadn't thought to ask Lily, but I guess we should know." Gavin sifted through the loud thoughts in his head, wondering what difference it made.
"Oh, so we can, play the happy couple?"
he asked. "Exactly," she said.
"I think we should plan on making out a few times in front of everyone, whether there are ranch hands here or not. Give my parents a little hope for me yet."
Jade laughed again, lacing her fingers through his. Either she was acting already, or she'd found it in her heart to look past what he'd told her, at least for the night. He let the soft, silky feel of her skin calm the anxious tension in his form, suddenly wishing they were back on the floor in her room, where they could put their hands on one another as they pleased. Only he knew it wouldn't be nearly as innocent as it had been when they first arrived. Not after the heated exchange they'd shared in the orchard. Blake's boys had the door open before Luke could even knock.
Grandma bought you a big wheel,
the kids hollered. Luke ran into the home, letting the door close behind him. The wood creaked as he stepped onto it, gripping Jade's hand all the while. "You've got this," she said. Gavin let out a short, nervous chuckle.
"Thanks."
A heated sweat broke out over his skin as he held the door for her. The scene in the kitchen looked more familiar than he imagined. Betty stood up to the stove, a wooden spoon in her hand, with Lily and Reese close by, piling steaming rolls into a large bowl. The aroma was incredible, and Gavin was surprised to find his mouth watering in response. He actually had an appetite. That said something, didn't it? Maybe he could do this after all. Transition back into life with his family. He'd already spoken with his brothers, his mother too. It was just... His stomach twisted into knots as he spotted his father seated next to Shane and Earl at the table. The wrinkles around his eyes were deeper, and his brown hair was now peppered with strands of gray. But he was still him, broad in the shoulders and younger looking than his older brother. As he made his assessment, Grant glanced over, catching Gavin's gaze.
Well, well, come on in, my boy,"
Grant boomed, standing as Gavin approached. His father hadn't lost much by way of height, but it seemed as if he'd lost a few pounds since the last time he'd seen him, though he'd always been rather slim.
"Hey, Pops,"
Gavin said, patting his father on the back. His dad did the same, cupping one large arm over Gavin's shoulder and slapping him soundly on the back.
"Now let's meet that gal of yours. I'm the only one here who hasn't had the pleasure, from what I understand."
The comment felt like an accusation, but Gavin ignored it and reached for Jade. She stood just behind him, as lovely as ever, tucking the side of her light red hair behind one ear. Her brown eyes were wide and friendly as she nodded to Grant before speaking. "That's right, I've met everyone here but you, it looks like. She held out her hand to shake his, but was pulled in for a hug instead.
Nice to meet you, doll, he said. And where's that boy of yours?
Jade pointed a thumb over her shoulder. Riding a big wheel in your front room? She broke into a laugh. Here, I'll get him.
Nah,
Grant interrupted.
Let the boy play. We'll say grace soon enough, and I'll meet him then. For now,
he said, patting Gavin on the back once more.
My boy and I are going to head out back and shoot the breeze.
The knot that had formed in Gavin's stomach began to swell and twist, causing that nauseous feeling to creep back over him. Shane gave him a knowing smile as he passed. Blake, too. Betty pretended not to notice, busying herself at the stovetop with something or other.
Betty,
his dad hollered. She glanced away from her dish. His father winked at her.
Be back in a jiffy.
Though his mom nodded absently, Gavin knew she was praying like a bandit in her heart, desperate for their conversation to go just right. The air felt different out back, different from what it felt like at Earl's, different from out front even. Within the comfort of that old backyard, the same beat-up cars and rusty equipment leading toward the barn, it smelled sweeter, seemed kinder. It felt like home.
The way I see it,
Grant said, his elbows resting on the banister,
is that we both had the better part of a decade to think things over. Now, we ain't got to hash over things into the wee hours of the night like a couple of girls, but I have a few things I want to say, and I reckon you do too.
Gavin nodded, setting his gaze on the hot tub beside him, wondering how it would feel to kiss Jade while soaking in the heat.
You want to have your say first, or should I?
Grant asked. Gavin shrugged, setting his mind back to the dreaded conversation.
Go ahead.
He wanted to know where his father's head was at before volunteering anything. Grant nodded, rubbing one hand over the back of his neck.
Now, I didn't want to acknowledge this, and the truth is it took a good year's worth of talking to from your mother before I'd admit to it. But you see, I never liked being compared to anybody, just in my nature. But I sure as hell did not want you comparing me to Roy Foster.
Gavin gave him a sideways glance, surprised.
Roy? Why not? I've been at odds with the man for more years than you've been alive. He always accused me of being old-fashioned, said I'd never be able to run a ranch with such outdated methods. Boy, that guy could boil my blood.
He paused while scratching at the wooden banister with his thumbnail.
I don't know. It just felt like when you started pressing me about how we should do this or buy that, insisting that I was doing things the hard way, all I could hear was old Roy Foster tearing down all my techniques, methods I'd come to rely on to care for more cattle than my father dared dream.
He exhaled a deep breath and shook his head, lifting his chin to the sky.
When you fought me on stuff like ditching the traps or getting ATVs, which we have a few of now, I know I accused you of being lazy, and I regret it terribly. Truth is, son, you never had a lazy bone in your body. You were a hard worker, had more enthusiasm about the ranch than even Blake.
Gavin sucked in a deep breath of cool air, stunned by what had just fallen from his father's lips, words he never thought he'd hear. They touched an inner part of him, and, for a moment, he connected with that hurt 18-year-old boy. He remained quiet as Grant continued, fighting the sting in his eyes.
I just feel like I snuffed out that fire burning inside of you, soured you from speaking your mind or showing initiative, all 'cause of my stupid pride.
The old man shook his head.
I'm sorry for that. I've been sorry for more days than I can count.
All this time, Gavin had no idea his father had been beating himself up about it. He couldn't get himself to reply, not until he gathered his thoughts. How many times had his mother said that Grant felt awful about things, that he regretted being so stubborn? But Gavin had never truly believed it. He'd been certain his mother would say just about anything to get the two to reconcile. Besides, by then, all Gavin had wanted was a check for his property. His resentment had shifted from not being heard or appreciated to being denied what he felt was rightfully his. Only now he wasn't so sure. Would his folks be forced to take out a loan in their old age, all to pay Gavin for something he should have done minus the reward? In what world could he justify taking the money for such a thing? From his elderly parents, no less. The matter seemed to rise to the surface in words he couldn't contain.
I don't want you to give me the money for the property,
he said. Grant looked at him sideways now.
I don't feel right about it. Earl's paying me a decent wage for taking over the ranch. I've got a good job back home. It's not hurting me to take the time off. Yep, but I owe it to you after all you did for me,
his father said. Gavin turned toward him, waited until he met his gaze.
No, Pop, you don't. And I won't accept it.
He glanced down, working to set his words in order.
But I do accept your apology. I'm sure I was hot-headed in the way I approached you about trying new things, and the more you resisted, the angrier and uglier I got.
He reflected on the conversation with Jade at the pond, realizing his father had given him just what he wanted.
I'm just glad that you realized where I was coming from. My desire to make things better, I mean. That I wasn't just trying to get out of work.
He shook his head absently.
I really resented being misunderstood that way. And, it's good to have that cleared up.
He chuckled.
Even if it is nearly a decade later.
Grant stretched his arm over Gavin's back, pulling him into a tight embrace.
I'm so sorry, my boy. I know, Pop. I am too.
His dad sucked in a deep breath, his chest rising proudly.
Well, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Gavin shook his head.
Should we go get some grub?
Grant asked.
Yeah,
Gavin said.
We should. Oh, and Pop?
He added, recalling his recent triumph where the coyote was concerned.
You were right about the traps.
Chapter 18. Dragging Luke from Betty and Grant's wouldn't be easy. Between jumping on the trampoline in the dark out back and riding the big wheel along the wood floors of the home, he'd been missing in action most of the night. In the moment, he and the twins were wrestling with Gavin's younger brother Shane in the front room, a mass of scrawny arms and small legs amidst Shane's large muscled figure. Jade leaned down to peer into Luke's big brown eyes. He was on the bottom of the dog pile, Shane's arms supporting not only his own weight, but the twins as well as they struggled for position on top. The gold rug smashed one side of Luke's face, distorting his lips as he spoke.
Is it time to go?
Jade smiled. Yep, tell everyone goodbye, okay? She glanced up in time for Shane to lift his head and give her a wide grin that looked more like Gavin's than she could believe.
This little guy's pretty tough,
he said. She nodded. Takes after his mom.
Hey, Jade,
Reese hollered from the kitchen.
come take some of this food home.
She stacked rolls into a large plastic bag before handing it to Jade.
These will make for some nice sandwiches,
she said, handing over a container of pulled pork next. Thank you, Jade said, and I really appreciate the offer to watch Luke while I go back for the trial, whenever it comes. You know, I felt so safe here, she said. I really worry that Rhett will find us. It's just the whole going back for the trial thing that has me concerned now. Reese nodded.
I totally understand, and we'll be just as happy to have him around a little longer. We'll take all we can get.
Oh, she added, reaching for something behind her.
Don't forget the novels.
Reese lifted the faded denim tote bag before looping it over Jade's arm. Jade smiled. Perfect timing, she said. I just finished the one you gave me. In fact, I should have brought it.
No hurry,
Reese said.
I've read them all 100 times.
Yeah, while ignoring me in the process,
Blake said, coming up from behind. He swatted her butt with a dish towel, laughing when she spun around to smack his arm.
You're gonna get it,
Reese said, her southern tones sweetening her words.
And I do not ignore you. I spoil you rotten is what I do.
The smile Blake gave Reese in return touched Jade, something about his expression revealing the admiration he had for his wife. Jade couldn't help but envy it. She wondered what it would feel like to know she was loved, that her child was loved and cared for too. She sensed Reese was the type of person who deserved such things, a girl who'd probably never taken a wrong turn in all her life, someone who was genuinely kind to everyone. As the thought passed through her mind, Reese stretched out her arms, pulling Jade into a tight, heartfelt embrace.
I'm so happy to get to know y'all. It's fun having another gal out here on the ranch. One with so much spunk like you have, too. You'll give Gavin a run for his money, that's for sure.
I'm trying my best, she assured, and though Jade was familiar with the expression Reese had used, she couldn't help but think back on what Gavin had revealed earlier, that he was, in fact, taking money for his service.
Come give me a love, darling,
Gavin's mom said from the dining room. As Jade made her way toward Betty, Luke caught up with her, panting as he wiped sweat off his forehead.
Bye, Grandma Betty,
he said. The two embraced while Jade said goodbye to Lily, who sat just across the table, a Scrabble board resting between them. The hanging light cast a yellow glow on the wooden tiles, illuminating the words arranged there.
Who's winning?
Gavin asked, coming up from behind her. His hand landed on the small of Jade's back, warming her in an instant.
Lily, of course,
Betty said before patting Luke's head.
You come back and play soon, okay?
Luke nodded.
I will.
Jade rubbed his little arm. And what else do we tell her?
Oh, and thanks for the big wheel,
he said.
You're welcome,
Betty assured.
See you back at home, Lukey,
Lily said, as Jade and Gavin thanked Betty for the meal.
Don't bother waiting up for us,
Lily added.
We can play this well into the night. And when Earl and Grant get watching their reruns, there's no stopping them.
Jade smiled, noting how relaxed Lily seemed to be in the environment, not chomping at the bit as she usually was back home. Then I guess we'll see you in the morning, Jade said.
You trying to tell me that Jade and I are going to be alone most of the night?
Gavin asked, insinuation thick on his tone. He chuckled darkly, wrapping his hand around Jade's waist and giving it a squeeze.
You trust me more than you should, Aunt Lil.
Oh, hush, Betty said, swatting him on the arm. Lily narrowed her eyes at him.
You will not be alone. You will have a minor in that house with you the entire time. Do you hear me?
Luke patted Jade's leg.
What's a minor?
Someone who's not a grown-up, she said, but she was distracted as Gavin brought his mouth to her ear.
The whole place to ourselves,
he mumbled. Goosebumps rose on her arms. Hearing that they'd have the house to themselves unsettled and pleased her all at once.
Let's go, Vegas,
he said, leading the way out of the home. Jade followed, a little less enthusiasm in her step. As anxious as she'd been to get back to the house, she had to admit it had turned out to be a great evening. Though she wasn't one for large gatherings, the easygoing folks at the ranch had her feeling right at home. She'd loved hearing stories of the boys growing up, the mischief they'd gotten in together. More than once, Alex's name was mentioned, causing Earl and Lily to laugh and wipe silent tears all at once. It made her wonder if Alex's twin, Logan, would ever make his way back to the ranch one day. She hoped for their sake he would. The comfortable atmosphere had caused Jade to nearly forget the questions she had for Gavin. Upon speaking outside with his father, Gavin had shocked her while coming into the house, the two of them tossing their heads back in laughter as they entered. He'd thrown Jade a knowing smile as he'd caught sight of her, making her wonder how things could have been resolved so quickly. Had their differences been resolved? Or had Gavin just let things go for the sake of others in his family? Jade was dying to know.
You guys come back and visit soon,
Grant said, waving from his spot on the recliner. The TV blared an old episode of Gunsmoke, making Jade smile.
Will do, Pop.
Jade felt a level of discomfort as she realized Grant's request had mimicked Betty's. Of course, Gavin's parents wanted them to come back as often as they could, but soon they would be gone for good. Her, Luke, and Gavin, too. The thought caused a sad sort of ache in her heart, a longing for a place she hadn't even left yet.
See you back at home,
Gavin hollered to Earl. Reclining on the sofa next to Grant, Earl lifted a hand to wave at them.
Night, kids.
He winked at Gavin.
Don't do nothing I wouldn't do,
he added. Gavin chuckled again, the low and tempting tenor playing with Jade's senses. She scanned the home, taking in the feel of it one last time with a sigh. It really had been a nice evening. She'd already thanked the family for the dinner, but she felt like she should thank them for something more, Earl and Lily included. She wanted to thank them for welcoming her and Luke into their homes, their families, and their lives, for making them feel as if they belonged during their time of need. The air was crisp as they drove back to the house, the glowing moon shining bright upon them. Jade realized, with a bit of relief, that the storm clouds hadn't blocked out the moon after all. Not for long, anyway. And though they looked as if they were about to unleash a great flood upon the ranch, not a drop had come of it. Perhaps that's what things were like with Gavin. At first, when she'd stepped onto the porch to find him brooding and anxious, the truths he revealed felt overwhelming, as if they had the potential to crush things between them. Only now, after the enjoyable evening at his parents' place, it seemed as if there'd be nothing to worry over at all. She considered the bomb he dropped about accepting the cash and worked to get past that as well. She didn't begrudge him the money, and if Grant was willing to give it to him, then he must have had it to spare. Certainly Gavin wouldn't accept it otherwise, would he? Luke fell asleep in the back seat during the short drive, and though Jade was anxious to get answers to the questions in her head, she let the undeniable heat between them filter through the air. Gavin kept one hand on the wheel, reached the other toward her, and let it lay face up on her lap while she ran her fingers over the warm surface of his palm. There was a lot of strength in those hands, a few calluses too. Evidence of a hard-working man. She liked that. Gavin carried Luke inside the house with those very hands, resting him onto the bed with such gentleness it made her ache. He sauntered down the hall while Jade wriggled Luke out of his little jeans and tucked him under the covers. She pulled the door to a near close behind her and headed toward the front room. Gavin sat sprawled out on the couch, a smile on his face. He patted the spot next to him, lifting his brows as she neared.
Quick, let's hurry and make out before they change their minds and come back.
She laughed, taking a seat at the opposite end of the couch. How did that go with your dad? Gavin straightened up, propping himself on one elbow to look at her.
Better than I thought it could. My mom knew more than I gave her credit for, he said. I mean, she's the one who talked some sense into him. At least that's what my dad said.
A pool of liquid gold swam in Gavin's deep green eyes beneath the lamplight as he paused there, thoughtful.
He admitted that I was a hard worker, that I only wanted the best for the ranch, that I wasn't some lazy slob trying to take the easy route.
A slow sigh spilled from his lips as he shifted his gaze to the floor. She took in the peace evident on his face, thanking the heavens things had gone so well. I bet that was amazing. He nodded again.
To hear my father say those things after all these years felt like a giant weight being lifted.
Jade folded her legs beneath her, leaning into the couch while sprawling one arm along the top cushion toward Gavin.
I told him I didn't want the money, he said.
His words surprised her, had her straightening back up to take in the whole of it. You did? His gaze met hers, held it while he gave her a slow nod. She gulped. He told his father he didn't want the money. The thought warmed her from the inside out, as if her entire body had registered his words along with her mind.
Tell me, Freckles, why are you so set on being single while you raise Luke?
Oh, she said, forcing her thoughts to shift, to keep up with Gavin and his seemingly aimless lead. We're answering questions again.
It seems to me you're doing an injustice to you and Luke both, he said.
Jade laughed out loud, one cold, hard laugh, but then she thought about what he'd said, truly considered it while she formed a response. It would seem like that to you, wouldn't it? Or to anyone who didn't live through what I did after my dad died. She could feel Gavin's speculative gaze on her as she traced a finger over the raised pattern on the sofa. I'm not as bitter as it seems. I'm just trying to learn from my experiences. My mom was a mess after my dad died. I mean, she checked out. It wasn't like she hadn't known it was coming, but in a way, I don't think she ever thought it really would. Even as he dwindled away, got thinner and thinner, we could physically see the life draining from his body. The volume in her voice had dropped, the topic worthy of a more reverent tone. An image of Dad's frail form in his final days rushed to her mind like a speeding dart, causing her to coil in defense. Her memory of the funeral came next. Dad in his casket, hardly resembling the big, strong man who'd carried her for piggyback rides, tickled her until she'd begged for mercy and always shared sticks of his red-hot chewing gum. Afterward, Jade said, finally pulling herself back on track, my mom started dating. It wasn't until about a year later, and it was weird, too, because I thought she was actually coming to life, you know? And I guess she was, but dating suddenly became the only thing that mattered. At least it seemed like that to me. I was approaching my teenage years, but she was the one who was acting like a teen. The scene replayed in Jade's head as she continued. She brought her dates home a lot, introduced me to guys that I refused to warm up to. And finally, she started dating this pretty decent guy. His name was Will. He tried harder than the others. I gave him hell at first, too, but he hung in there. She dated him longer than the other guys, and I started to believe he was going to really stick around. I thought they'd get married, and I actually liked the idea, which was huge. She shrugged. But then my mom broke things off with him. He tried to come by and visit a few times after. Said he wanted to be part of my life still, like a stepdad. But my mom refused. It was almost like she was worried that my relationship with him would get in the way of ours. Like I might like him more than her or something. Jade glanced up at Gavin. This is probably way more than you wanted to hear. The look in his eyes said otherwise. No, he said. Go on. She tilted her head, brought her hand down to toy with the seam along Gavin's jeans. She circled his knee, the worn denim slightly rough beneath the tip of her finger. After Will, I was done. Done caring, done hoping, just done. I never opened up to another guy she brought home. And it's a good thing, too, because she still hasn't settled down with anyone. So, you're afraid you'll do the same thing? Gavin asked. Jade shook her head. I don't think I would, she said. But who's to say? Relationships come and go. I can't control what other people do, only what I do. She glanced up to meet his gaze. I could never stop someone from leaving, but I can make the choice to never let that someone in to begin with. Gavin held her gaze, a somber expression on his handsome face. He brought his hand behind his head, drawing her attention to a particular tattoo she'd noticed on his arm a few times before. What's with the bullhead? She asked, figuring she'd finished answering his question. The dark skull of a longhorned bull stood bold on his arm, branding the western right into his skin. I used to ride bull, he said. She lifted a brow, picturing it with ease. Gavin's masculine form atop a mean, dirt-kicking, ground-stomping bull. Were you any good? He chuckled. Of course. I placed several times. Top 3, usually. In fact, I got this while placing first one night, he said, pointing to the thin scar on his chin. She nodded, her eyes traveling up to the mark above his eye. That one too? She asked. Gavin shook his head. No, you probably don't want to know how I got that one. He looked at her then, the narrowing of his eyes a dare. Her heart picked up its pace. Loan sharks? She asked. He nodded. What side were you on? She'd always assumed he'd been on the borrowing side, taking heat for not repaying on time. But as she took in the challenge presented in his deep green eyes, Jade was almost certain she'd been wrong. Both. I started out borrowing, was later offered a job. How long did you work for them? She asked. Just short of a year. A million questions raced through her mind. Was it hard to get out? I mean, isn't it dangerous to leave? Gavin nodded. Sometimes, but it wasn't for me. He ran a hand through his hair, drawing attention to the fact that he hadn't been wearing his hat, not since Luke had done his hair earlier, but she couldn't help but notice that the absence of it hadn't taken the country out of him that night, not even with talk of the dark years in his past. "One more question," Gavin said. "You seem happy here on the ranch. Were you this happy in Los Angeles?" The meaning behind his question struck a deep part within her, had her nearly gasping for the next breath of air, as if she'd forgotten how to breathe. "What made you ask that?" He held her gaze, a mass of unspoken words warring in the depths. "I don't know." His voice was no more than a whisper. Silence fell upon them as she considered. Jade felt her guard rising, blocking the vulnerable part of herself from him, feeling exposed somehow. "Come on, Jade, just tell me." At last, she shook her head. "Not really," she said. "I like spending the day with Luke, not being spread so thin all the time. It's like I can just enjoy being a mom." She tried to gulp back the sadness rising in her throat, knowing things would come to an end soon, and life would go back to how it was. "What about you?" she asked, recalling what he'd said about not wanting to come back, not wanting anything to do with the ranching lifestyle. "Do you hate it here as much as you thought you would?" Only it wasn't what she'd wanted to ask. She wanted to know if he'd fallen in love with it, the way she had. And was it possible he'd fallen for her too, as she had him? Did he imagine a life together on the land? Gavin sat up, his eyes pasted on hers. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I don't hate it at all." His hands were strong and certain as he gripped hold of her arms, pulling her closer to him. Jade moved as he wished, aching for his touch. When she was close enough, she let her cheeks slide up the flawless contours of his face, taking in the masculine scent of his aftershave. She moved up one side, slid the tip of her nose across his forehead, and pressed a kiss to the tiny scar above his eyebrow. Smoothing her cheek down the other side of his face, Jade enjoyed the rough texture of his short facial hair on her skin, the warmth of his breath on her ear. Her gaze fell to the movement in his muscled chest, the rise and fall picking up in pace as she teased her way along his chiseled jaw with a series of kisses. She slowly worked her way to his lips in a torturous tease, her skin ready to ignite with desire. Gavin's hand wrapped around the back of her neck in time for her mouth to meet his in a soft, tender kiss. But soon he took over, deepening the kiss with the tilt of his head. He'd let her toy with him, press playful kisses over his face for a time, and now he was showing her, with the passionate push and pull of his demanding kiss, that the tables had turned. A pleading whimper sounded from deep in her throat as he urged her to lay back on the couch with him. She did, wanting it just as badly, the closeness, his touch. She could sense his need for her, in the urgency beneath his hands as he pulled her closer against him, the skilled movement of his mouth captivating her every breath and thought, owning her wants and desires. She wrapped one leg around him, pulling him even closer, fighting the sliver of space between them. Gavin's hand gripped onto her there, hiking her leg more securely around him, groaning as he kissed her still. The taste of him was like some sort of drug, something Jade desperately wanted more of. Suddenly, an unwelcome thought traveled through her mind, causing her to tense in response. Luke could wander out of his room at any moment, catch the two cuddled on the couch, their lips locked in a passionate kiss. It was enough to cool her blood in a blink. She pulled away, her breath rapid as she spoke near the hollow at his throat. "I don't want Luke to find us like this," she said, and though her head was near Gavin's chest, she could feel him nodding in response. "I don't either," he said. "I mean, not if you're not ready." He broke off there, leaving Jade to wonder what he'd meant to say. She pulled away from him, rested her hands on his chest, as she met his gaze, his heart pounding rapidly beneath her palm. "What did you say?" she asked. Gavin shook his head and sat up. "Just said that you were right. We probably need to be more careful." "Yeah," Jade said, coming to a stand. Of course, there were bedrooms down the hall, rooms with beds and doors that locked. But did she need the complication? What exactly was she getting herself into? An inner part of her didn't care, wanted to indulge in the feelings of pleasure and bliss, of the meaningful connection between a man and a woman, something she hadn't had in years, possibly never really had at all. Gavin cleared his throat as he climbed off the couch. He paused there for a moment, setting his gaze on her face. In a slow, gentle movement, his hands cradled her neck. His thumbs circled her throat before traveling over her chin and then her lips. She barely blinked, unwilling to miss the heat of his alluring gaze. "Good night, Freckles," he whispered. Jade gulped, not really wanting to say goodnight, knowing she should. At last she found it in her to reply, using the one word she could muster. "Good night." Chapter 19. Gavin was crankier than a bull in a bucking chute. The day had already gone from bad to worse, and it was only just past noon. The ranch hands from downstairs had gone back to school for the season. Porter had called in sick, and his replacement was an arrogant SOB. Gavin thanked the stars the crew had made so much progress as they had. The fences may still need tending to, and the winter supplies weren't up to par, but at least Earl would get a decent sum for his annual sale in the month ahead. "Gavin, you there?" Earl's voice broke through the receiver at his belt. Gavin brought the horse to a slow trot, lifting the small box up to his mouth. "Yep." "How are things working out with Porter's friend?" his uncle asked. "Awful." Gavin shook his head. "This kid thinks he knows it all. He doesn't want to listen, tries telling me how we should be doing things around here, on his first day no less. And to top that off, his personality sucks." There was a long pause. "I take it you don't like him," he said with a chuckle. "He's not right there next to you, is he?" Gavin chuckled. "No, he's setting a few posts along the ditch. Man, I hate that punk." "Well, I was hoping to give you some good news, but it's not quite official just yet." "What do you mean?" Gavin said. "Logan is considering coming back, possibly helping me run the ranch for a season or two." That was good news. "You don't say. How come? Is his business not doing so well?" "Not exactly sure. Logan holds his cards so close to his chest you'd think they were glued there," Earl said. Gavin nodded. "Well, it'd be great to see him again." "Yeah, I told him that you, Jade, and Luke were moving into the basement apartment for now, but that he and Candace could have the place to themselves once you guys head back to Los Angeles. Along that note," his uncle added, a hint of reluctance on his voice, "they, set a date for the trial." A rash of heat broke out over Gavin's face, crept up the back of his neck. The trial. It was a word he didn't like to think about. Already he'd been worrying over it, arranging for extra protection to the courthouse, thinking of what it might take to keep her safe. "When?" he asked. "When is it set for?" 2 weeks from now." A damp sweat coated Gavin's palms in a flash, hot at first, and then a clammy sort of cold as the breeze picked up. Gavin brought Shadow to a stop. "You're kidding me. 2 weeks? That doesn't give me enough time." "Don't worry about me. Doc Johnson says I should be back in the saddle soon. If Logan doesn't come, we can always have Porter come after school and such. Might be able to steal Shane or Blake a day or two each week as well. I'll think of something." Gavin nodded absently, though he hadn't been referring to the ranch, not in the least. What he'd been worried about was Jade. Was 2 weeks enough time to accomplish what he wanted? He blew out a slow breath, his body suddenly fevered and sick. "Where is everyone?" he asked. "Well, I got Luke out here with me. We're putting together some decorations your aunt bought for the barn-raising party." "And Jade? Lily?" What he was really asking was could he get Jade alone. Gavin hadn't seen even a scrap of her the entire day, and the week hadn't been much better. Half a week had passed since he and Jade had shared that moment on the couch together. 3 torture-filled days where Gavin strode by the house more than usual and caught sight of Jade less than ever. But his need to get her to himself was more desperate than it ever had been.
Lily's tending to Porter. Took some soup out to him just a bit ago. She's convinced the kid has pneumonia. And Jade's been taking over in the kitchen. With only 3 short days to go until party time, there's a whole lot to do.
So she's upstairs? Gavin asked.
Yep, in the kitchen,
Earl said. Shadow broke into a gallop at his prompt, the steady pace pressing Gavin's heart to keep up. The breeze blew fast and furious today, but the sun pierced right through it, warming his back as he neared the house, his thoughts going in every direction at once. His mind was like a spinning roulette wheel, the ideas in his head as random as the numbers flashing by. Each digit represented an action he could take, choices that could have him winning big or losing it all. Soon, the tiny ball would drop in place, possibly hopping a few lots before settling in, and his fate would be set. Haunting thoughts of losing Jade seared a burning ache into his chest. And Luke, too. Pint-sized Vegas with that stack of cards in his mother's eyes. As Gavin approached the yard, he spotted Earl and Luke in the gazebo, hovered over some project at the card table. He brought Shadow to a slow trot as he rounded the yard. The roulette table in his head continued to spin out of control, while the ball slid seamlessly around the rim, considering all its options. With Shadow tied up beneath the oak tree out front, Gavin barreled up the creaky steps, determination urging him on. The screen door pulled open without a sound. The main door pushed open with a swoosh. He quickened his pace as he saw her in the kitchen, washing something at the sink. Steam rose from the pouring faucet, catching streaks of sunlight as it danced up her delicate arms. Jade shut the water off as he neared, reaching for her hand towel. Yet before she could spin around, Gavin pressed up against her, closing his eyes at the sudden burst of peace he felt with her near.
"Hey, Freckles,"
he crooned in her ear, his breath heavy from exertion. She gasped before letting out a sigh of relief, curling her back into him. "You scared the crap out of me." His hands went to her hips, his fevered lips to the nape of her neck. She smelled incredible.
"Sorry about that,"
he whispered before looking over his shoulder.
"I need you to come with me."
He pulled her away from the counter. "Where to?" Jade came as he led her through the front room, and then onto the covered porch. After shutting the door behind them, Gavin urged her back against the house, and though they were shielded in part by the home, the wind swept over the landing, whipping strands of strawberry hair across her forehead. Jade smiled at Gavin as he reached up, swept it from her flawless face before tucking it behind one ear. The persistent breeze caught her apron next, causing it to fly up from her waist in ripples. Gavin allowed for the slightest grin while stepping closer, securing the apron in place with his body, flush against hers. His hands settled on her hips once more, grasped the warm curves as he leaned in and pressed his mouth to hers, hungry and needing. His pent-up frustration fueled him as he kissed her, desperate to memorize every sensation. The smooth surface of her silky lips, the sweet hint of peppermint lingering on her tongue, and the fire this woman could evoke in him with a single touch. He wanted her in every possible way. And with that thought, the ball within his head, the one teetering from one slot to the next as the roulette wheel slowed, dropped into place, landing on the one option that would give him everything he wanted. At once, Gavin broke from their kiss, fixing his gaze on her warm brown eyes.
"Marry me,"
he pled, his voice raspy and low. Her eyes widened in surprise. "What?"
"I want you to marry me, Jade."
When he saw hesitation on her face, Gavin pressed on, his words as fast and frantic as the breeze.
"I know you don't want to risk bringing men in and out of Luke's life, so don't."
He paused to gulp back the knot of doubt rising in his chest. Not doubt over his feelings for her, but doubt that Jade would accept his proposal.
"I don't want you to date anybody else. I don't want you to be alone either. I want you to be with me."
The doubt he'd feared only a moment ago now wore plain on Jade's pretty face. She shook her head absently, her lashes hooding a deep sadness in her eyes. "You've got a life, Gavin, back at home. Once you get back to it, you'll—" "I don't want to go back to it," he assured her. "I don't want anything that doesn't include you and Luke." His mind raced, began building blocks to support the new plan forming in his head. "My father said he's got a position for me back at home. Anytime I want it. We can build a nice house on my property. You can stay home with Luke if you'd like, or work if you'd rather. Whatever you want."
"Here?"
"Yes," Gavin said, knowing he was happier there than he'd ever been, knowing she was too. "Say yes, Jade. Say you'll marry me." She bit at her lip while the doubt drained from her face, and as a well of tears built up in her eyes, a new expression took shape. Hope. A wide smile spread over her face as the wind caught strands of her hair again. "This is crazy," she said with a laugh. He kept his eyes pasted on hers, his heart thumping double time as he waited for the word he knew now would come. It had to. "So?" he urged. "Okay," she said. "I mean, yes." Jade laughed some more, one of the best sounds he'd heard in years, as she wrapped her arms around him in a zealous squeeze. "Yes." Gavin brought his arms around her small frame in return, lifting her feet off the ground as he spun circles on the creaky wood. Joy, the honest-to-goodness kind, swelled in his heart until he couldn't contain it. The restless energy made him want to jump over the banister of the porch, shouting to the world that she would be his. Single Los Angeles mother Jade Miller was soon to be married Montana wife, Jade Emerson, Gavin's new bride. After a moment, Jade pulled away, just enough to look at him. While her warm hands moved to either side of his face, she smiled at him, nervous laughter bubbling in her throat. "I can't believe we're going to do this," she said. Yet before he could respond, Jade brought her lips to his. And as Gavin kissed her in return, the woman who would soon be his wife, he mused he must be the happiest man alive. Forget about the trial coming ahead and the distance they'd have to go to get her there. Soon they'd be packing up the remainder of their belongings and saying goodbye to Los Angeles forever. Soon, Jade would be his, and in that moment, nothing else mattered. Jade stared at the blurry linoleum, a fresh wave of nausea pushing through her body. The hard floor, cool beneath her cheek, caught the reflection from the nightlight by the sink. She kept her focus there, on the small piece of light, willing herself to recover. Lily had already stumbled upon her and was convinced she had the same illness Porter suffered from, only she'd been stumped to find Jade had the slightest hint of a fever. Jade wasn't surprised a bit. She knew very well what had made her so ill, so completely wrecked that she couldn't fight the tears that fell down her cheeks. It was the mistake she'd made on the porch only hours ago, the idiotic answer she'd given Gavin earlier that day, and the fact that she had to undo it all. A new round of sobs shook her body at the thought. Jade clenched her jaw shut as her chin quivered, working to stifle the sound of her cry. Her knees curled into her chest. She wrapped her arms around them in a desperate attempt to hold herself together somehow. What had she been thinking? Yes? She'd actually told Gavin yes, she would marry him. And she'd meant it. There had been something in Gavin's green eyes, the depth of his hypnotic gaze, that made her toss all doubt into the Montana breeze. And it had been wonderful. It had made her feel like herself again, spontaneous and wild, free to take risks, a freedom she hadn't had in years. And for good reason. She had more to lose now. She had Luke. Jade was used to having her wits about her when it came to men, but not when it came to Gavin. Gavin Emerson was the type of man women didn't refuse, and she hadn't even tried. She pressed her eyes shut and remembered the way he'd stomped into the kitchen, dragged her out of the house, and put his mouth on her in a driven kiss. The hope and surety she'd seen in his eyes as he'd asked her, like he didn't have a shred of fear in the world, like she was his world. Had Jade not allowed herself to fall so entirely in love with the man already, she'd have laughed in his face, told him to take a hike and take his lost mind with him. She sighed, a deep, long, frustrated breath that deflated every false hope she had. Now it was time to fix things. A sad sort of chuckle passed through her lips as she thought back on dinner, the way Gavin had eyed her the entire evening through. She'd enjoyed the playful glances, flirtatious gestures, and the way he'd lift his brows and wink at her before taking a bite of his food. The two had been sharing a tasty secret, and the excitement of it was thrilling. Too bad it couldn't last. It had to be getting to him, too, the truth of what they'd agreed to do over 12 hours ago. Surely Gavin's mind had begun to see the light. In fact, Jade was certain that he must be sick over the arrangement as well, worried over the restless nature of his proposal. Chances were he was tossing and turning in his own bed, miles from sleep, sick about the idea of following through. The thought somehow breathed a bit of life back into Jade. Perhaps if she headed in there that very minute, she and Gavin could talk about the mistake they'd made, about the foolish nature of committing to something so carelessly. Within seconds, she was scouring her teeth and tongue, the brush loaded with an extra heap of toothpaste to freshen her breath, remove all remnants of the dinner that had come back up her throat with a vengeance. She straightened up in the mirror next, swept the hair behind her ear, and caught sight of the ring on her wedding finger. The silver band catching the warm glow of the nightlight, Jade refused to dwell on the sorrow that gripped her. The regret that she couldn't somehow live the fantasy she believed existed when she'd said yes to him. The hallway was silent and still. It seemed to cause her heart to take on a rapid sort of pace. She inhaled deeply at his doorway while reaching for the knob, and forced breath out slowly through her pursed lips. He'd be awake, no doubt, and in as much turmoil as she was, if not more. Yet as the door opened, revealing the side of his bed, she saw that Gavin wasn't awake at all. In fact, she realized, daring to step into the room for a better look, Gavin was sound asleep. Through the blinds covering the window, slanted slivers of moonlight spilled over his face, illuminating his peaceful expression. Her heart skipped at the stunning sight of his flawless features. That same almost metallic sort of light graced the impressive definition along his muscular chest and arms. He was, in of course a masculine way, beautiful. But as Jade gazed at him in that moment, she knew it went beyond his physical appearance. She'd come to know the soul behind that face, and the man behind the strong and intimidating stature, and those inward qualities he possessed mirrored every attractive feature he owned. She was no longer in the mindset to break off the engagement. Instead, Jade wanted to climb into bed with Gavin, celebrate the fact that he'd proposed, that she'd said yes, and that the two would be married soon. Only they wouldn't. Not now that she'd come to her senses. With a seeping ache in her heart, Jade turned away from the sight before her. Just as quickly, she stepped out of his room and closed his door. She wasn't exactly looking for something specific, but as Jade headed toward the kitchen, then through the dining area as well, she decided she wouldn't find it inside. She needed to go out, away from Gavin and Luke, Lily and Earl. She wanted a place where she could cry aloud and not be heard. In mere seconds, she had the patio door open and was stepping outside, the cool air causing her to shiver. It took her a moment, as distracted as she was, to notice the small light glowing from the gazebo. She squinted against the brightness, eyeing the outline of a figure she recognized with ease. "Earl?" she called.
"Why, come on over, hon,"
the man said, motioning for her to join him. Had Jade thought things through, she might have tried to sneak back inside rather than be seen in such a damaged state. As it was, she couldn't leave the man sitting out there alone now that he'd seen her. "Got a new puzzle you're working on there?" she asked, pulling back the mesh to enter the gazebo.
"Yep."
He held up the box, showing her the picture.
"This is the one Gavin picked up with Luke in mind, the one he was talking about during dinner."
Jade nodded absently, vaguely recalling Luke saying something about it, feeling a bit guilty in retrospect that she hadn't paid much attention. In her defense, she'd been distracted. Very. She glanced at the cover as Earl held it with a shaky hand. The photo portrayed the Vegas Strip at dusk, an impressive skyline of tall buildings with bright lights, accented by a rich, colorful sunset in the background.
"Gavin sure is crazy about that little guy of yours,"
Earl said, setting the box back onto the table.
"He never has been much for chatter, but when it comes to Luke, Gavin has a lot to say."
Earl hovered a hand over the pieces before settling on one, and then another. It took her a moment to realize he was gathering the edges together. "You want help?" she asked, pulling a chair away from the table. The metal was cold and smooth beneath her palm, but the seat was covered with a soft fabric that nearly felt warm against the back of her legs.
"Go ahead and turn that heater on, doll, right there behind you."
Jade spun to see a large vented box next to the table. "This thing?" she asked. When Earl gave her a nod, she twisted the small knob until it cranked on. A musky scent filled the air as it clanked to life, the loud ruckus making her wonder if they'd wake the others. But then the heat kicked on, began blowing across her face, and she couldn't get herself to worry much over it. "This heat feels amazing." She turned her back to it, let the warmth coat the back of her neck.
"So what has you all up in the night, if you don't mind my asking?"
Earl kept his eyes pasted on his work, casually toying with the pieces, as if he'd simply asked her about the weather. Jade realized she must look a wreck. Her eyes were probably red, her cheeks puffy, and her drooping posture would have definitely given evidence to a broken spirit. "Just, worried about the trial," she said. It was only a lie in part. The trial's what had forced Gavin into such a rash decision in the first place. It was the ticking clock in a sense, counting down the minutes they had together there at the ranch.
"The trial, huh? Well, that'll go all right,"
he assured.
"Gavin didn't seem too excited about the trial either. Should have heard the panic in his voice when I told him there were just 2 weeks left."
Jade replied, considering that.
"He asked right where you were, first thing."
Earl tapped at the puzzle piece he'd managed to set in place before continuing.
"Next thing you know, he comes tearing in here on his galloping horse, headed right to the front of the house. Doesn't take a genius to know where he was headed and why."
He lined up a few more pieces while Jade watched him in wonder. Perhaps Earl was really on to them. Still, she couldn't find it in herself to come clean with the details.
"Saw you two making eyes at one another tonight during dinner,"
he added.
"Figure Gavin has finally made his move."
The comment pulled a nervous chuckle from her throat. "You have no idea," she muttered under her breath. An edged piece of the puzzle seemed to jump out at her then. She reached for it, spotting another by its side. Soon the activity had her full attention. Moments passed while she and Earl worked quietly, side by side in the yellowed light. It became addictive in a way. With as early as it was in the piecing stages, the rewards were few and far between. But once she began helping Earl connect the edges, the border went up fast, leaving them with a hollow frame.
"Now you want to find a piece that stands out to you most,"
Earl said.
"This is the one that caught my eye, and I can already tell it goes to that sign right up front by the letters there."
He pointed out the small script visible on his piece. Jade scanned the table for a piece of her own, a place to start. It came with a bright splash of red, a shiny sports car on the road. A yellow taxicab was lined up behind it, followed by a large white van. "I'm going to start with this, baby." She held up the piece for him.
"Looks good to me,"
Earl said. They worked in quiet at first, wordlessly clicking one piece at a time into place, sliding them to one another as needed, and suddenly, without warning, Jade was longing to open up to the kind, fatherly man by her side, get some much-needed advice. "You know," she started, keeping her eyes on her work, "after Luke was born, once I realized his father was never going to come around, I swore off men. I just told myself that I needed to concentrate on being a mother. Luke didn't deserve to have me out there dating a million guys, going through the drama of breakups and makeups and everything else." She paused there, recalling the time so clearly. "I can truly say I've never felt so sure of anything in my life. I can't explain, but I knew I'd made the right choice for me.
That I was meant to keep my focus on Luke, providing for him, spending time with him, and nothing else. She glanced up to see Earl nodding.
"That must have been quite a sacrifice,"
he said. Jade gave that some thought. I guess at first it was. I remember feeling deprived in a way, but I reminded myself that I'd made my bed, and Luke's too for that matter, and there was no going back. Along the way it got easier. In a lot of ways it took pressure off me. There wasn't always that anticipation. Was a guy interested in me or not? She shrugged. There was something nice about not caring whether he was or wasn't. My focus wasn't this guy or that guy or the other. It was Luke. Always Luke. The old man nodded, and though his cowboy hat shaded his face as he worked, the light caught his eyes when he stopped to look up at her. The warm brown color reflected hints of the yellowed glow.
"You're a damn good mother, Jade. You ought to be mighty proud of yourself for that."
She gulped, more affected than she should be. Something about the comment, coming from a kind, gentle soul such as Earl, touched her deeply.
"Still,"
Earl said, shifting his gaze back to the puzzle,
"not sure if you need to be alone all the while. Say, if the right gentleman comes along, you could step back and reconsider things. Doesn't hurt to do that every once in a while in life."
Jade shook her head. I don't know how I could justify that. Not after I felt so strongly about the decision.
"Well, circumstances change. Things need to be adjusted, reconsidered, or tossed out altogether."
Yeah, but they haven't really changed. I'm still a single mother, raising a child who deserves to have his mom at her best.
"Sounds like you need to give yourself a little more credit, if you ask me. You were in your right mind when you made that choice to stay single till Luke was grown. But you're in your right mind now, too. And you've got a perfectly good man who—"
Earl broke off there and cleared his throat. He curled one hand into a fist, tapped on the table a few times before speaking up once more.
"When I met Lily, well, I was sworn to someone else."
What? Earl nodded his head adamantly.
"You heard me right. I'd told Shelley Margaret I'd marry her the month she returned from beauty school. Anyway, I never felt more right about anything in my life. 2 years she spent away at that school, and boy, I didn't so much as look at another gal. But then I met Lily. Her father was having a barn raising. Only at this one, we was putting together the real thing.
He lifted his head, his brown eyes wistful.
And here comes this sweet little darling in a summer dress, her hair all done up, offering us some refreshment. Was iced tea and sugar cookies. It took us just under 2 weeks to finish the barn. At nights I was sick with guilt over the feelings I had for her. In the daytime, all I could think about was getting to know her better. At first I thought I was out of my mind when Lil and I were together."
Earl took off his hat, ran a hand through his thin silver hair, and sighed.
"Turns out it was just the opposite. You see, I'd had a similar experience about my decision to wait for Shelley Margaret. I'd felt so sure about it. But then I turned around and fell in love with Lily. What I finally realized, with my dear mother's help I should add, is that the decision to wait was right after all, but the purpose was different than what I'd thought. See, had I been dating those 2 years, I'd have likely gotten married, or at very least engaged. I think I was meant to stay single until I went to that barn raising. Not in order to marry Shelley Margaret, but so I could meet and marry Lily Burns, my true sweetheart."
A warm peace settled over Jade as she considered what he'd said. It started small, a sliver of heat brewing in her chest, but as she applied his theory to her own life, the situations that led her to where she was now, the feeling of utter peace, a rightness she couldn't deny, swelled within her, grew until she felt unable to contain it.
"Gavin is a good man, Jade, as good as they come, and if he's promising the moon and the stars, well then that's just what he'll give you."
Jade nodded, knowing that what Earl had said about Gavin was true. She was surprised to find that a yawn had snuck up on her. She stretched out her arms, realizing how tired she was suddenly.
The knowledge made her smile. Jade had relaxed, was no longer gripped with grief and doubt. The difference spoke volumes. The peaceful feeling in her heart and head had traveled throughout every limb, and Jade knew she had her answer. The surety she had felt about not dating years ago was the same certainty she felt about her decision to marry Gavin in that moment. It was right, for her and for Luke. And with that thought settling in her mind, Jade knew she, like Gavin, would be sleeping soundly in no time. Chapter 20. Remember that game we used to play at the apartment? Jade asked Luke as he hopped down from the stool next to her. He grabbed the masking tape before climbing back up.
Which game?
The My Way game, remember? Luke handed her the tape.
Uh-huh.
Well, she said, I thought we should play that again. Jade ran the edge of the scissors along the hanging ribbon, creating a twirling spiral of light-catching gold. So what do you think about playing? She asked, climbing down from the table. After taking a seat at the stool, Jade hoisted Luke onto her lap with a grunt.
You mean now?
He asked. She shrugged. Sure. Streaks of afternoon sunlight broke through the split boards in the barn's weathered rooftop, casting a glow over Luke's round face. He blinked those big brown eyes while twisting his lips.
Okay, if things were my way,
He said, tapping his shoe on the nearby table.
we would get to stay here forever. Your job would be kind of like it is now, working in the garden and stuff.
A flood of warmth pooled into Jade's heart. She gulped back the emotion and smiled. That sounds good. Anything else? He turned his gaze to the floor.
And Gavin would be here too, and we could make pizza bombs, and he can teach me lots more card tricks.
She took a moment to thank the heavens above. That sounds nice, too. Luke glanced up at her, encouraged.
And I would get to go to school with Jonah and Jackson and go swimming in the pond with them and ride big wheels in Grandma Betty's house. And Lily and Earl would come too.
Jade chuckled, enjoying the image as well, but loving even more that this time, apart from all the times she and Luke had played this time his wish would come true. The image he described was just what his future held. You like Gavin a lot, huh? She asked him.
Yep.
He lowered his chin before glancing up at her through his lashes.
You do too,
he accused. You're right, Jade said. We like each other a lot. Luke nodded, as if already knowing the truth of it. Jade tilted her head until he met her gaze once more. Gavin asked me to marry him. Her heart thumped as she saw his eyes widen. His mouth fell open, but it took a moment for him to speak.
Did you tell him yes or no?
She smiled. I told him yes. A large grin took over his face.
Will we go back to Los Angeles, or...
He paused, as if he didn't dare finish. We're going to live here, in Montana.
For real?
Luke jumped off her lap, began running in circles on the cement floor with a whooping cheer. A giggle formed at the back of Jade's throat as she hopped down from the bar stool as well. As he came up alongside her, she scooped the little guy off the ground, cradled him in her arms like a baby, and touched the tip of her nose to his. For real. Luke's cheek felt like a warm ball of dough as she kissed him there. She pulled him in for a giant hug next, whispering into his ear. I hadn't planned on marrying anyone, not until you were grown anyway. But I know it's right with him. She pulled away until his gaze met hers once more. I know he's meant to be part of our family. He nodded, a wide smile on his face before wrapping his small arms around her neck. And as she cuddled Luke on the soon-to-be dance floor, Jade rocked back and forth to the imaginary music, stray pieces of hay crunching beneath her shoes. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she realized she'd done it. She'd told Luke of her plans to marry Gavin. And now she was at peace. Others in her life would be shocked. Her mother would lecture her, tell her it was foolish to commit. But Jade wasn't worried about what anyone thought. Let them think she was pregnant, crazy, or making the biggest mistake of her life. Jade knew better, and she could hardly wait for her future to start. The creaking of the barn door caused her to spin around, glance over her shoulder. A cowboy hat appeared first, followed by Gavin's handsome face and massive shoulders.
Psst, come here,
he whispered, the rest of him hiding behind the door. Jade started walking toward him, but he held his hand out.
Not you,
Gavin said.
Vegas.
Luke lifted his head up.
Me?
He climbed down so fast he nearly fell on his butt. Slow down, Skywalker, she chuckled. Gavin motioned for him to step outside the barn with him.
I'll have him back in no time.
Jade smiled before spinning full circle, enjoying the sight of the old place. Hanging between the high-pitched beams were thick black cords holding rustic-looking bulbs. Each fixture, spaced just a few feet apart, offered a brilliant spot of light, casting a unique glow to the space. She could only imagine what it would look like at night. Several tables framed the room, and though each was covered in a mismatched tablecloth of some sort, it only added to the country charm. While taping more streamers from one wall to the next, Jade considered what Earl had told her regarding the party, that he and Lily held them to encourage others to meet and fall in love. Jade knew in her heart Earl would be happy for her and Gavin, that he wouldn't worry over the two jumping into such a decision. But Lily would be another story, and though Jade tried to tell herself she didn't really care either way, deep down she secretly sought her blessing.
Okay,
Gavin whispered from behind the door.
go on in there.
Little Luke appeared in the doorway, his thumbs tucked into his pockets, his feet tucked into a new pair of boots. On his head was a mini version of Gavin's hat. Luke lifted his chin as he approached.
Howdy, Freckles.
Jade's eyes widened. With the hat, the boots, and the cowboy strut, Luke looked like he could be Gavin's son. No way, she said, a smile on her face. Did Gavin get these for you? Luke tipped his head back to glance at her beneath the rim of his hat.
Yep.
Gavin strode in behind him, a wide grin on his face. Is that your belt buckle? Jade asked, eyeing the silver buckle Luke wore.
Yeah, well, it's Luke's now. Right, Vegas?
Luke smiled and nodded. Jade's heart warmed from the tenderness of it all. She loved that Gavin had done such a kind thing for her son, loved knowing how much it meant to Luke. In one quick move, Gavin slipped his hand behind her back, pulling her into him as his mouth went to her ear.
Luke said you told him already.
He glanced down at Luke next.
When should we get married, huh, big guy?
Today.
Luke said, jumping in place. Gavin crinkled his nose.
Today? Where at?
In here.
He said, still bouncing up and down. Gavin looked at Jade and lifted a brow.
In here?
Jade smiled in return and shrugged, secretly musing there was no better place on earth. Gavin tilted his head.
What about tomorrow, just before the barn raising?
Yeah.
Luke cheered. Jade considered it for a breath. That could work. Gavin nodded.
I think so, too. I can call the preacher, see if he can come.
He broke off there.
Problem is, everyone's supposed to believe we're already married,
he said.
We might just have to elope.
Luke shifted his gaze back to Jade, lifting his chin to see her better. If Jade had her way, they'd elope for sure. Big crowds with eyes on her was not her style. But deep down, she knew that having it there would mean something to the family she'd come to love. And besides, they'd already been reeled into the barn raising. May as well have something to celebrate. You know, if we had gotten married in L.A., like people believe, your family would have missed it. So we could say it was a ring ceremony for them, and sort of a renewing vows thing for us.
Vows?
Gavin stepped closer to her.
You, Freckles, are going to be mine forever.
Jade felt herself blush under his smoldering gaze, vaguely aware of the way Luke was skipping circles around the two of them. Looking into Gavin's eyes was like gazing into a great forest. The rich shades of midnight green seemed to pull her into a world of quiet stillness and massive strength. A strength that, despite his rebellious nature, promised stability, support, and devotion. Today, she sensed a childlike wonder hiding in those eyes, a spark of mischief that made her smile. Forever is right," she said, wrapping her arms around him. And as Gavin's arms tightened around her in return, Luke still trotting around the sunlit barn, Jade reminded herself that there was so much more to discover about Gavin Emerson, her very own rebel cowboy. And now, she'd have the rest of her life to do just that. Chapter 21. Gavin paced the creaky deck, working to pull air from his aching chest. His fingers fumbled over the knot of his tie as he straightened it for the 100th time. The afternoon sun shone bright on his father's land as he looked absently over the horizon.
"Dude, you look like hell,"
Shane razzed, coming up from behind.
"What are you so nervous about?"
Gavin shook his head as a rash of heat climbed up the back of his neck. His younger brother bumped his shoulder.
"Come on, it's just a wedding. No biggie."
Easy for him to say, but Shane couldn't possibly understand the concerns that restlessly scraped at Gavin's brain.
"Am I the best father for Luke? Am I good enough for Jade?" "I'm fine,"
he murmured.
"Just nerves."
Yet even as he answered, another question came to mind, speaking louder than the others.
Would she really say I do when the time came?
While casting his eyes to the ground, Gavin moved a step back toward the house, but Shane stepped in front of him.
"Hey," he said, "I'm really glad that you're moving back here."
Shane wrapped his arms around him before patting his back a few times.
"Missed having your ugly mug around."
Gavin managed a weak chuckle.
"Yeah, I bet. You were just glad to get me out of here so you could finally have your chance with the ladies."
Shane shook his head.
"You and Blake had to practically hold your women hostage before they'd agree to marry you,"
he said.
"My lady won't be needing that kind of coercion."
Shane gave him a wicked smile. It took everything in Gavin not to roll his eyes. Natasha wasn't a lady after all, as far as he was concerned, but he'd save that conversation for another day.
"You boys better get a move on,"
Grant said, storming onto the patio.
"Betty's worried you're going to be late, and she can't stand it another minute."
Shane stepped into the house first, but as Gavin went to follow, his father rested a hand on his shoulder.
"I knew this gal was special from the moment I saw her, Gav,"
he said.
"You two make a fine pair. You're going to do right by her and the boy. I know it."
Gavin nodded, pulling in a deep breath of encouragement.
"Thanks, Pop."
The words had meant more than he could say, and deep down he knew his dad was right. Gavin would take good care of them. He'd come to care about Luke and Jade more than anyone, and he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life with them. As they headed out, Gavin decided to have Shane drive the truck back to Lily and Earl's. Who knew that sitting in the passenger seat would be so irritating? With the amount of anxious energy he had racing inside of him, Gavin could have run to the place on foot. Shane looked at him pointedly, eyeing his knee before glancing at him once more. Gavin realized it was bouncing as fiercely as a jackhammer.
"Sorry,"
he said, forcing himself to stop. When it started up again, he gave up and let the thing bounce until they arrived.
"You've got my phone,"
Gavin said.
"Did you make sure it was on silent?"
Shane pulled the small phone from his pocket and gave it a glance.
"Yep, it is."
Shane tucked the thing back in his pocket and turned to him.
"Okay, big brother. Today's the first day of the rest of your life. You ready?"
The vision within the open barn door silenced Gavin as he stared across the yard. Jade wore the dress he'd seen her in once before when she'd been collecting laundry from the line out back. The simple white fabric glowed as streaks of sunlight graced her delicate form, lighting her up like an angel. Lily and Ellie stood close by, fiddling with her hair. They were placing flowers in it, he realized, squinting for a better look. Small white daisies stood in great contrast to that red hair he'd loved since day one. People could say what they would about the groom seeing a bride before the wedding, and he'd never let on that he had. But Gavin wouldn't have given up that moment for anything. It made him want to run to the altar, take his vows, and whisk Jade away before anyone could slow them down. He nearly ached with urgency to make her his in every way. Quickly, he stepped out of eyeshot, but not before getting one last glance at his future. Nothing had ever looked so good. A muted buzzing sounded from Shane's direction, and Gavin glanced at him.
"That mine?"
he asked. Shane nodded, pulling the phone from his pocket. His brows furrowed.
You should probably take a look at this.
Gavin took the phone from his brother's hand, seeing Andy's name at the top of the screen. He grinned, assuming Andy would tell him that Big John was threatening to finally let him go. Yet as he read over the words, the smile fell from his face.
Hey, that cargo you took back to Montana. Was she a redhead?
A jagged sort of heat burned in his chest.
Damn it.
He shook his head, kicked a large truck tire, and cursed as he looked at the message once more. Shane shifted his weight from one foot to the next, eyeing the folks wandering toward the barn.
Who's that from? Some guy.
Gavin wasn't sure he could even call him friend. Not in that moment. His mind raced through different scenarios, ways Andy could have heard about Jade. His heart sunk as he came to one quick conclusion.
Andy must know the killer,
he said.
The one Jade's supposed to testify against. He has to. How else would he know about her?
Shane stepped closer, eyeing the phone now.
You told him you were coming to Montana? I've been friends with the guy for years,
Gavin said. Immediately, he started texting back his reply, a heat of desperation pushing him forward. Desperation to make Andy believe his words. Simple letters on a screen that could seal his fate, and Jade's too.
Man, are you high? I took some animal traps back to Montana, that's all. I'm on the road back now. I wish I had a redhead with me.
His hands shook as he read it over again, hoping it sounded like a normal reply. One he'd give if Andy really was off base. Problem was, the guy was dead on, and Gavin couldn't help but wonder if this was any time for a wedding. At last, he hit send, anxious to see if Andy would respond.
I've got to show this to Jade,
he said.
Wait,
Shane blurted.
Maybe you should get married first. This could really upset things.
Gavin shook his head.
No, I don't want to start off on the wrong foot. I have to let her see this. If Jade wants to go through with the ceremony, we will. If she's concerned enough to head for cover, we'll do that too.
He looked at Shane for a breath.
For now, I need you to help me get her alone.
Jade exhaled a deep breath, searching the place for any sign of Gavin while palming the ring she'd bought him. Blake and Reese had arrived, along with Jackson and Jonah. Thank heavens they had come to keep Luke busy. He'd been going stir-crazy throughout the wait. "Jade," she heard someone whisper. It had sounded like Gavin, but as she spun around, Jade saw Shane at the barn door, motioning for her to come. She couldn't help but smile at the similarities between the men as she drew near. Anyone would know the two were brothers just by looking at them.
Gavin needs to talk to you,
Shane muttered under his breath. Jade nodded, fighting back the unwelcome tinge of fear rising in her throat. "Where is he?"
"Just over there."
Shane pointed toward a large tree yards away from the barn. And there he was, looking more handsome than ever. His white button-up shirt did little in way of masking his muscular build, and with the black tie, he was nothing short of stunning. He'd ditched the hat, revealing that dark blonde, gelled-to-perfection hair, but she was glad to see he'd worn the boots, along with a pair of black Levi's that hung low on his hips. "Hi," she said as she neared, forgetting the upset she'd felt only a moment ago.
"You look..."
He shook his head and blew out a slow whistle.
"Incredible."
She smiled. "So do you." He rotated the phone in his hand.
"I just got a text and figured we better talk about it before moving forward with things, in case you think we ought to run instead."
Jade nodded, bracing herself as Gavin pressed at the screen of his phone. A thick heat gathered at the back of her neck as she read the short text, something about her being the cargo Gavin had hauled back to his home state. She gulped the sudden dryness at her throat, tore her eyes off the screen, and scanned the yard in a frantic search. "Where did Luke go?" she asked, suddenly sick with worry over letting him run off and play with the twins. Had she forgotten they were in danger? That there was a reason they'd come to Emerson Ranch in the first place?
"Right there,"
Gavin said, pointing him out. Across the yard, the three boys stood at the dirt pit, playing a game of horseshoes. Her pulse slowed a bit as she spotted him. She nodded, setting her eyes back on the text while gripping onto Gavin's arm. "How do you know this guy?"
"He's a friend of mine who used to do underground work with me in Vegas.
Gavin let out a deep sigh while taking hold of a nearby branch, the action bringing him closer.
I got him a job after I moved out to L.A., but I'm afraid he's involved with some dirty deals on the side. Do you know what Rhett does for a living?
Jade considered that. No, but I always figured he was doing something shady. He had a lot of free time. Came around the diner quite a bit. She shivered, recalling the eerie feeling of being in Rhett's presence, the crazed look that lingered in his eye.
Did he have a lot of money?
Jade shrugged. I guess he could have. I mean, he made bail quick enough, so... The sound of a short, high-pitched whistle drew their attention. Jade glanced over her shoulder to see Blake standing next to the barn, tapping his wrist pointedly.
It's time.
Gavin set his eyes on her.
Do you feel safe going through with this?
Jade rubbed her lips together as she considered. Yeah. She lowered her voice as the crowd gathered in the barn. I mean, chances are it was a shot in the dark. He can't really know that I'm with you. Gavin nodded his head, a deep scowl owning his handsome face.
You're right. I just wish I could trust Andy.
Well, Jade said, we'll just watch for more texts and take it a day at a time. She looked over her shoulder before setting her gaze back on him. For now, we have a crowd of people waiting to see us take our vows, so I say we get in there. The words had barely escaped her mouth before Gavin leaned down to kiss her, a heated, driven kiss.
I can't wait to make you mine,
he whispered against her lips. He pulled back and gave her a smile.
The next time we kiss, we'll be husband and wife.
Jade watched as he sauntered away, headed toward a cluster of men off the side of the barn. She spun around to see Betty and Lily motioning for her to come. Next to them stood Earl. He'd ditched the walker and was now sporting a tall, sturdy cane just in time to walk her down the aisle. The man gave her a thumbs up as she neared. The action reminded her of her father, making her almost sure he was somehow near. Once Jade was within reach, Lily stretched out her arm and rearranged a piece of her hair, a glint of moisture in her eyes as she smiled. I'm tickled pink for you and Gavin, she said. You're family now, just as it should be. The woman threw her arms around her in a tight embrace. Thanks, Lily, Jade said, touched by her kind words. That means a lot. Betty pulled her in for an embrace next, mimicking Lily's sentiments. Jade thought of her mother then, knowing that whether she'd approve of the wedding or not, she'd be heartbroken to miss it. Perhaps there was a ring ceremony in their future after all.
You ready for this, darling?
Earl thundered as Lily scurried over to her seat. Jade blew out a deep breath, watching as Luke took his place by the preacher. Soon, Gavin joined him, glancing over his shoulder to give her a wink. Her heart fluttered an extra beat. Ready. The music started. The small crowd stood, and Gavin and Luke turned to face her. Jade gripped hold of Earl's arm, prepared to step into her future, for better or worse. Chapter 22. Gavin hadn't taken his eyes off Jade the entire evening. His wife, he reminded himself. He'd kept just as close tabs on Luke. In fact, the little guy had been upset when Gavin refused to let him outside the barn, but with Blake and Reese's help, Jonah and Jackson stayed in as well, making the task a little easier. Surprising as it was, Jade seemed to be enjoying herself. Gavin knew how much she disliked being in large gatherings, and with the added stress of the untimely text, the evening had to be wearing on her. Yet it seemed the kind folks who gathered there that night had charmed her right out of her troubles. For Gavin, it was different. Not a moment had gone by that he hadn't worried over that text, the looming, unspoken threat, the murderer who wanted Jade dead. Was it possible Gavin's demons could lead to tragic ends for his new wife and the boy he hoped to raise as his own? Cruel thoughts wedged their way into his mind, the way a sliver sinks beneath the skin in a fast and painful prick. Each idea stung as it entered, making him flinch in response. For a while, Gavin had believed he was good enough, had truly thought he could offer Jade and Luke everything they'd need. The voices said otherwise. The angry darkness in his head screamed that he'd been wrong, and even the live band blasting throughout the barn couldn't drown out the noise. The song came to an end, and Gavin set his eyes on Jade, watching to see where she'd go next. She'd been dancing with Grant just then, while Luke weaved circles throughout the couple on a wooden pony, the twins not far behind. He reached for his phone, checking it for the 100th time. Only this time, a new message from Andy lit up the screen.
He knows who you are, and he knows who you're with. But if you help me out, I won't tell him where you are. What is this, blackmail?
Gavin scrolled down to look at the picture, a cryptic shot of a man's eyebrow. 3 small looped piercings lined the brow, setting the man apart though his face could not be seen. Gavin cursed through his gritted teeth, recalling what Jade had said about the killer, the piercings along his brow. Another image was attached as well. Gavin recognized his Camaro first, parked in a carport of sorts. It wasn't until he realized the location that the significance struck him. The orchard. The photo had been taken where he was storing it, in an old open garage at Earl's orchard. A rash of sweat broke out over his skin. They did know where he was, where she was. At least Andy did.
Jade!
He hollered, not caring who heard the panic in his voice.
Jade! Luke!
He stumbled through the barn, realizing the text had distracted him enough to lose the two in the crowd. He wandered through rows of bodies that moved in unison to a line dance, his heart working to burst through his skin. What's the matter? Jade's warm palm cupped his shoulder as she came up behind him. Gavin glanced down, sighing when he saw she held Luke's hand. He leaned into her.
We've got to get out of here. Grab Blake and Reese while I get Shane and meet me out by the tree.
Without answering, Jade hoisted Luke onto her hip and bolted toward the outer tables. Gavin spun around, catching sight of Natasha and Shane cuddled up as they moved to the line dance side by side. Gavin nudged his younger brother in the shoulder. Shane spun around.
Yeah?
Before Gavin could answer, Natasha spoke up.
Trying to cut in?
She asked, giving Gavin a way too friendly smile. Gavin shook his head.
Afraid not. I need to borrow Shane for a bit.
The dancing bodies were nothing more than a blur as he sped toward the open barn doors, glad to see Reese and Blake waiting next to Jade. Gavin pulled out his phone to show the others.
I'm afraid we're not safe here anymore,
he said, scrolling through the text and images.
This is Rhett.
Gavin looked up to Jade to verify.
Right?
Terror filled her eyes as she nodded. Yes, that's him. He scrolled down to the other picture next as the small crowd huddled even closer.
Is that Earl's orchard?
Shane asked. Gavin nodded.
It's where I've been keeping the car. Who the hell sent this to you?
Blake asked, a stern scowl set on his face. Gavin would have given anything in that moment to erase his crooked past, to delete all the crap he'd ever done, things that could bring on bad karma in the worst way.
He's a guy I've been friends with for years now,
he said, not wanting to go into all the details.
Write him back and see what he wants,
Blake said.
He says he can help you.
Gavin shook his head.
He's shady, Blake. He's hoping I'll reveal something. Andy doesn't want to help me. He wants to make a quick buck. So do you think he's bluffing?
Shane asked. Gavin looked at each one of his brothers while considering. At last he looked at Jade. The concern set in her eyes as she held Luke close to her chest.
It's possible he heard about the whole thing somehow, got hold of a picture of Rhett.
The wheels in his head started to turn.
Andy's an opportunist, and I made the mistake of telling him I'd be selling up with my old man. It could be that he just sees this as a way to get a piece of it.
Gavin's words were silenced as his eyes settled back on Luke and Jade. The hand she ran lovingly over the little guy's hair while smoothing her cheek over his forehead, back and forth. Luke's small fingers curled over her shoulder.
You know what?
He said, changing his course.
We need to get the sheriff involved.
Gavin wasn't the type to go running to the officials, but he had more than himself to protect now, and he couldn't take any chances.
I'll go get him.
Shane darted toward the barn. Blake mumbled something to Reese, then nodded his head.
We've been planning to take Jonah and Jackson to see Reese's family sometime soon,
he said.
We can go now and take Luke with us. We'll come back once the trial is through.
Gavin turned to Jade, feeling a large part of the burden lifting with his words. Jade looked relieved as well. "Thank you," she said. She tilted her head to look at the sleepy boy's face. "Would you like to go to Texas with Jonah and Jackson?" Luke blinked a few times, his tired eyes coming to life.
Can I?
Jade flashed him a weak grin. "Yep." And though the smile hadn't touched her eyes, a pool of moisture had, building in the corners as she smiled at him once more. The sight was a fresh sliver of guilt, only this one was worse than the others. This one cut deeper than any physical wound Gavin could recall. He pushed it aside and turned to Blake.
When can you leave?
Reese was already hovered over her phone, pressing at a few keys while the screen glowed bright.
"We could leave tonight," she said, "if we took the red eye."
Perfect.
Gavin nodded.
I'll get you paid right away.
Blake turned to Jade.
Reese and I will take the twins home now. You go on inside, get Luke's things together, and have Shane bring him out once you're done.
He turned to Gavin.
Sheriff Call can offer protection while we figure this out. In the meantime, it's best to get the kids out of the crosshairs.
Gavin nodded.
Thanks, Blake. The sheriff's on his way over,
Shane said, rejoining the crowd. Gavin removed his pistol from the holster.
I want you to take this,
he told Shane, shielding the gun from Luke with his shoulder.
The sheriff and I will search the house before Jake goes in. You stay here with her and Luke.
Shane nodded as he took the gun from him. He pulled back the pistol slide, checked the cartridge, and closed it once more.
You got it.
Gavin couldn't get himself to meet Jade's gaze. He could only guess at what she was thinking of him in that moment. No doubt she was cursing herself for marrying him, terrified of what she'd gotten herself into, and for good reason, too. Thanks to him and his crooked past, a savage killer may have been led to their door, at a place that should have meant safety for her. Gavin strode toward Sheriff Call as he neared, his chest rising with fresh resolve. Luke would be out of harm's way, which meant he could focus solely on Jade now, and of one thing he was sure. He may have added to the danger threatening his beautiful new bride, but Gavin would die before he let anything happen to her. Jade watched Shane's truck as it disappeared, two dimming dots of red in the black night, Luke's passage to safety. It was time for her and Gavin to leave too. He told her about a place on Sheriff Call's property. The man wanted to keep them under his watch until it was time to head back for the trial. She turned to look over her shoulder, spotting Gavin a good 10 feet behind her, and though the night masked the bulk of his form, the porch light illuminated the grim look of torment on his face. Jade stepped toward him, slowly at first, pausing when she noticed he'd backed away as she moved. She strode forward once more, the cool grass grazing parts of her feet through her sandals, and glanced at his legs as he stepped back again, keeping his distance as if he were some sort of plague. "We need to talk," she said. "Are you going to make me yell across the yard?" Gavin tucked his hands in his pockets, the shirt he'd worn rolled up to his forearms.
Just get your things together. We're leaving 5.
And with that, he stomped up the stairs and opened the screen door, motioning for her to step inside. "Fine," she spat, marching past him. Jade knew her focus should be on the possible danger at hand, but somehow the hurt she saw in Gavin's eyes was more disturbing. That very image remained with her as she gathered her things, her mind treading over the worries she felt for him. Even as Gavin loaded the bags into Sheriff Call's SUV, and as they headed toward his property, she could barely pull herself from the need she felt to address it. But she knew it wasn't time. Not yet. "We appreciate you letting us stay at your place," she finally said to the sheriff, filling the awkward silence.
No problem.
The man glanced at the rear view.
Good timing. Neighbors' ranch hands moved out just last week. They only keep them on half the year,
he explained. Jade nodded, inwardly wondering how she'd break through the tremendous barrier Gavin had placed between them. The black night played as a backdrop to the images flittering through her head. First, the ceremony, which, despite the upset of the text, was truly beautiful. From the tender look in Gavin's eyes as he took his vows, to the passionate kiss he'd given her once they'd said "I do." It wasn't until all eyes were off him, the crowd breaking into activities of their own, that Gavin began sinking inside himself. A hidden darkness loomed there, showing itself in the depths of his eyes. He'd danced with her after the ceremony, and Luke, too, but nothing could quite erase the look of anguish on his face. Even now, as he sat on the opposite side of the vehicle, he looked as if he were suffering a great pain.
"We've got someone working to locate this Andy fellow,"
the officer said.
"They're also checking to assure Rhett hasn't left the state. He'll be in violation of court order if he has, which would allow them to put him away until the trial."
When Gavin remained quiet, Jade spoke up. "Sounds good." The sheriff cleared his throat.
"I've got a few extra officers patrolling tonight,"
he said.
"One will be watching your place along with myself. One will be keeping an eye on Betty and Grant's, and another will be at Allie's place."
Jade nodded, feeling horrible for the upset she'd caused by coming to the ranch. Earl and Lily had gone home with Allie and the girls, and though they'd scolded her for apologizing over the inconvenience, she couldn't help but worry for them all. How miserable would she feel if something were to happen to them? The SUV slowed to a crawl as the sheriff pulled into a long, narrow drive. The headlights shone bright upon the house before them, complete with yellow siding and a high-pitched roof. A woman stood just beyond the screen door, lifting a hand to wave at them as they approached. Jade recognized her from the barn raising. The sheriff lightly beeped the horn as he continued down the drive.
"Your place is just back here,"
he said, driving further still. Several yards behind the house was another small home. It was tall, narrow, and had thick ivy climbing up the front of it. Light poured from each window on the main floor, making the house look like a safe and welcome harbor.
"Now, I told Melinda not to go to too much trouble, but you know women,"
he said, glancing at Jade over his shoulder. She managed a weak smile, realizing his wife must have caught a ride home with someone else to come tidy up the place before they'd arrived. Jade would have to remember to thank her later.
"She probably ran back out to collect half the meadow of flowers in the late hour. This place will look like a woman's paradise now that she knows there will finally be a female in there."
"She's hardly had much time," Jade said.
"Oh, you'd be surprised what Melinda can accomplish. Trust me, there are superheroes in comic books with all sorts of powers. That woman should have had one all her own. I swear she never ceases to amaze me."
A deep admiration showed in those words, and it warmed Jade's heart. She noticed then that the SUV had come to a stop.
"We better get you in there."
Gavin grabbed most of Jade's things before she could manage and began striding toward the house.
"It's locked, Gavin,"
the sheriff said as he climbed out as well. He came around the Jade side, closing her door after she stepped out.
"Don't worry, Jade,"
the man said.
"He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. He just needs to know you're safe. Once he gets settled, the two of you should be able to have a nice honeymoon."
The man winked at her, and Jade felt her face flush with heat. Honeymoon? Her skin came alive with anticipation at the thought. In all the chaos, she'd completely lost sight of it. She doubted Gavin would so much as lay a finger on her now, and who could blame him after what Sheriff Call said, the whole weight of the world thing. He probably planned to join the on-duty deputy out front of the house, sit there with a cocked gun aimed at the shadows. Only she didn't want him out there. She wanted him inside, with her. The sheriff unlocked the door and stepped inside first.
"The master bedroom is just off the kitchen,"
he said, pointing straight ahead. Gavin stepped around him, his arms loaded with luggage, and headed toward the room as the sheriff continued.
"That's the one Melinda prepared for you,"
he said, looking at Jade now. A voice broke over the man's CB at his belt as Gavin stepped into the room.
"That's my guy,"
he said.
"Officer Campton's his name in case you need anything. I'll be right close, too, keeping an eye out as well."
He reached to put a hand on Gavin's shoulder.
"I know it's unnerving, but I want you to try and sleep tight. Not a single person followed us here. I made sure of that. You're safe."
He looked at Gavin pointedly.
"You attend to your woman now,"
he said. Silence filled the space as he walked out the door, closing it soundly behind him. Without so much as a pause, Gavin strode past Jade, locked the deadbolt on the door, and headed back to the table. She watched as he dragged a chair in front of the door, propping it beneath the brass knob. He moved to the window next, closing the blinds before shutting the fabric curtains as well. He did the same with another window off the small dining area. When he grabbed another chair, began carrying it toward the hallway, Jade spoke up. "Where's that one going?"
"Back door,"
he said. She listened to the sounds of his footsteps as he sped back down the hall, removing his pistol from its holster.
"You can go on to bed."
He flicked the kitchen light off, pulled out a chair, and settled into it. A bright stream of light spilled from the master bedroom. "Gavin," she said, walking toward him, "we can't just not talk about this."
"Yes, we can."
He exhaled a labored breath and pulled his elbows onto the table. "I don't want you beating yourself up about this." Gavin was on his feet before she could finish the words. The chair he'd been sitting on crashed to the floor.
"Why not?"
he yelled, stepping toward her. Jade didn't budge. "Because this isn't your fault."
"Are you kidding?"
His eyes narrowed as he strode toward her, nearly forcing her back with each step he took.
"It's all my fault. If it wasn't for those dark years in my past, this whole thing would have gone down without a hitch."
He shook his head, a deep scowl on his face.
"We say Rhett and Andy are shady, but that was me not so long ago. I intimidated people. I blackmailed them. I hurt them when they weren't being straight. I can't erase that part of my life. No matter how hard I try, it will always haunt me. And now I've put you in danger."
She pulled in a deep breath, feeling the wall behind her back as she inhaled. Gavin hovered over her like a hungry beast, his eyes hardened by the demons hiding there. A force she feared could destroy him if he let it. "I'm not going to let you take all the blame for this." He took a step back, eyed her up and down.
"Who should?"
The words were coated in venom.
"You? For simply witnessing a murder? Or Luke? A mere child who trusted me to protect him? Who thought I'd actually make a good father?"
He shook his head, grimacing as if the words had tasted terrible. Jade stepped into the spot between them, encouraged that she'd gain the physical space, hoping to gain way with the inward battle now. "How about we blame the psycho who shot Wanda?" she said, raising her voice to match his. "You think we could blame him, since he's the one who actually murdered someone? Since he's the one we're running from now?"
"He's not the only one we're running from."
His words were weaker now, his eyes slightly softer. "We're going to get through this," Jade said, feeling the truth of it in her heart, sensing that if he could conquer the darkness that night, it wouldn't return, at least not with so much force. She stepped forward again, placing her hands on his chest. Gavin's heart pounded beneath her palm, hot and restless, steady and alive. His breath came slower, but louder somehow, and jagged. Jade tilted her head, glancing up at him until he met her gaze. The anguish only intensified once he did. "Stop," she whispered. "You need to stop this mental beating." She slid her hands up to his loosened tie, tugging it until the loop widened. She lifted it over his head, dropped it on the floor, and moved to the buttons of his shirt next, loosening one. Gavin kept his focus on her as she unbuttoned the second one. Yet as she reached for the third, her fingers fiddling with the thin loop, he closed his eyes, his shoulders drooping slightly. Gavin might be strong, stubborn, and determined to stay angry with himself, but he was still a man. "When I said I'd marry you, it was because I knew the man you were, the man you are, and I love him." As she trailed down to the next button, Gavin reached up and grabbed hold of her wrist, stopping her.
"Why?"
He lifted her arms, pressing her back against the wall, the heat of his angry breath grazing her forehead. He kept his grip on her wrists, trapping them at either side as he waited for an answer. Her eyes wandered over the exposed tattoos on his forearm where his sleeve had been rolled up. A torn angel wing with Alex's name scrawled inside, the guitar he'd sold to make ends meet, and the skull of the longhorn bull that spoke of his past and future all at once. Each seemed to tell a story of its own, adding to the man he was, the man she loved. "Because I know you. I know who you are inside, Gavin. And Her gaze drifted to the floor. "I want you. I married you because you're the one I want." His grip softened, and she could sense his resignation. She assumed he would step away then, send her into the bedroom on her own. Yet instead, he inched closer, filling the small gap between them. He brought his heated mouth to her ear next, kissed her beneath it, long and hard, his teeth grazing her tender flesh there.
I want you too, Jade,
he whispered, his voice low and raspy.
I'm selfish. I know I don't deserve you, but I want you so bad.
With that, Gavin released her wrists, moved his hands longingly down her sides. He pressed heated kisses down her neck as Jade let out a pleading whimper. She was already his in every way. Once she'd unfastened the remainder of his shirt, the heat of his muscled chest just inches away, Gavin moved in, ran the scruff of his chin along her collarbone, and nudged the dress until it slid off one shoulder completely. He ground hungry kisses into her skin there, grabbing her around the waist with his strong hands, pulling her impossibly closer against him. Jade wrapped her arms around him in return, running her hands up the back of his scalp, gripping at his hair. At last, his mouth met hers, and though she could feel the urgency behind his lips, Jade noticed a tenderness there, too, an awareness. Amidst the passion, Gavin was conscious of her, of how his kiss would tease her, please her, and own her. He encouraged her legs to hike up around him before lifting her off the ground completely, carrying her toward the bedroom as she clung to him. Through the short trip, Jade trailed kisses over his neck, thrilled by the groans sounding in his throat. Once to the bed, Gavin lowered her there, straightening to remove his unbuttoned shirt, revealing his strong, muscled chest. And as he lowered himself over her at last, she held his gaze, pleased to see the darkness was gone. What remained was a tender yearning, a look that made her reach out to him, glad she was his for the night and for nights to come. From this moment on, Jade belonged to him. Chapter 23. Gavin ran his gaze along Jade's flawless face. With her hair tousled slightly, her cheeks flushed, she looked more beautiful than ever. He held her gaze, lifted a brow, and smiled. "What?" Jade asked, biting a grin of her own. Gavin shrugged, reached for her hand, and brought it close. After placing his lips to the warm center of her palm, he pressed kisses along her inner wrist, the skin there, like so many places along her slender body, smooth as silk.
I don't think we're going to get any sleep tonight,
he said. An insinuative laugh sounded in her throat, sweet and seductive. I don't think so either. Just hearing her say the words in that bedroom voice made him want to pull the sheets off her again, but she beat him to it, reaching for the shirt he'd been wearing earlier. He watched as she pulled it on, proceeded to button it up.
"Where are you going?"
he asked. To see if there's something to eat. The sheriff mentioned his wife putting a few things in the fridge. She strode out of the room, pausing when she'd reached the kitchen. Aren't you coming? Gavin scanned the room for his boxers, pulled them on before joining her. She was grabbing something from the fridge, and Gavin couldn't help but take advantage, pressing himself up to her as she stood. He wrapped one arm around her tiny frame, pulling her against him, and let out a low growl of approval.
"You smell good,"
he said.
"You look good."
He moved her hair away from her neck, ran the tip of his tongue over it teasingly, and then sunk his teeth in ever so gently as she squealed.
"You taste good, too. Maybe I should just eat you. Forget about the food in the fridge."
Jade shrugged away from him and giggled, stepping toward the counter with her find. "You're totally going to want some of this instead," she insisted, placing the items on the counter. She leaned back into the open fridge, grabbed a few more things. "Hey, see if there's some flour in there, will you?" He straightened up, stretching his arms over his head as he reached the countertops.
"Like a sack?"
he asked. Jade was already pulling the lid off some small wooden boxes next to the fridge. "Never mind," she said.
"What are you making?"
She stepped toward him, slow and alluring, while Gavin mused Jade looked better in that shirt than he ever would. He eyed the way it nearly slipped off one ivory shoulder, taunting him as she held his gaze with those warm brown eyes. She brought her mouth to his, tilting her head, reminding him of the way she'd licked his lips at the orchard. Only this time, she simply spoke against his mouth teasingly.
Fried chicken,
she whispered, stepping around him. My grandmother mastered this recipe.
Not so fast.
Gavin placed his hands on her hips, spun her around before gripping her tightly. Without a moment's pause, he took her mouth to his, hungry to taste her once more. He reveled in the thought that her kiss now belonged to him and no one else. After clearing a spot on the counter, Gavin hoisted her onto it, kissing her all the while, his body aching with desire. He paused to work on her smooth and tempting neck, encouraged by the moan she released.
This is our honeymoon, remember?
He breathed against her throat.
The food can wait.
I think we may have overdone it, Jade said, eyeing the remaining food on the table. Warm light from the kitchen spilled over the half-eaten meal.
We can finish it tomorrow,
Gavin said. His eyes had fixed on a spot at the table. It's already tomorrow. Jade eyed the clock. Nothing like 3 a.m. chicken to get your day going, she said wryly. Gavin didn't respond, only kept his gaze set on the same spot as if not really seeing it at all.
I hope everything's okay out there,
he finally said.
With the officer and the sheriff, I mean?
Jade nodded, realizing how difficult this must be for him, to sit hidden in this house while men put their life on the line, all for him and his new family. She knew how much he must long to be by their side. She was grateful she'd been able to distract him after they'd arrived, if only for a while. Still, with her mind drifting back on the night before, Jade figured she may as well learn a bit more about these men from Gavin's past. You said that you used to work for some loan sharks back in Las Vegas, but that you borrowed from them first. How did all that come about? The expression on his handsome face changed, coming alive somehow as if he were ready to get it off his chest.
I started off borrowing small amounts of cash, paying it back here and there. Once I gained their trust, they started lending me larger amounts. I was gambling it all, convinced that if I could just win it big, I could pay them off and have some to spare.
He smiled at her.
It was a gambler talking in me. I really thought I could do it, like it required some level of skill and not dumb, never-going-to-happen luck. Soon the runner, his name was Dex, started pushing hard. He was anxious to get back the money, but I didn't have it. At one point, he stopped playing nice. He jumped me outside my apartment, had a crowbar in his hand.
A crowbar? Jade's heart sped as she imagined the scene in her mind. Gavin nodded, running a hand over his jaw.
Yeah, they're not aiming to kill. They'd rather have money in their pocket than a dead body on their hands.
He shrugged.
Either way, I wasn't about to let the guy pound me with that thing, so I fought back. I roughed him up pretty good, too,
he said with a humorless laugh.
After that, I panicked, started packing my things. I knew they were going to kill me for messing up Dex, so when I got a call that night, I didn't answer it. The message they left was enough to make my jaw drop to the floor.
Jade leaned onto the table. What was it?
Ike, the guy above Dex, wanted to meet with me. Said he'd be willing to work something out with the debt I owed.
Gavin pulled away from the table, lounging back in his chair.
I didn't believe him at first, so he agreed to meet me in a public place, some restaurant in the middle of the day, so we could discuss it. Turns out he was impressed with the way I defended myself with Dex.
Gavin paused to glance up at her.
Dex was a big guy. Anyway, Ike said he'd let me earn off the debt if I'd agreed to come work for him.
How old is Ike? Jade asked.
Maybe 10, 15 years younger than my dad.
Jade thought about it. So you told him yes? Right there at the restaurant?
Yep.
The look on his face turned grim.
I followed Ike to some guy's house. Did my first job right then.
He shook his head, his eyes thoughtful.
I had mixed feelings about the whole thing. I mean, I'm not a violent guy, but I know how to fight. I knew how to intimidate people so they were desperate enough to beg, grovel, or steal. Anything to pay what they owed. And though I hated doing it, I really liked the praise I got from Ike. It was strange, but he managed to tap into this messed up part of me. This need for approval I tried so hard to get from my own man. See, Ike has kids of his own, but just daughters. He said I was like the son he wished he'd had.
She nodded, trying to imagine it all. So where does Andy come in? Jade asked, her thoughts being drawn back to the texts. Did he work for Ike too?
Yeah, he'd already been working for him, but once Ike hired me on, he asked Andy to come out on a few jobs with me, watch how I was doing things since I was more effective. Andy and I became friends right away, but I always got the impression the guy held some sort of grudge against me. Makes sense, though, if you think about it. I wouldn't have liked some new guy coming in, telling me how to do my job.
It was all she could manage. Most of it was too hard to fathom. The world he'd come from, the life he'd lived.
Anyway,
Gavin continued.
Eventually Ike started to sense that I wasn't happy. When he questioned me about it, I felt guilty for admitting it. Like an ingrate. Here he'd given me a way out of debt, paid me an awesome wage, but I couldn't get over the fact that it was at someone else's expense. And I finally told him that.
Gavin stretched his arms over his head, stifling a yawn.
I was shocked at how Ike responded, so cool about the whole thing. He actually hooked me up with this guy in L.A. named Big John, where I learned to do construction. He said he admired the way I wanted to make an honest living and hoped I'd succeed at it.
A sigh passed through his lips as he paused.
It took a while for me to convince Ike into letting Andy go, too, but eventually he did, and I got him a job with me. I was hoping we could just leave and never look back.
Gavin lifted his gaze until it met hers.
The leaving part was easy.
His last sentence hung in the air, staggering between the ticks of an old clock that hung on the wall. A dull ache settled in Jade's heart, prodding at her from the inside. She stood up, grabbed Gavin's hand, and began leading him back toward the bedroom. If we don't get some sleep, we're going to be useless. She was surprised when he let her drag him back, and pleased when he lay on the bed without coercion. When he nudged up closely behind her, wrapping a strong arm around her body, she was tempted to turn around and kiss him, let things lead where they may once more. But Jade knew what she'd said was true. They had a lot facing them in the day ahead, and should really be at their best. That meant they needed sleep in the worst way. For now, she'd let that be her focus, and dream of what might come in the nights ahead. Chapter 24. Gavin teetered in and out of sleep, a muted buzzing urging him toward consciousness. His eyes shot open as he remembered where he was and why. He hadn't planned to fall asleep, only to curl around Jade's warm body until she met with a peaceful slumber. Yet he'd crashed so hard he'd lost track of every sense he had. The phone buzzed once more, and though Gavin was anxious to get to it, he was more concerned with not waking Jade. Heaven knew she needed the rest. The small phone lay on the nightstand at his side. He secured it in his hand before stepping around the corner and into the hall. With dull hints of daylight seeping through the curtains and blinds, Gavin's troubles didn't seem nearly so bad. Chances were he was only dealing with little Andy in his desperate attempt to swindle Gavin out of his newfound cash. Once Gavin told him he never got the money from his old man, the guy would most likely go search someplace else. Gavin stepped into the laundry room. The small space led to the backyard, but Gavin decided against going out so as not to alert the officer. Instead, he closed the small door to the mudroom and eyed the phone. It had stopped buzzing by then, but he could see that the call he'd missed was from Andy. Fear gripped hold of him once more. Gavin was irritated by the guy, there was no doubt, but he was also terrified of what he might stoop to. Gavin was no longer a single guy in L.A. with nothing to lose. The vulnerability had him recalling the dark voices that had nearly wrecked him the night before. With his heart thumping loudly, the echo seeming to thrum in his ears, he dialed the number back. A stack of neatly folded towels rested on the dryer at his side. He dropped a few to the floor, scooted them under the crack in the door, and gulped as the answer came. "Gavin?" Andy squeaked without saying hello. "Yep," Gavin replied. "Hey, I'm glad you called me back." Silence. "Where are you?" Andy asked, voice rattled with nerves. Gavin paused, knowing he'd need to lie.
"At a hotel," he said.
"In Montana, or?"
"No," Gavin blurted. "In Salt Lake City. I'm on my way home, remember?"
Andy mumbled.
What car did you take?
Gavin recalled the picture of his Camaro, sensing Andy was trying to set him up.
My dad's truck.
He lied.
My old man wants me to load up with more traps and bring them back.
During the second bout of silence, an idea came to Gavin, a way he could possibly find out if Andy was still in L.A. If he was, Gavin would have to figure out who took that picture in the orchard. He pulled the phone away from his ear, put the thing on speaker, and sent a text to Big John.
Is Andy at work today?
Well, Gavin said as he waited for Big John's reply.
I plan to stay in L.A. for a while when I get back. I'll probably bring the traps out to my dad around Christmas time, you know?
Oh, Andy said. Big John's reply came, causing Gavin to hunch closer to the phone, anxious to read it.
Nope. Andy's been sick the past 3 days. Taking everything in me not to fire the damn guy. Listen,
Gavin said, the new information like fuel in his blood.
I know you're not in L.A., that you haven't been to work in days. So tell me where you are.
An audible gulp came through the line.
I'm in Montana.
Gavin's hand balled up in a fist.
Why?
He asked through gritted teeth, fighting the urge to punch a hole through the wall.
Because I need your help, like I told you.
Andy's words were frantic and rambling.
I told you that I knew Rhett, and that I knew about the redhead, and that I needed your help. What kind of help? I need you to meet me out here at the orchard.
Gavin cursed under his breath.
I told you I'm not in Montana. Yeah, but I know you are. And if you don't want Rhett to know where you are too, you better meet me now.
Andy's threat hovered in the room like a freshly lit match, igniting the fuel in Gavin's veins. He wanted to explode, to shoot out of the house like a cannon, one aimed in Andy's direction.
Tell me where Rhett is.
Gavin knew he was giving himself away with the request, but Andy was already onto him. Now Gavin needed to assess things for himself, see if he should contact Sheriff Call and let him know where Andy was, in case Rhett was with him.
He's still in L.A.,
Andy said.
If he breaks bail, he's screwed.
Gavin nodded, trying to decide whether or not he believed him.
Rhett won't strike until the girl comes back for the trial,
Andy said.
What does he plan to do? I'll tell you when you come here. Like I said, I'm putting myself on the line and need you to help me out.
Gavin shook his head, knowing he'd have to meet with him, hating that he was folding nearly every card he held. But if it would keep Jade safe, he'd do it. And who knew? Maybe Andy really was trying to help him.
I'll meet you at the orchard in 1 hour.
Gavin watched the phone's small speaker, waiting for his reply.
Okay,
Andy said.
See you then.
Before heading out, Gavin contacted a few officials, made them aware of his plan, and suggested they have someone close to the orchard in case things went awry. He scrawled a note for Jade next, telling her to stay put. He'd be back soon. A female officer had been invited inside to keep a close watch on her while he was gone. Jade would be livid, but at least she'd be safe. Sheriff Call had been replaced by the cop Gavin led into the house. Another waited outside. He met up with Melinda next, the sheriff's wife, who let Gavin borrow their SUV. In no time, he was on his way, no longer holding still like a sitting duck, waiting for the gun to blast. Now he could do something about what they faced. Soon, this would all be behind them. Chapter 25. Jade stretched her arms over her head, straightening her legs as well, searching for any hint of Gavin by her side. The sheets, cool against her skin, seemed to stretch on forever. "Gavin?" she said, sitting up when she couldn't feel him there.
Gavin went for a drive, Mrs. Emerson."
A firm female voice came from outside the room. Jade's jaw dropped as she lifted the sheet to cover her body. He left? And invited someone in? On Gavin's pillow lay a yellow sheet of paper. She grabbed it with an angry hand, crinkling the edge as she read.
"Freckles. Officer Welch is in the other room, so you'll have to cover that hot body of yours. For now, anyway. Stay put. I'll be back for more lovin' soon."
"A drive?" Jade hollered, scanning the room for her luggage. The zipper latch was cool beneath her finger and thumb as she slid the bag open. She dug out her bra and panties first, grateful Gavin had, at the very least, partially closed the door. She threw on the first T-shirt she could find and stepped into a pair of Levi's, cursing Gavin for leaving. A quick glance at the nightstand told her he'd taken his phone. His gun was gone, too. Jade swept both hands over her hair, tucking the strands behind one ear. "I hate to ask this," she said, creaking open the door to step out of the room, "but could I use your cell phone for a sec?" The officer stepped away from the window, a fairly young woman, probably no older than Jade. She was short, muscled, and had long black hair that was pulled into a tight ponytail.
"You're more than welcome to," she said. "I do, however, believe the sheriff has an operating landline here, if you'd prefer."
She motioned to the counter. Jade glanced at the ancient-looking phone, a coiled line dangling from the receiver. "Oh, sure," she said, giving her an awkward smile as she sped over to it. Of course, if Jade was tethered to that thing, she wouldn't have any privacy, which is probably what the officer was aiming for. She stared at the buttons for a blink, hoping to recall what Gavin's number was. She'd only called it twice, but had made a point to memorize it after the first time. Only now, with the weird-looking phone staring her in the face, she couldn't quite recall it. She tapped out the area code first, hoping the rest would come. It did. Jade dialed the remainder of the number with ease, thumping her bare foot against the checkered linoleum as she waited for him to answer. It rang once. A drive? Jade repeated in her mind, rolling her eyes. What the hell was he doing? Twice. Can't believe he actually left me. I wake up and he's gone. Third ring. If he gets himself hurt, I'm going to kill him. Fourth ring. Great. Her heart sunk. And just as she expected Gavin's machine to pick up, he answered.
"This is Gavin,"
he said in that deep voice of his. She wasn't sure how she'd become so overwhelmed with emotion, but she had. Jade fought back tears of relief at the sound of him. Her voice came out shaky as her body trembled. "What are you doing?"
"Jade?"
"Yes." She looked over her shoulder, nodding once at the officer. The woman nodded in return before striding back to the window, moving the curtain aside with the back of her hand. "Where are you?" Jade asked quietly. He hesitated. "Gavin."
"I got a call from Andy. He said Rhett hasn't left L.A. at all, that he doesn't dare break bail, but that he's planning to act once you go back for the trial."
In the short pause, Jade could hear the hum of a motor in the background. "Okay," she urged.
"Well, Andy said that he knows what his plans are, and that he'll tell me, but he needs my help in return. He said he's putting his neck on the line to warn me."
"Warn you how? Where are you meeting him?"
"The orchard."
"Gavin, if he only wanted to warn you, he would have done that over the phone, from L.A.
"I know that. He wants something in return. Money, most likely. But don't worry. I'll get the truth out of him without handing over a dime."
There was a promise in those words, a frightening one. "It's not money I'm worried about. And what if he's lying? What if he doesn't really know anything?"
"Then we're no worse off than we were before. Listen, Jade, I won't take you anywhere near L.A. until I'm convinced they have enough security to keep you safe."
She nodded, fighting back the question in her head. Who was going to keep Gavin safe? She eyed the officer once more before cupping the receiver on the phone. "Are you going there alone? Did you call Sheriff Call?"
"Yes, I'm going alone, but I asked the other officer out front if they could send someone to keep an eye on the orchard from a distance. They know I'm meeting Andy there, and they'll avoid being seen unless things get out of hand."
She let that simmer as she listened to the sound of his breathing, subtle but strong, alive. She only wanted him to stay that way. And here he was, putting himself at risk. "Do you think he'll have someone else with him?" she asked, as a thought came to mind.
"It's possible, but don't worry. Like I said, I've got an officer on it. Things should be fine. I just have to figure out what Andy's angle is."
Jade nodded, not wanting to hang up, ever. She wanted to listen to the entire conversation, make sure all went well, that no one hurt him. "How much longer until you're there?" she asked.
"Got it in my sights now. I better hang up. Andy will get nervous if I'm on the line with someone."
A bolt of desperation shot through her, had her wanting to reach through the line to be with him, to take his place even. Jade knew Gavin was strong and capable, that he had more street smarts than most men due to the life he'd led, Still, she feared the darkness inside him could blur his vision, that he might be too eager to risk his life for the cause he held dear, protecting her and Luke.
See you soon, Freckles.
You come home to me, Gavin, Jade said, no matter what it takes. She gulped back the gripping fear rising in her throat, the dread that moved over her skin in a slow crawl. She recalled what Gavin had said earlier about getting the truth from him without handing over a dime. The single phrase screamed confrontation, something she wished he could avoid altogether. As much as she assured herself there'd be police on the scene, Jade couldn't help but fear there was something terrible around the bend. Chapter 26. As the morning sky slowly shifted from deep blue to pale gray, visions of Jade seeped into Gavin's mind. She trusted him to keep her and Luke safe, trusted him even back on that very first day. And now she'd gone even further, exchanged vows with him. Sure, he'd changed over the years, become somebody possibly worthy of a love like hers, but when thoughts of his past arose, it was easy to think otherwise. He shook his head, hating the person he was back then, so young, foolish, and willing to put God and law aside for his own personal gain. Of course, what he'd wanted back then, even more than money, was the father-like approval he received from Ike. Grandpa Emerson had often repeated a phrase that had stayed with Gavin throughout the years, and as Gavin sped closer to the orchard, a white utility van in sight, he heard those words replay in his head.
What you despise most in others are weaknesses you see in yourself.
The phrase had stuck with him, not because he thought it was true, but for the opposite reason. Gavin hadn't been able to gather a shred of truth in it, at least not back then. Yet in those moments, as Gavin watched little Andy step out of the driver's side of the large van, shifting his baggy jeans as he stood, the words rang loud and true. Gavin couldn't stand his own weaknesses, his very past, and Andy, with his shady ways and crooked schemes, seemed to encompass every negative trait he'd held, and Gavin couldn't help but hate him for it. It took no more than a second glance to see the outline of a crowbar tucked along the outer side of Andy's leg. Gavin shook his head in disgust, barely able to fathom what could be going through the guy's head. Was it possible Andy didn't realize he was in so deep? Had he undermined Gavin's fierce need to protect the woman he'd brought here to Montana? If so, Gavin would have to set him straight. With the turn of the key, he killed the engine and reached for the door, mumbling under his breath as he did.
Let's get this over with.
Jade rocked back and forth as she waited on the couch. Her knees were snug against her chest, her shoulders curled over them as she hugged her legs. A mean chill crept along her body as she worried about Gavin, the man he was dealing with, all the terrible things that could happen. Only minutes had passed since she'd spoken with him, yet already her mind had gone over every awful possibility. Andy demands money. Gavin says no. A group of men pile out of the car and beat him to death. Or maybe Andy has a gun, and when Gavin refuses to give him what he wants, he just shoots him instead, right on the spot, without so much as a care. The officer there had gone upstairs to check the upper level, giving Jade a bit of privacy. She took advantage, dropping her face against her knees and closing her eyes. She prayed that Gavin might be watched over, that he'd return to her safe and sound, that things would be well with Luke and the twins, and with the Emerson family. She wished she could somehow be numb to it all, if only for a moment. To be free from the gripping ache that crippled the rhythm of her breath, the sanity in her mind. As the officer climbed down the stairs, Jade shot off the couch, too restless and sick to sit any longer. "I've got to use the restroom," she said, darting toward the hall. After closing the door, Jade pressed her face against it and cried. "Please, please, please," she pled. Images of Gavin taking a bullet to the head causing her legs to weaken before giving out completely. A cold sweat broke out over her skin, and for a moment Jade was sure she would pass out, slip into a much-needed state of unconsciousness. She closed her eyes, welcoming the release from her thoughts, her worries, the sheer madness in her head. Yet as her mind started to drift, a small scuffle sounded from behind, bringing her back to the present. Her eyes shot open. She stopped breathing, keying into the stillness of the room, wondering if she'd only imagined the noise. But as she waited silently, eyes pasted on the chipped cream paint along the door, she began to sense a presence as well. The feel of someone near her. Her shoulders straightened in alert. The knob on the painted door was brass, muted, dull, and scratched at the surface. Yet as she drew her focus to it, Jade caught movement in the dark spot behind her. Her heart skidded to a screeching halt. Flinching in preparation, Jade slowly spun to look over her shoulder. A sharp, terrified squeal escaped her as she saw a dark figure looming above her. The well-defined barrel of a pointed gun filled her vision as she focused. The man standing behind it, not more than a blur. "Mrs. Emerson!" the cop called from the other side of the door. Her voice was frantic. Suddenly, the man came into view as he shifted the gun's aim from her to the door. One lanky leg stepped toward her as he drew a long finger to his lips.
"Tell her you saw a spider,
he mouthed in barely a whisper.
or she dies."
"I'm sorry," Jade hollered toward the door, her voice shaky. I saw a spider and freaked." She gulped, wondering if the woman would believe her. Jade's gaze settled on the man's face, realizing, with a jolt of shock, that it was Rhett who stood before her. When she veered her focus to his eyebrows, noticing there wasn't a piercing in sight, he silently held up 3 fingers. With slow, prominent movements, he brought the straightened fingers toward his eye, pressing the tips against his left eyebrow, confirming his identity with the act alone. The near snarl in his face, the hatred oozing from his light, narrowed eyes, had Jade recalling the conversation she'd had with Wanda, hearing about Rhett's warped view of women, the fierce beating she'd endured at his hand when she'd stepped out of line, the bullet he put through her chest after she left him. It felt as if the last sliver of hope she'd held a moment ago had drained from her body, replaced by a hot and heavy mass of dread. Rhett reached for the tub faucet, cranked the thing on full blast, and then pulled the small silver knob along the top. Water shot from the shower head. With the same vile scowl set on his face, Rhett thrust his chin toward her, the gun still aimed at the door. Jade turned to see the darkness of the officer's shadow centered in the crack beneath the doorway, and realized what he wanted. "I'm going to take a shower," Jade hollered. "Are you sure you don't need anything?" the woman asked. Jade paused there, considering. Had she not seen this man put a bullet through Wanda not long ago, she might have risked it, might have tried to key the officer in on what was happening. As it was, she knew Rhett wouldn't hesitate in killing the cop, and Jade couldn't have that on her hands. "No," she finally returned. "I'm fine." The man gave her the slightest nod before motioning to the window. The curtain flapped beneath the pull of the breeze, and as Rhett moved it back, revealing the ominous-looking sky, Jade realized there was no screen on the window. The toilet stood just beneath. Forcing herself to move, Jade reached down to quietly shut the lid before stepping onto it. She hoisted herself up to the ledge with shaky arms, and then dropped to a pad of cement, the hard surface rough against her feet. The barrel of the gun, though aimed at her from a distance, seemed to emit a stinging sort of pain into the center of her back as she moved. When she turned to look at him, Jade felt the ache in her stomach instead, an invisible dart pressing at her skin. With his gun still aimed, Rhett jumped out, faltering as he straightened up, working to keep his aim steady. With more strength than needed, he rammed the barrel against her back and pushed, forcing Jade to walk as a stream of obscenities fell from his lips. Vulgar names she imagined Wanda put up with while they dated. The thought hadn't occurred to her before, as distracted as she was, but Jade realized she'd missed a perfect chance to take his gun. He'd nearly fallen on his butt while jumping out the window, and now he had the weapon at her back, making it impossible to do anything but move at his command. He rushed her to the side of the house, not the side facing the sheriff's, but the side where the neighbors were. A graveyard of old machinery littered the space between them. That, along with the tall grass, seemed to shield them as they moved. She spotted a motorbike at the edge of the property, figuring they were headed toward it.
If you don't want to kill a cop today, then you better keep your mouth shut.
He hissed under his breath. The stench of stale smoke and sweat oozed off his stiff leather jacket as he prodded her to walk faster. It became difficult as they reached the fielded area, the part that went across the neighbor's yard toward the dirt road. Sharp bits of dry, brittle grass poked into the tender flesh of her bare feet, causing her to slow.
Move it.
He demanded, shoving the barrel harder against her back.
You're gonna get us busted, and if that happens, I'll make sure they kill your boyfriend.
They? His statement made her breath catch in her throat, had her wanting to spin around, yank the gun from his hand, and kill him for even speaking it. Instead, she ducked lower, walked faster, and prayed that she and Gavin would make it through this alive. Rhett might think she was too scared to make a move. That was exactly what she wanted him to think. She'd play along like the helpless victim beneath his gun, get him comfortable. But the next moment he was distracted, Jade planned to take full advantage, knock this guy on his ass, take his gun, and blow his brains out.
Now,
He mumbled once they got to the motorcycle.
you jump off this bike, I'll shoot you and have Gavin killed. Next, I'll kill your bastard son, but not before telling him what a sick tramp you are, and how you deserve to die for turning Wanda against me.
A frigid ache seeped into her bones. She glared back at him, unwilling to speak the words that boiled in her blood, rushed to the tip of her tongue with a vengeance.
Put this on.
He rammed a shiny black helmet into her chest. She grunted as she caught hold of it. As quickly as she could, Jade shimmied the heavy thing over her head before dropping her arms to her sides, staring at him through the plastic shield. Rhett cursed as he looked at her.
Tuck your stupid hair in it. Hurry!
He looked over his shoulders, one after the next as she obeyed, tucking her ends into the helmet.
Put this on and get on the bike.
Rhett shrugged out of his smelly jacket and tossed it at her. Jade put it on quickly and climbed onto the bike as he steadied it.
Now's the part where you get lucky.
He said, climbing on next.
Wrap your arms around me and hold on tight.
She shuddered, repulsed by the idea of touching him. Rhett hunkered low, pressing off with one foot after the other, getting them further down the quiet road. Jade kept her grip on the back of the seat, unwilling to get close before it was necessary. Again, she'd lost sight of the gun somehow, unsure of what he'd done with it while climbing on the bike. Damn it! She would need to pay attention. Keep her wits about her if she was going to get out of this alive. Her thoughts drifted to Gavin, and she wondered if Rhett would take her to him. She imagined the men shooting her in front of Gavin and cringed, not wanting him to suffer, not wanting to die. And what about Luke? She hated that Rhett even knew she had a son. Was sickened by the way he'd mentioned him. After they'd made it beyond the neighbor's house, Rhett started the motor up. He gunned it quickly, forcing Jade to release her grip on the seat and hold on to him.
That's right!
He hollered over his shoulder as the wind hit the shielded helmet.
Just pretend we're lovers!
He said. Don't your lovers end up dead? The sentence came out before she could stop it. Rhett took one hand off the handle and rammed a sharp elbow into her ribs, the jagged pressure making her groan and grit her teeth.
Only the stupid ones!
He hissed.
You're not stupid, are you?
Jade shook her head, gasping for a breath through the pain.
Nope. Good, then shut up and hold on.
He picked up speed, leaving Jade with her thoughts. She wasn't dumb, that was sure, and she planned to prove it to him once the opportunity arose. If Rhett simply wanted her dead, he could have killed her in the house, shot her and been done with it. Only that would have looked obvious. A murder witness getting shot just before the trial. She knew he wanted her dead, but he'd have to get creative if he wanted to pull it off and make it look like an accident. But after the texts and the warnings, it could hardly look like an accident unless she disappeared. A knot formed in the pit of her stomach. What if they both disappeared? Her and Gavin. It would look like they'd run off together. And left Luke behind? No one would believe that. Yet people did things like that all the time. Would Luke believe she'd left him? That she'd run off with Gavin? Or would Rhett somehow get his hands on him too? The ideas were like poison to her mind. Her heart pounded heavy and out of pace. Way out, with the blurry earth speeding by, the strange solitude of the helmet, Jade felt as if the moment wasn't real. It couldn't be. Was Luke really in Texas with a family she hadn't even known a month ago? Was Gavin really meeting up with some shady criminal from his past, one who'd do anything to make a quick buck? And how was it possible that Jade was on the back of a bike with a psychotic, woman-hating killer, the man she'd seen shoot Wanda in the alleyway? None of it felt real. How had life taken such a sudden twist? In that moment, an image of Earl came to mind, kind and gentle. Slowly, the figure shifted from the old man's weathered face to her father's, young and strong. A warm feeling of peace settled over her limbs, calming her in an instant. She thought of the way Earl had encouraged her to open her heart to Gavin, and she had. It was right for them. They were right for Luke, and things were going to work out. She kept that resolve as they moved over the quiet land. No matter how grim the moments ahead became, Jade was determined to stay strong. Rhett had killed Wanda. He would not add her to his tally. She would see to that. Chapter 27. Gavin held Andy's gaze as he stepped out of the truck.
Hey,
Andy said, scratching at the back of his neck.
guess this is a good place to be if you get hungry.
He motioned to the apples.
These any good?
Gavin's eyes narrowed.
Tell me what's going on, Andy.
The T-shirt he wore hung oddly loose around his neck. As he scrutinized the shirt further, a concert tee from an old rock band, Gavin noticed prominent wrinkles in the center at the throat, guessing a fist had grabbed hold of it there.
I really got myself into some trouble, man.
Andy's eyes darted over to the van before settling back on him.
I started working for another syndicate, one in L.A., only this guy is nothing like Ike. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw Ike get rough with people. Of course I did,
Gavin interrupted.
I spent a lot more time with Ike than you did. I probably saw a hell of a lot more than you.
Andy nodded, scratching the back of his head with a frantic hand, his pale face damp with sweat.
Right. Well, this guy, he's even worse.
He looked back to the van again. Gavin followed his gaze this time. Through the windshield, he could see the two front seats were bare.
Did you bring friends?
Andy's big eyes bulged.
No. Yes, you did,
Gavin said.
Why don't you just have them join us? There isn't anyone in there, I swear.
But Gavin was already striding toward the van. He pulled the gun from the hidden holster at his back and strode around the parked van to the back doors. With his gun aimed and ready, he swung one side open, followed by the other. The grimy metal floor of the van glared back at him. Random tools, duct tape, and boxes lay shoved against the sides, leaving only a strip down the center free of clutter. Gavin's eyes shifted to an old wooden plank before catching sight of a shoelace visible toward the seats.
Come on out,
Gavin said.
I know you're ducked beneath the passenger seat. I need you to come out so we can get down to business.
The passenger side door shot open, and Gavin stepped around the van to see him climb out. Much taller than Andy, more muscled too, and younger. Probably no more than 21.
What's your name?
Gavin asked, replacing his gun. The man shook his head, crossed his arms, and glared over at Andy.
His name's Pete,
Andy said. Gavin knew that was a lie, but he didn't care.
With Pete by your side instead of hiding in the van, maybe you can look me in the eye while we talk.
Andy shoved the toe of his beat-up shoe in the dirt.
What kind of trouble did you get yourself into, and how does it involve me?
Well, you said that if...
Look at me,
Gavin spat, feeling the sudden urge to knock the guy's teeth in. He looked up at him, squinting his eyes as he did.
When you came here, you said if you did something for your old man, he'd give you some money. I sort of figured out, by accident mostly, that you were bringing a witness out here. I figured that out because me and a bunch of the other runners...
He paused to glance at Pete.
We pulled our money in to help Rhett make bail. But we didn't know there was an eyewitness involved. One who knew Wanda.
Andy shook his head, irritation puckering his round face.
We had already put in the money. Money that wasn't ours. And we need it back. You'll get it back as long as he shows up for court. Stay in line until then,
Gavin said.
Yeah, but if he can't kill the witness, he's gonna run.
The words, kill the witness, rung in Gavin's head like a screaming siren, pushing panic through his blood in an instant. He gulped, his vision starting to blur.
Where is Rhett now?
Andy took a step back and shook his head.
Where is he?
Gavin demanded, his angry voice bouncing off the land. Pete shifted his stance and let out a low, sinister laugh. Gavin lunged at Pete, wrapping both hands around his throat, visions of his days as a runner flying through his head. The guy's hands shot up, gripping at Gavin's wrists, making him realize how strong his grasp had been. He released his neck, but quickly secured the kid's arm next, twisting it behind his back before forcing him onto the ground. He shoved a knee against Pete's back as he hovered over him.
Tell me where Rhett is or I'll kill you!
Pete tightened his lips over his teeth.
All we need is that money from your old man,
Andy said.
Then we'll go and leave you alone. You got paid for bringing her out here, Gavin, but if you don't give that money to us, they'll kill me. And Pete, too.
Gavin looked over at Andy, the desperation on his face.
All we did is help out a friend,
Andy said.
And that's what I'm asking you to do now. Just help a friend out. Do you always carry a crowbar when going to talk to a friend?
Gavin asked, releasing his grip on Pete's arm. Andy remained silent. Gavin came to a stand.
Do you keep a spare henchman in the car so he'll have your back? Huh? Is that how you visit your friends? Because I don't want any part of that life, Andy. That's why I left it. I thought you wanted out, too. I do. I'm going to fly straight after this. If you can just pay us what you have, I don't have anything. I know you do, Andy said. And I know it's a lot because you fought your old man over it for years. I'm not taking the money, Andy.
He shook his head in disgust.
And even if I was going to take it, I wouldn't give it to you. I gave you a way out. I gave you the chance to fly straight a long time ago. That's what friends do. Well then, I'm going to let him kill Jade.
Gavin's hand was at his gun before Andy could utter another word, and as he aimed the thing in Andy's head, sirens rang in the distance.
Tell me where Rhett is,
Gavin pled through gritted teeth.
I mean it, Andy. I will shoot you.
Andy glanced down the dirt road toward the approaching vehicle.
With the cops coming?
Gavin tightened his grip on the gun.
Yep.
The cop car skidded to a stop.
You can drop your gun, Mr. Emerson. We can take it from here.
Gavin glared at Andy as he lowered his arm. One officer began talking with Pete, questioning him about his name and purpose for being there.
Dude, why do you care so much about this chick anyway?
Andy asked. Desperation crept in as Gavin looked back to Andy.
Because she's my wife.
Andy gasped.
I didn't know,
he said.
I swear I didn't know. Where is Rhett?
Gavin pled.
Is he here?
Andy nodded.
We brought him up in the van. He's on a motorcycle. Plans to take her out to the lake and shoot her.
Gavin sped toward the Camaro, knowing it was his fastest way there. He heard the officer in the distance behind him, repeating the information on the CB. Soon, the officer standing guard would be notified. He only hoped it wasn't too late. In seconds, Gavin had the engine warm and was tearing down the dirt road. He reached for his phone, dialed the number Jade had called him from, and waited as it rang.
Come on, Jade,
he mumbled, praying she'd pick up the line. 2 rings, then 3. His leg restlessly bounced through the wait.
Please, please, please,
he pled. Gavin straightened up as the line picked up on the 5th ring.
Officer Welch speaking,
the female voice came.
This is Gavin. I'm calling to warn you guys about...
Sir, the officer said, speaking over him.
We believe Jade has been abducted. We have officers out front following the vehicle's tracks. Was it a motorcycle?
Gavin asked, flipping the Camaro around. There was a lake not too far from Sheriff Call's property. It was the best place to start.
Yes, sir.
Gavin heard a male voice in the background. By the muffled sound of it, he was coming through on the cop's CB. Officer Welch relayed the update. The tracks from the dirt road lead westbound, onto Willow Drive.
I think I know where he's headed,
Gavin said, sinking the clutch to shift gears.
Sir,
the woman said, we've got every officer within earshot looking for your wife. We should have her back safe in no time. Gavin nodded, disconnected the line, and raced down the long road, praying he'd make it in time. Chapter 28. Jade glanced over the gloomy-looking skyline, thoughts of Gavin occupying every breath. They'd taken vows only hours ago, and now, instead of enjoying a peaceful honeymoon with him by her side, she clung to a killer on the back of a bike. the rustic land flying by before her in a blur, and who knew where he was, how the exchange had gone. It was obvious now they had tricked him, used the thing with Andy as a way to get Jade alone. But they'd accomplished more than that, she realized. Rhett had warned her Gavin would pay the price for her stepping out of line, that they'd kill him if she made a wrong move. She had no way of knowing if that was true. Only knew that if she did make a move, she better go all the way, take Rhett out completely so he couldn't hurt Gavin, Luke, or anybody else for that matter. An image of little Luke seeped into her head like astringent fluid, stinging the deep corners of her mind. She closed her eyes and could nearly feel Luke's sweet breath on her cheek as he cuddled into her, small warm arms wrapping snugly around her neck, those big brown eyes trusting and kind, seeking truth to the mysteries around him as he grew. Losing this battle would mean hurting him in ways that would never fully heal, and Jade could not allow that to happen. Over and over, she told herself there was no way Rhett would get away with it. No matter how he planned to kill her, he would be suspect number one. It was that same reasoning that reminded her where that left him, with no choice but to make her disappear. He would have to make it so they never found her. Looking over the acres of unoccupied land, Jade began to wonder if he'd bury her. Her heart sputtered at the thought. It was too easy. She could just see it. Years from now, they'd dig up her bare-bones carcass, solving the case of the missing Los Angeles mother once and for all. The bike picked up speed, causing desperation to stir within her. She considered the way her arms were wrapped around his rigid form, tempted to dig her nails into his chest. If she somehow caused them to crash, would that give her an advantage? Possibly, she decided. After all, she was the one with the helmet. Of course, it might just injure her more, making it hard for her to act or escape when the opportunity arose. And it would come, Jade reminded herself. It had to. She just needed to watch for it. Parts of the land became familiar as they drove on. They passed one barn in particular that Jade had noticed on the day they'd arrived at the ranch, a weathered old place that, at a glance, looked like several of the others along the horizon. It was the large letters printed across the face of the barn that stood out to her as they had arrived, a quote by Mahatma Gandhi. "Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will." She let the words of wisdom sink into her heart as she gazed at them once more. Rhett wasn't overly muscled by any means, but he was no doubt stronger than she was. Still, Jade was strong-willed, always had been. She would take her unmatched will to survive and use it to overcome. As they continued further down the road, Jade noticed a large cluster of pine trees. The sight had her recalling what lay on the other side of the span of trees, a lake. Of course. Rhett didn't have a shovel to bury her with. An extra man to help dig the hole? He had a gun, and a body of water that would serve as her eternal grave. She gulped, working to calm the pace of her speeding heart. She'd have to act soon. They were almost there. She watched as the fortress of deep green opened up to reveal the massive body of water centered among the pines. Her eyes focused on the narrow turnoff that would lead them to those waters, deeper into the covered land, away from the eyes of any spectators, far from the ears of the kind rancher down the road. Though the sun had begun its steady rise over the horizon, the great height of trees seemed to absorb its light, trap it within its branches, leaving the ground below darker, probably cooler too, Jade thought with a shiver. The turn approached faster and faster still. She couldn't take her eyes off the sight, the small entry that was sure to lead one of them to their death. Just as she guessed, the motorcycle slowed and then took the turn completely, heading up the winding road deeper into the trees. She eyed the lake and surrounding area. To the left of them was the dark forest of pine trees, tall, green, and seemingly endless. The lake was to the right. Some parts of the road were closer to the water than others, but each had a good distance to go before reaching the water's edge. The land between the paved road and the lake was mostly sand, with the occasional green shrubbery growing here and there. Sharp black rocks, roughly the size of the helmet she wore, were scattered amply throughout the area as well. Jade wondered, as she considered that, how long Rhett planned to let her live. Would he try to make her walk to the water before he shot her? After all, dodging all those rocks would be a chore empty-handed even. But carrying a body? Yet if he killed her first, before heading to the water, he'd minimize the risk of her breaking free somehow. Perhaps if she played the weak and submissive role, he'd risk it. No, she decided. He planned to shoot her. That much was clear. There was no telling if it'd be right when she started walking, once she'd reached the water's edge, or somewhere in between. She'd have to act fast, before he even had the chance. The knowledge caused sweat to break out over her palms. The great momentum of the sharp turns forced Jade to keep a grip on Rhett's shirt. She'd grab fistfuls of the smooth fabric, preferring to grab onto that over him. Her eyes adjusted to the dimmer light as they rode on. She spotted a family of deer in the distance, a large moose close by, and several small critters scurrying about. All the while Jade considered how she would make her move. As if forcing her to settle on inaction, the motorbike slowed, coasting toward a pull-off along the roadside, the side toward the lake. An alarm sounded in her head, ringing a rash of words. This is it. You have to act now. The second you see that gun, take it. Take it and shoot him, or you're dead. The combination of fear and anticipation felt deadly in her blood. She wondered if it was possible for her heart to beat itself to death with anxiety. She was reluctant to let go of her grip on Rhett's shirt. While she had the hold on him, she knew he wasn't reaching for his gun. Yet as he propped the bike to a stand with his foot, Rhett shrugged her hands off him.
Get off,
he demanded. Jade kept her eyes glued on Rhett as she climbed off first. His hand moved to the front of his pants, no doubt searching for his gun, and Jade wanted to lunge at him before he could secure it in his grip. Only she hesitated for a second too long, and in the next breath, he had the thing pointed at her.
Take off my jacket,
he said.
Hurry.
Jade shrugged out of the jacket before placing it on top of the bike.
Now the helmet,
he spat. He planned to do it when she handed over the helmet, she could tell. Could see in the way he gripped and re-gripped the gun, fondling the trigger with one bony finger. Jade's hands were shaky as she raised them to either side of the helmet. Her palms slipped against the smooth surface as she pulled, wriggling her head out. The object was large, heavy. It might just be enough to knock the gun out of Rhett's hand. She kept her eyes pasted on the hollow barrel before her, both hands gripping the helmet, daring herself to act. Slowly, she lowered the helmet to her chest, where it would block the gunshot, centered herself behind it, and breathed. Now! A sudden burst of courage urged Jade on as she straightened her arms, ramming the helmet into the pistol. She stepped into the action, shoving her weight into it. Rhett tipped back at the unexpected blow, his lower back slamming into the motorcycle. For a moment, it held him in place, had him practically lying back on the seat as he faced the open sky, the gun still firm in his grip as his arms flailed. Jade hiked up her leg, kicking him with the flat of her bare foot as hard as she could, forcing him and the bike to fall over completely. He groaned as his motorcycle crashed to the ground beneath him. Jade raced around the flattened bike, gripping the helmet just beneath the shield, and as Rhett scurried to gain his bearings, Jade took advantage, stomping on his lowered wrist before striking his hand with the helmet. The tendons along the inside of his wrist tightened beneath her bare foot. Rhett struggled to hold on to the gun while she swung the helmet again, pounding the knuckled part of his fist. Her eyes widened once the gun finally broke free from his hold. She gasped as it skidded across the pavement. Pressing her foot off from there, Jade darted toward it, and though she had the advantage of being on her feet, Rhett, being on the ground, was closer to the gun. He rolled onto his stomach and dove across the tarred surface, mere inches from securing it in his grasp. Jade used the helmet once more, slamming it against the side of Rhett's head this time, once, twice. Amidst the action, Jade reached down and snatched the gun off the ground with her other hand. She straightened up, working to aim it, afraid that if she let go of the helmet, he'd use it as a weapon like she had.
Give me that,
he said, cursing through his gritted teeth. Jade backed up, working to steady her aim with one shaky hand. Now, the voice spoke in her head. Jade curled her finger around the trigger, trying to remember the lesson Gavin had given her, praying the thing was cocked and ready. Rhett lunged toward her. Jade clenched her eyes shut and pulled the trigger, startled as the gunshot sounded, knocking her back slightly.
You missed, you...
She shot again, covering the sound of the name he'd called her, feeling the rumbling effect traveling up her arm and into her shoulders. Still he came at her. The gun was warming beneath her palm now, and Jade knew her aim would improve if she only let go of the helmet. Quickly, she tossed it across the street toward the trees and put both hands on the gun. She glanced between both Rhett and the helmet, wondering if he tried to secure it. He didn't, only stayed sprawled on the ground, his light eyes fixed on her. A smile spread over his thin lips.
You're out of bullets.
With both hands to steady the gun, Jade took her aim, hoping that what he said wasn't true. She kept her eyes open this time, focusing on the flat of his chest as he pushed himself off the ground. Jade pulled the trigger once more, her arm steadier than before. The gunshot sounded. A cluster of dry dirt exploded beneath him. She tried again, tugging the trigger back to where it popped, small and shallow. Her eyes widened. Rhett's narrowed. Jade tried again. Still nothing but a hollow snap. There was no way she could outrun him on foot, not when he had shoes and she didn't. But what choice did she have? Quickly, Jade dashed for the woods, grateful she'd already been standing. The paved road was nothing against her feet. It was smooth, hard, and easy to press off of. It was the dry bed of pine needles that had her cringing with every stride once she made it across the street. Despite the hindrance, Jade navigated her way through the tall trees quickly, sensing his dark presence behind her as she ran. The eerie feeling pushed her forward, faster, desperate to gain distance from him. She continued to move, deftly somehow, as if the forest was a second home to her, a place she'd known all her life. She kept to the right so as not to stray too far from the road, hoping Rhett would venture further in and lose her completely, possibly get lost himself. Weaving further still, Jade slowed, sure that she'd thrown him off her trail with the lead she'd had. It wasn't until she saw the paved road once more that Jade stopped running altogether. She froze while heavy breaths pushed their way through her lungs, in and out, her chest burning with each breath. The crunch of twigs sounded in the distance, followed by a shuffling in the trees. The noise came again, and then again. She couldn't quite tell if it was growing closer or further away. That is, until she saw movement in a cluster of trees up the hill. Forcing herself not to panic, Jade paid attention to the rhythm of the noise, setting her pace to it, moving only when she heard him move, hoping to mask the sound of her footsteps. As she moved, ducking lower with each step, a dark spot close to the road caught her eye. A large rock nestled beneath a nearby tree. Splayed branches hovered just above it, creating the perfect spot to hide. As soon as the coast was clear, she'd head back down the open road. For now, it was too risky. Jade slunk toward the rock slowly, lowering herself even closer to the ground. The needles jabbed into the back of her arm as she lifted the branch. The pokey things pulled at her hair, too, practically grabbing the strands as she ducked beneath them. A bed of dried, tan pine needles lay beneath the tree. Jade hunkered down onto her knees before huddling over them. She lowered her head next, but kept her chin up, peering along the sharp edge of the rock for any sign of him, listening as well. Nothing. How long had it been since she'd heard him? And had she been moving without waiting for him to move? Was it possible he'd heard her? Jade pulled back behind the rock completely, willing her loud breathing to calm and slow before it gave her away. The sound started up again, and Jade stopped breathing completely. The shuffle of shoes on dirt. The quiet sweeping of branches. She peeked out again. A shower of fresh pine needles fluttered to the ground just a few feet away. He was close. Closer. As he came into view, a swatch of faded denim visible through a bald patch in the trees, Jade realized she may be within sight as well. But was it too late to move now? He took another step closer. Jade pulled in tighter, working to silently shrink herself beneath the branches. He took another step, and Jade knew it was time to run. With the road behind her, Jade crawled backward until she could stand, shooting to her feet at the roadside. Just as she picked up speed, aiming toward the motorcycle down the street, thick fingers reached into her hair, fisting a handful at the roots. Her head snapped back as he tugged mercilessly, causing her to scramble for footing. Jade knew she didn't have a moment to lose. Instinctively, she reached up and secured her hands around the wrist, thwarting his ability to pull any further. In one quick motion, she ducked low and spun around, loosening his grip in an instant. For a brief moment, he looked at her, seemingly surprised she'd gotten out of the hold. Jade was stunned too, so much that it took her a moment to act further. With his wrist still solidly in her grasp, Jade yanked him toward her while hiking her knee hard and high between his legs. And though Rhett groaned in response, doubling over at the blow, his long arm stretched out to her, his hands grabbing frantically until he secured the hem of her sleeve in his grip. Jade pulled against it, the coarse grains of pavement tearing at her feet as she worked to escape the ridiculous hold. He'd be out of pain soon, incapable of doing more than clinging firm to the small piece of fabric. The shirt had to go. Without a second thought, Jade ducked down, shrugged out of the shirt completely, and ran down the road. Hindered footfalls pounded after her like the broken beat of a distant drum. She squinted her eyes against the rush of wind to her face, terrified by how quickly the steps seemed to be closing in on her. With a fierce burning in her lungs, a pressing heat in her thighs, Jade pushed off harder, made each stride longer, fought to get away. Visions of her flight toward the back diner door came to mind as she ran. Please, 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 she prayed inwardly, desperate to escape. Yet all she could do was run, further and faster, pray that someone would find them before it was too late. As if in answer to her plea, the bike caught her eye. But could she get on it in time? The ever-nearing sound of his footsteps answered her question. There was no way. But the helmet, yes, she spotted it a bit further down the road where she'd thrown it. Jade veered to the side as she ran, keeping an eye on the helmet, planning to grab the thing and knock him over the head. He was bigger than she was, and stronger too, but she had no other option. As she approached the shiny helmet, Rhett's footsteps were closer than ever. Jade could feel the heat of his form against her back. She fixed her focus on the one part she could grab onto, right beneath the shield, and ducked down as she slowed. Jade reached her hand down to secure her weapon, flinching as Rhett skidded behind her, ramming against her back before tumbling into the street. Jade lifted the helmet high over her head, spinning to look over her shoulder as she heard the sound of an engine racing toward them. The approaching vehicle, whosever it was beyond the bend and out of sight. She glanced back at Rhett, who'd only now managed to stop rolling down the pavement. His eyes widened as he scrambled to get on his feet, no doubt hearing the oncoming car as well. Jade glanced back to the bend in time to see the man behind the wheel of the black car, Gavin. His eyes narrowed as the car sped toward Rhett. 2 steps. That's as far as Rhett got before the front end of the Camaro slammed into him, sending him flying clear over the car like a rag doll. Gavin hit the brakes, the tires screeching as he skidded to a stop. He climbed out of the car as he reached behind his back, pulling a gun from his hidden holster. With the pistol pointed at Rhett, now a crumpled heap on the road, Gavin approached him. The ground went still. Even the roar of the engine seemed to quiet as they kept their eyes locked on the killer, waiting for him to move. Nothing. Jade weakly released the helmet, her fingers aching from the intense hold. Gavin didn't budge, only kept his arms locked before him. No movement still.
Are you okay?
He asked her, eyes still pasted on Rhett's distorted form. Jade's lips parted, but nothing came. She nodded her head, watching as Gavin stepped close enough to grab Rhett's wrist. A silent moment passed while he nodded, looking back to Jade.
He's dead,
he announced, straightening once more. A deep spot of crimson pooled onto the surface surrounding his body. Jade went limp at the sight. Gavin walked toward her, sure and steady while replacing his gun. He shrugged out of his shirt, reminding Jade that she was down to a bra on top. Gavin tilted his head as he stepped closer, a pained look on his face. She lifted her arms expectantly as he approached. Wordlessly, Gavin looped the thin cotton t-shirt over her head. It was warm against her skin. He proceeded to rub his hands down her back once it was on, pulling her close. Jade nestled into him, breathing in his handsome scent, and repeated a marvelous truth in her head. It was finally over. Epilogue.
Can you believe it's almost ready?
Gavin asked, but he wasn't looking at the newly built house. He was watching Jade's smiles that widened across her face. The sunset cast a warm glow over her flawless skin, making her appear golden somehow, untouchable. Yet she was all his, he reminded himself. "I can't wait," she said, walking along the deck out back. "The way those trees surround the pool, with the sun the way it is, reminds me of our pond." Gavin smiled, loving the way she called it their pond. He agreed, recalling the first time they kissed in that very place. Luke ran in circles around the backyard, the post of his wooden pony carving lines in the dirt.
This is where the grass is gonna be?
He asked. Gavin walked down the steps, hunched down to catch the little guy as he approached.
That's right, Vegas,
he said, lifting him off the ground.
You know my dad gave me this land when I was your age?
Luke's brown eyes went wide.
That's forever ago.
He chuckled.
I know.
His gaze veered to Jade.
I had some things to take care of before I could build on it.
She gave him the look he was hoping for, a look that said she loved him and wanted him all at once. He'd give anything for it. Gavin handed the wooden horse to Jade and hoisted Luke onto his shoulders. He motioned for Jade to follow as he walked to the property's edge. There, he could see his parents' place miles across the way.
See those houses over there? And that barn?
Yep,
Luke said.
That's Grandma and Grandpa Emerson's.
He pointed toward the west next.
Lesley and Earl's land is further down. Can't see it too well from here, but it's there.
it's not hard for me to see.
Luke said. Gavin laughed.
Then I guess your eyes are better than mine.
He set the little guy back to the ground, smiling when he grabbed the pony back from Jade and began trotting around the yard once more. Gavin sighed as he thought back on the last 5 months, the best months of his life, living with Jade and Luke as a family. He was grateful that they had been able to stay in the basement apartment at Lily and Earl's while they built the home. To thank them for their generosity, Gavin had built Lily the chicken coop she always wanted, and boy was Luke excited about the baby chicks ready to hatch. "Can't believe the carpet's coming tomorrow," Jade said.
Yep, we should be good to move in by Thursday.
Jade's smile caused that warming in his belly. "I can't wait," she said. Gavin nodded.
Yep, I'll be done with construction for good. Out on the land full time.
Jade wrapped her hand around his bicep. "We should probably get going," she said. "It's almost time for dinner."
What are we eating?
Luke asked. "Crock-pot chicken," Jade said. Luke cheered.
And Ellie will be there?
"Yep," Jade said with a nod. Luke stopped riding his pony.
With the girls?
Jade nodded again. "Uh-huh." His galloping all but forgotten, Luke broke into a run toward the car. Gavin stepped closer to Jade, speaking into her ear.
You know he has a crush on Allie's girl, Jilly, right?
Jade chuckled, speaking through her teeth. "He does not." She shoved him in the arm, but Gavin caught her by the wrist, pulling her closer. "He's too young to have a crush," she said. Gavin laughed now.
You just keep telling yourself that, Freckles.
He brought his face closer to hers, inhaling the heavenly scent of her. His lips brushed over her cheek, caressing the spot where her light freckles were.
I want a girl next,
he whispered against her skin. Jade pulled back to look at him. "What?"
Me and you.
He brought a hand up to her face, captured by the depth of her brown eyes.
I want us to have a girl next.
Jade held his gaze, her lips curving into a grin. "I thought guys only wanted boys," she said.
We have a boy,
he reminded.
Let's go!
Luke hollered. He'd already climbed in the car and was waiting in the back seat for them. "Come on," Jade said, wrapping her arms around him.
What did you decide about the trees? You want to toss some or keep them all? Have a little extra privacy.
Jade gave him those eyes, bringing her lips to his ear. "Privacy?" she purred, her smoldering voice making him weak. "They'll give us shade for the pool. Plus, you can build a treehouse for Luke, right?" Gavin nodded, still distracted by her teasing.
You know it.
Luke chattered nearly the whole way back, asking questions about the aunt and uncle he'd never met, the one set to arrive sometime next month. Gavin was glad that Earl's son had chosen to come back after all these years. He hoped that Logan would find joy in ranching once again, as Gavin had. Perhaps the couple would finally be able to have the child they yearned for. Heaven knew Lily and Earl would give anything to have more grandkids around. It was sure to be painful for Logan, coming back to the house he'd lived in with his twin, but he'd be glad to see Ellie again, no doubt, and would be setting her up with his friends in no time. Gavin only knew he was grateful to have all that behind him. Now it was time to live out his years with the ones he loved. At last, life was good. The sun settled low into the horizon, lighting the sky Jade loved so much.
Can I go upstairs and be with Lily and Earl now?
Luke asked as Gavin pulled up to the side of the house. Jade eyed Allie's car parked out front. Sure. Gavin and I have to run downstairs to get the crock pot, but tell them we'll be up in a minute. Luke tore out of the car as soon as Gavin opened the door, causing Jade to smile. She could hardly believe how fortunate she was to have the Emersons in her life, and in Luke's life. She knew their home was just about ready, but Jade would always cherish the time they'd spent in the basement apartment. She'd truly loved having Lily and Earl so close, most of the time. Gavin opened the back door, motioning for her to go in first. She did, throwing him a flirtatious smile as she walked slowly by. From the corner of her eye, she watched Gavin close the door and then lock it. Jade strode over to the counter where she unplugged the crock pot. A light rustle sounded as Gavin moved toward her, his boots steady against the tiled floor. She glanced over her shoulder to see he'd untucked his shirt. "You going to change before heading up there?" she asked, working to sound oblivious. He stepped closer, began unbuttoning his shirt. "Nope." It took everything in Jade not to spin around and help him with those buttons. She stepped over to the fridge, reached for the salad dressing, and set it on the counter. Gavin's shirt hit the floor next to her. He stepped closer still. Jade felt her face flush with heat as she averted her gaze, striding past Gavin and toward the sink now. She busied herself there, washing a dish that was already clean, smiling when he came up behind her. His fingers curled around the neck of her blouse and back, tugging at it while he lowered his mouth. The heat of his breath tickled the nape of her neck.
"Stop ignoring me, honey lips,"
he said, the coarse hairs from his short scruff teasing her skin. "I'm not," she lied. "We've just got—" Her words were cut off as his teeth sunk gently into her neck.
"Let's play first,"
he said in a raspy whisper. He reached around her, splashed his hand through the water before shutting it off. Jade let out a shallow whimper as his large hands cradled her waist, urging her to turn and face him. His eyes met hers, confident and hungry all at once.
"You want to play, don't you?"
he asked. Jade eyed his mouth and gulped. Quickly, she slipped from between him and the counter, enjoying the chase. "Maybe," she said, breaking into a run toward the sofa. She giggled as she heard him coming up from behind, squealed as he caught up to her, and laughed out loud as he pinned her to the couch. Gavin forced her hands over her head, panting for breath, the masculine smell of him making her warm all over. He kept her wrists bound with one hand, worked his way over her leg with the other, and lowered his mouth to hers. Jade sighed as he kissed her, unable to resist him for another moment. And as she sunk blissfully into their time together, a thought entered the back of her mind, assuring her she was right where she needed to be. Jade knew she'd be thanking the stars above for years to come. Life had offered her and Luke a new set of cards. Now it was up to her to play them to the fullest. This has been Jade's Cowboy Crush, Witness Protection, Rancher Style, Gavin's Story, Sweet Montana Bride Series, Book 2. Written by Kimberly Crave. Narrated by Lesley Ann Fogel. Copyright 2013 by Kimberly Crave. Production copyright 2015 by Kimberly Crave.